Alright y'all, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. What's up? My name is Lees, and I'm gonna work on my survival runner, maybe someday roguelike type game. It's a little game I'm making in Godot. It's not so little. Actually, it's not so little. I'd love for it to be little. I work on little games sometimes, but you know what? I got this medium game. This is a medium-sized game that I'm working on, and today I want to get some better grabbing of things. I want things to be grabbed better. So we do have this mechanic. We can knock these airplanes. They're not airplanes, they're helicopters. Clean out the sky. Yeah, literally completely clean. There's no explosion, there's no anything. But it's a work in progress. So I want this game to kind of have some roguelike features, but you know, be like kind of like a runner game, and then kind of like a survival game, and like it's just a game. I don't know, it's 3D. I want it to be fun, and I'm just, you know, I don't know, I'm just making it. It's about an alien who's invading Earth, and you're the alien, and you get to go to different places and do different things. Eat some cows, eat some people, stuff like that. I made some buildings on Monday. I do these member streams every Monday. Not these, but these are some other things I do. And I just try to learn Blender. And so this building I actually made on Monday, and I'm pretty proud of it. Honestly, I'm pretty proud of it. It looks pretty cool. I want more buildings, but for now, that's that. Now, these are some different regions that are coming together. There's gonna be like, basically 4 different areas. The first area is gonna be like a rural cattle ranch kind of vibe, and then, you know, you're alien, you're invading, you're taking cows, and then the next one will be small towns, the next one will be the big cities, so there I made some big city stuff, and then the final area will be a military base. Throughout the whole thing will be military attacking you, and so I've got this helicopter set up. We've been setting this up the past couple weeks, and last week I really tried to get us to be able to grab and knock that helicopter out the sky. And yeah, I can click on it and it deletes itself, but this arm actually sticking to the copter has been a little bit of a journey to get working. Luckily, I've had the amazing folks in the chat helping me out. Speaking of which, backseating's actually really welcome here. It's actually really welcome here. I like to say this stream can go a couple different ways. It can go a couple different ways. That's the darn truth. That's the daggum truth. Imagine it being like 2 different roads. What's up? J-Jorn isn't sure. J-Jorn is unsure. I know a lot of things, and I do know that that face means, huh? Welcome, Jorn. Good to see you. So, I like to think of it as two paths. Like, I think of it as 2 paths, right? One goes one way, one goes the other way. One way means I'm getting some help from y'all. Backseat, imagine I'm in a car, and in the backseat, we got someone like J-Jorn or someone like Dragonblade. You wanna take the return road? This road. Yes, well, I mean, well, you know, we eventually do have to do that. So, you know, we'll be getting there eventually. Maybe that's not what you mean. Maybe you're saying like a coding joke? I don't know. There's the help road, and then there's the hack road. There's the hacky road, where maybe I have to figure things out all on my own, and that's okay. I'll do it. I'll figure it out, man. Like, we'll get there. It may take 3 times as long, and the code may be much more sloppy, and probably in the back seat of that coding car is gonna be ChatGPT. So, you know, I'm just saying. You don't know C or C++ or C# or Godot, so that's okay. Look, here's the other thing. I don't expect anyone to help me, and that's why I make this graphic, because I am more than happy to go down the hacky road. More than happy. I will live the rest of my life going down the hacky road. Luckily, sometimes people in the chat come through and they offer help. Not J-Jorn, so I apologize for accusing you of potentially helping me. But literally, I'm happy to go down this road. We'll see what happens. It can go either way. It'll go between the 2 different ways. All of that is okay with me, but you should know that those are all possibilities. All right. So, you didn't think of it as a code joke, but it could work. It could work. So yeah, so my 2 cents, yeah, you can try, and that's the thing, like, if you say something and I'm like, that's not gonna work, I'll tell you, and I'll be like, nah, we're not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's alright, throw out an idea. Like, I'll just say, nope. Evil villains always use hacky way to gain powers. Wait, does that mean if you guys don't help me, I'm evil? Is it evil of me? That is, I have twisted what you said, Ren, and I apologize. Welcome, Ren. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, those evil villains, what are they thinking? Why don't they get help? That's all evil villains ever needed was help. We just need help for them. So my 2 cents has been someone who's been helping me a lot lately with, in particular, that indeed a bit hacky arm grab, but guess what? There's been a development. There's been a development over the last week. So here we can go shapow, and this is not great. And the reason why this is not great is because it is picking like a point on the arm, and it's like stretching it like one little section of the arm. It's not actually like a weight painted section, and I can't weight paint this section in Blender or anything. I can't divide this. I can barely choose it. It's just like it's just ugly. It's basically a glitch. It's tantamount to a glitch, right? So definitely gonna wanna come up with something better than that. But it does go at it, which is nice. There's some magic numbers making it happen. There's a lot of problems with it. But this was a lot of work to get here. My 2 cents and largely my 2 cents, helping me come up with some ways that we could solve this. So I'm gonna get down and dirty in some code and see what new thing my 2 cents has come up with. Dragonblade says, that's sometimes the other way around. The main character getting power through cheats. Ooh, the main character be cheating. You know, I feel like in most like villain and hero stories, it's kind of, and sometimes they do it on purpose, but often it's like the lines are blurred. Who's really evil? Who's really good? And sometimes on purpose they make it blurred. And I like it when they do that. But yeah, like who's cheating or who's plot armoring? No helicopter tornado. What's helicopter tornado? Like oh, yes, we can get a helicopter tornado. All I gotta do, I think, is turn off so there's this collision around the player that the helicopters run into, and then when they run into that, it stops them, and then they no longer hit. But if we get rid of that collision, yes, then we get a helicopter tornado. It's so much more ridiculous than I remember it. Oh my gosh. And that's with only 6 helicopters. If I were to uncap it, I don't even want to. I mean, maybe I kind of do. No. So yes, no more helicopter tornado, although I'm sure once in a while it'll happen. Yay, helicopter tornado! We can always summon the tornado if need be. And you know, at some point, we can have a plane tornado, a tank tornado. Just anything that can attack, we can create tornadoes for if we really want to. So yeah, so as far as a lot of this code goes, oh, Dragonblade says, especially in anime manga, the villains are already powerful, usually power gained through time. Oh, but the main character randomly gets powers, and they are incredibly talented at using it, so they win every time. That is kind of bullcrap. I guess that's like, it's like, wow, maybe I could just one day become all-powerful. Maybe I just have a spider bite me. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Then I'll be, that's not a manga, but you know what I mean. Then I'll be all-powerful. It'll be wonderful. It'll be wonderful. Tank tornado. Tanknado. I feel like Tanknado works there. I feel like Tanknado works really well with that. So the way this stretchy, smashy, arm grabby, knock the helicopter out of the sky logic is working is something. It is something. And what we're doing is we're rotating the bone, right? So that's like step 1. Rotate the bone to face the helicopter. There's also this, so the head also follows the cursor. So we have like a function for that. This follows the cursor. Rotate head to direction. And then, let me find this. Move bone at target. So when we click on the helicopter, this function gets called. And when this function gets called, it's going to identify, it's going to set up the position, the transform of the skeleton. It's going to identify, okay, here we got the bone that we want to aim. This is the one, right? And if there isn't a target, that is to say we're not clicking on anything, just keep the bone at its default place. All right, and so then it'll return. Otherwise, we keep going. So if we keep going, this is the old code. We're going to replace this. If it keeps going, the target is recorded. So what we clicked on, the helicopter. And I want to do other things today too. I want to get like the trees to be able to be clicked on, stuff like that. Speaking of things to click on, if you haven't yet, remember to click on the thumbs up video. Only if you haven't yet. Thank you if you're able to do that. I appreciate it. It means more people will see this live stream and be recommended the live stream after we go live. Thank you so much. It really helps this channel if you just hyper smash that thumbs up button if you haven't already. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Beep. So if there's a target that was clicked on, then it's going to record that information. It's going to do some kind of local thing. I don't fully understand like how this works, but it does. It transforms a global. Oh, this goes from global to local. Okay, I do understand that. So this converts a global point from world space to this node's local space. So that's what that does. So we can get the target's global position and have it be localized so the arm better knows where to aim. And then we set the bone origin, so that bone that we set up earlier in bone transform, we're saying that its origin is now bone origin. And then we're taking that, interestingly, we're not using it. That's kind of funny that this gets set up and then it doesn't get used. We say, this is the bone origin, and then it just uses bone transform origin. That's kind of funny. Well, in theory, we'd be setting the bone origin, and then we'd be passing that to the target position plus some vector. But this is where the magic numbering comes in, right? What this is doing is this is offsetting it so the arm actually kind of hits. This is not great. We're correcting for this now. Well, my 2 cents is, and we're going to see how my 2 cents pulled this off. Finally, we have the global bone pose override, which allows us to change the position of the bone from where it is to the new position, which is that target that we're hitting at. So it's literally taking a bone and it's moving it to another position. But the problem is it's not weight painting anything. It's not, we have magic numbers. It's not weight painting anything. So it's just like stretching it in this hideous way. And my 2 cents has found a way, at least, to get us to just do one step, which is rotate the thing. Now, we had actually tried that. Again, this was all my 2 cents logic. So this was kind of our first try, right? So there's actually no rotation happening here at all. All that's happening is it's moving the bone to the position, which in effect rotates it. But it also doesn't actually rotate it. So let me just comment out the move logic, and we're going to add in this aiming logic. So this was where we left off last week. What we just were looking at was like kind of the best version that was put together in my mind in terms of what like looks kind of like the thing, even though it's really bad. So this was kind of the next step, my 2 cents puzzling out, really just feeding me the code. And I'm just like, oh, okay, sounds good. And so this is where we left off. And you can see it kind of rotates to like a position, but it's like kind of messed up. And it doesn't really make the most sense. It's like kind of working, kind of not. So the idea with this is that we would rotate the bone to the position of the object that we want it to go to. And then after rotating it to that position, we'd use a stretch. So we'd scale the bone to reach that helicopter, which might require some magic numbering. We'll see. But this will allow it to be weight painted. That is to say, the way the bones are set up in Blender will allow the arm to stretch more elegantly. So that part of it, I think we're going to have to come up with today. We might have to be a little hacky about it. But my 2 cents has given us some code. And real quick, I just want to shout out. I want to shout out the freaking Discord. All right, link is in the description, by the way. My 2 cents and Dragonblade have been dropping lots of help in the live text over the past few weeks. And Dragonblade had suggested inverse kinetics, but my 2 cents seems to have solved it without inverse kinetics. Inverse kinetics seem like they're deprecated in Godot, and maybe I'd rather not use that. I don't know. But they were talking about it. And so here's the thing. My 2 cents is working on this game. This is all from the Discord. I recorded it earlier because my internet's crap, and it's better if I just record videos in the Discord. So this is kind of game My Two Cents is working on. It's like, it looks like an RTS type of thing with like units and helicopters, incidentally. But what they need is for these little units to be aiming at the helicopter when they fire. And right now you can see that their units are shooting, you know, without aiming at that direction. So it's really, I think it's really cool. I love that, like, My Two Cents is like, you know, helping me, but also helping themselves. I think it's a beautiful thing that the live stream can facilitate. So Dragon Blade was talking a little about inverse kinetics. You know, I take a break from working on the game over the weekend, over the past week, until Wednesdays and Thursdays. So I didn't get a chance to check it out, but My Two Cents did, and seems like My Two Cents found a solution. So there's My Two Cents little units, one of the units, and look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Aiming. Perfect. Perfection. It looks fantastic. And since the game I'm working on is open source right now, you can find the GitHub repo in the description box, by the way. My Two Cents was able to try it in my game. Look. So a version of it exists. So now the arm is following the position. Now this isn't stretching to the position, but that's okay. This rotating was like kind of the mind melting part, and My Two Cents has figured it out. And so, you know, we can probably smash together the stretching part somehow. So we do have the code. I did copy and paste it. My Two Cents dropped it in here. Infamous Banana Games game. Yeah, totally game. Well, it's getting there. It's getting there. This will cause problems. The collision area doesn't move. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Yep. That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, that's a whole thing. So, I mean, there's been some different proposals for it. I took it down on the Hack and Plan, but I don't remember. The Hack and Plan's risky to pull up on stream, for now. But I think there's like a remote thing, remote transform. Pushes its own transform 3D to another derived node in the scene. So this was one idea that someone had. So for the stretching part, that maybe we take the transform of the thing that's stretching, and we have that same value, maybe using the remote transform, maybe not. You know, just make sure those are like matching each other. That's one way. Another way, and certainly for the rotation, right? And you can see that in this clip. Like the limbs aren't attached to the, and that's very true. This is already a problem. Because right now the limbs are shrinking when we take damage, and in fact they're not moving when we already got that problem. Let me tell you, if you think it's gonna cause a problem, let me tell you it already is. So actually, let me even show you with the collision shapes visible. So these are all the collision shapes that are currently in there. It's going to be a smorgasbord of, you know, wire frames. So you can see, even though the arms are chugging along, the collisions don't move with it. So that's already an issue that needs to be sorted out for sure. Not exactly sure how I want to solve that yet. I've just been kind of procrastinating dealing with it. Of course, I could just make the areas or these collisions children of the arms themselves, which is maybe an option. It would require some reconfiguration probably, but maybe not much. So that's one option, is we make sure they're children of the meshes. The other option is that we animate them simultaneously somehow. I don't really know how that would work, but that's just something I thought of off the top of my head. I think that's about it. And then maybe that remote transform thing could somehow help. I'm not sure. So yeah, and then like these limbs shrink, right? So if we take damage, so if I run into this tree enough times, you can see the arm gets much tinier, right? But the collision area doesn't get tinier. In fact, you can even see here, right, that one leg is entirely missing, but this other collision is still operating as if that leg is there. So there's a lot of issues in that regard. And to me, it's just like, you know, well, one thing at a time. like it's not all gonna be perfect yet. But, you know, you sounding the alarm about that is important because possibly, you know, there's something we might want to consider now before fully implementing all of that. But I'm not sure. I feel like we can always resolve it later, but maybe that's just me making a rookie mistake that I'm sure I'll be glad to learn my lesson about. So yeah. All right, so we've got this code. I mean, I even think this debugger popping off is related to some of that. I don't know. I think this is something else, actually. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not important right now. Get out of here, bugs. What bugs? Clear. So I'm going to... a part of me thinks I should just replace all of this code since it looks like what my 2 cents made can basically replace it. But for now, let's keep it just in case. So I did copy the code before I closed out Discord. So let me paste all that in here. We've got a new function. This was tailor-made, as I understand it, this was tailor-made for this game. So I might not really have to make many changes, which is kind of freaking cool. Okay. Did this have a physics process in it? It did. Physics process, aim bone at target. Oh, okay. So we don't want 2 physics process. We just have to make sure that's in there. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. Gotcha. So I think we'll come up here. Where's the physics process in here? I've lost the physics process. There's so much commented out code in here. I don't even know where I am anymore. There's the physics. Hello, physics process. Welcome. So we do have to have... So we didn't have this function being called in the physics process before. That's new. That's new. Aim bone at target. So we're calling this function every frame. That's new. And specifically, this is the bone index. So this would be bone 2. So we might want to universalize that. I think I've already actually got this set up. I think we want to say grabbed so many. Arm grabbing. Arm grabbing is our variable for that. Now, they were using 2, which is that? Bone 2 is... Why is it named bone? When did I name something bone? This should be arm left, not bone. I don't know when this got named bone, but this is supposed to be arm left. What? I don't know that it matters. I mean, it might, because then how does it know? All right, we got to fix that. I might have gone into Blender and tried, like, I wonder if I, like, unparented it or something and then forgot to put it back. Investigate here. It is. It's called bone. This is arm left. Is it unparented? It's parented. And what about that which is after it? Yeah, it's fine. I don't understand. Maybe I just, like, did some changes, forgot to rename it back. Let's rename it so it shows up in here correctly. That's gonna bother me. We don't want that. So that's what it looks like. The arm left looks like what in that video, in that clip. That's what my 2 cents was animating, was that one. So we might want to use that. I'd be okay with that. You know, I don't know if that's going to be the right one to stretch. We could see. We could see. I'm just not sure. Oh, Godot crashed! Goodbye, Godot. Goodbye. That happens sometimes, updating from Blender. It does. And yes, that means we have to redo a very tiny amount. A very, very tiny amount. It happens. Plenty of time for me to sip my tea. You know what? We gotta restart sometimes. Delicious. So... okay, so... Oh, wow, it even saved everything. Good job, Godot. And let's just make sure that bone is renamed so my peeve can be on pet. I don't know. I didn't feel good about that. Okay, it is arm left now. I said it, but I didn't like it. Okay, so instead of 2, what I'm going to do, so we're going back to that physics process. Actually, I don't know how much it saved, really. I think it saved it. Yeah, so we just have to re-add this in here. So cut that out. Get rid of the duplicate physics process. I really should move physics process up. But, you know, a lot of this has been so experimental lately. And then here, I want to make this arm grabbing is what I want that to be set to be. Arm grabbing. The one that is grabbing. That's what I'd like. Target not declared. Oh, target might have been a locally defined one. I'm not sure, you know, especially since my 2 cents did it in our project. Yeah, I think target. There is... So that's... We're going to have to set that up. So I think we do have grabbed object here. We have to make sure that this is updated. So let's come back to the new code that was put in here. And then we can start to figure out how it's put together. So this is calling with the target, node 3D. So we would want to set this as grabbed object probably, assuming grabbed object is updating correctly. I don't even know where grabbed object gets updated. Yep, right here. So grabbed object should be, actually it's the most up-to-date version, maybe, pretty much. So we're going to say that that's what our target is. We just got to make sure we get it embedded in correctly. Then we can be good. Ooh, the code's really looking like a blur to me today. We're going to get some time to get adjusted to it. Ooh, so much commenting out. It really makes it very monotonous to go through here. So physics process is where we want to go. Really need physics process at the top. Grabbed object. Okay, so both of these should be available. Grabbed object spelled correctly will be available. I guess for now, I'll get rid of some of this logic. Some of this, because this logic worked, it just didn't work good, and we're pretty much replacing it. So I'm gonna take a risk and just kill it. I do have things backed up on GitHub, so we'll probably be all right. Probably be all right. I just need to clean this up a little bit. Transform look at. So this is one of the new ones here. This is the new one. Aim bone at target is being called here. Now, I don't know if I need to call it here. So previously, oh, you know what? Maybe my 2 cents put it in the physics process because I don't know that we do need to put it in the physics process. I think maybe they put it in the physics process so that way they could test it and run it. Because we already are calling it here when the grab actually occurs. So I'd kind of be curious to see what if we don't. What if we don't set this up in the physics process for now, and then we'll bring it in if it becomes necessary. So honestly, it might just kind of work the way it's set up. I'm just going to run it. I'm going to see what happens. It might kind of work. I'm taking a bit of a leap of faith here, but we'll see. So all we're going to see is that it points. Let me move over here. It's a little hard to tell, but I think, yeah, it's working. It is. It's definitely working. It's really hard to tell because we're not getting that stretch effect. But especially if I move like way over here, and so the arm will be kind of sticking out like this. So it's kind of over there. Now if I come over here, it should cross that way. Yes, it looks good. Yes. Oh, it looks fantastic. Beautiful. So it's pointing at the helicopters. It's doing the damn thing. My 2 cents has fixed it. So now the next thing to do is to get it to stretch. Now we gotta get to stretch. I do want to kind of understand how it works. I'm not a big fan of not at least trying to understand what the code is doing. I do like to try to at least try to understand. I'm gonna move this physics process higher. It's just, oh, why did that zoom in? I said Control X. I hate the zooming in Godot. I have no reason to believe that it's, you know, anyone's fault. But it's so slow. It's like once you do it, it like takes a while for the editor to kind of recalibrate. It's so annoying. Okay. All right. So I wanted to do Control X personally. I think we did do at least a Control X. I probably still had Control click down, and I used the mouse wheel on accident. Okay, so we want physics process at the top because Lee's gets less confused that way. And then I'm going to get rid of all of this commented out code. Now that we even especially know that that works, we don't need all this mess right now. Now this is an interesting one. This like rotates the player. Does this still work? So this is pretty silly, but this will actually rotate the entire character. Okay, it doesn't actually work. What if it doesn't work? I don't remember. It's probably not being called. That's why we would need to call it when the grab occurs. Rotate player to direction. Right, so there'd be every time the mouse moves, which is a little silly. Do I want to keep it? Maybe. There we go. Whoop, whoop. The whole character moves. My least favorite thing about that is then when you're like walking, like the arm movement doesn't make sense anymore, and it just feels a little too silly. Plus, that also is going to change the position of where the grab would go, which is not great. But I'll hang on to it. Okay. What is all this? Do grab, stretch to, what is grab? Was this my... Wow. Interesting. So this was actually my first attempt at, I think, at doing this without my 2 cents help. This was my hack key method of getting it, the position of the bone to go to the position of the helicopter that was clicked on. I do kind of need logic sort of similar to it to get the stretch to work. And all of it's immediate, right? So that's the other thing. Like, if we want it to be gradual over time, right? Like, I mean, the rotation, I kind of don't... I mean, I can let go of it not being over time. So it kind of jumps right away. But if we could have, like, at least a stretch be a tween gradually, that would be nice. So I think that's kind of my next step to set up here. So I might want to actually borrow this logic. Not that it ever quite worked. This is similar to what happened. So this tween method, Dragon Blade and my 2 cents helped me set up before, previously, and this is what gets us the shrinking limbs. So if I run this arm into this tree, you can see it gradually shrinks down. That is that tween method, and it's a scale as well. So that's basically what I'd want to apply to. See how it shrinks? I'd want to apply that, except instead of shrinking down, I'd want it to scale outward to the position of the helicopter, which is going to be... Oh, man. I got my work cut out for me on this one. All right. All right, I'm going to need another sip of tea, because that's just... That's going to be interesting. All right. Well, I'm thinking there's no sense in running it here. Or rather, I think I would rather run this over on the nuke function. Although the function does say aim, so maybe we should make it. Let's create a fresh function for this. Is that a bad thing? I don't know, but that's what I'm gonna do. So it's transform look at. So this was the new thing that was added in here, I think. Right? So this is what my 2 cents, kind of what we were talking about before at the beginning of the stream, and I was just kind of working out like what the old logic was that was moving, pointing at it, and then it was also moving the position and stretching it, but we define the bone transform. If it's if the target is nothing, keep the bone transform what it's supposed to be normally. Otherwise, set the global position to the, interesting, we've got skeleton to local. Was that there before? I don't remember. I think so. So the target position is set to the local global viewpoint of the skeleton. And then that's being made into target position. And then we have a direction being set up here. The target position subtracted from the bone transform origin. Normalizing that. So that way we have a nice vector to use for where it should be pointing. And then we have a new transform variable being created, and that's just the bone transform. New transform origin, I don't fully understand why that's happening. I guess this is updating what bone transform is. So like bone, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because bone transform is defined here, and then we're making changes to what it should be that we're then saying transform 3D. Oh, is that from the call? Where does transform, is that from the X form? Where does that, yes, maybe. Where does that transform look at? New transform equals, okay, so the new transform is a transform 3D, and it becomes bone transform. So we're defining new transform as bone transform before. That is to say, new transform equals bone transform as defined earlier. Then we're defining the origin of that new transform as the bone origin. And then we're redefining what new transform is as calling this function. Wait, it calls with itself? What? It can call with itself? This is blowing my mind. And then the direction. There's some interesting stuff going on here that I don't exactly understand, but I find very interesting. That it's like defining itself, redefining itself, and then redefining itself again while referencing itself? What the hell is that? That is some advanced tactics that I don't understand. Advanced techniques? Something. Finally, it applies the new bone pose with the new transform as what it goes to. There is this 1.0. Oh, that's probably amount. Amount is the interpolation strength that will be used. Oh, so that might actually make it be gradual. If I make this 0.5 or something, will we see it rotate gradually? Am I understanding that correctly? So all it's gonna do, it's gonna be very subtle, but it should like rotate to the position of the helicopter. Yeah, I don't know, I don't see that. Oh, I guess it is going gradually. Actually, I do see it. Nice. Cool. Sometimes. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, so then this redefining itself and calling itself at the same time calls this function. It's not gradual. What does this do? What is this interpol? Does it mean it's like not full going the full way? Like, how is that an interpolation? I just don't understand. You don't have to help me understand, but if you want it gradually, you need to tween it. Nah, I figured. And I'm honestly, I'm kind of curious to set up the tween for the scale first, the stretching, and then be like, does it look like it needs the rotation to tween? And if it doesn't, I'm not going to worry about it. If it does, okay, fine. But I just don't really understand this. Amount is I don't understand what this does. Amount is the interpolation strength that will be used when applying the pose. And persistent, well, I don't care about that. the interpolation strength that will be used when applying the pose. I just don't. Why would what? I just don't understand what that means. So it like won't go all the way. It'll be like a partial transformation or something. That I guess that would be my next best guess. So I'll keep it at 1. I'll keep it at 1 then. So this transform lookat gets called by this redefining of something that also calls itself. And we set up this underscore transform, so it's just this other value and direction. And so that's bringing in this stuff right here. So we have variable xform, transform 3D. It's doing the halfway if it's 0.4 or 0.5. Gotcha. If you remember blend shapes, it's like that halfway. Oh, I see. So it's like not doing the full movement. It's doing a partial movement. Gotcha. Thank you. I wasn't sure. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense now that you say it. I appreciate you saying that because like I'm still learning. I'm new to Godot. I'm still learning. So it's helpful to just be like, okay, now the next time I read that strength amount and interpolation all together, I'll know that that isn't the same as like speed interpolation amount or whatever. The strength versus the speed. So it's like a partial thing. Interesting, because I mean, it sounds like we could tween that. Honestly, it sounds like we could tween that right there. Right? And then that could go from 0 to 1 and it would be gradual. I'm just saying. It sounds like that could be useful. Noted. I'm going to remember that maybe. I could be wrong. I'm going to comment it like this. .0 float could be tweened into for gradual rotation. I'm just going to put a little note on there. So this xform, I don't know what xform means. Does it like mean something? Like, I mean, I know that this is just a variable that my 2 cents set up. But I don't know if it's like, I don't know. Does it like mean something? Does it like mean something in coding? Like, is it like referencing something that's meaningful? And not XML markup. Okay, I don't think it means something. Xform versus transform. I don't know. I don't know why. Xform in Godot. Oh, so it is. Transform is a 3x4 matrix. I can't click on this or we're gonna have issues. Transformation matrix. So there might be some meaning to it that I don't totally get. Anyway, doesn't matter. So, xform basis y is set to the direction. I'm still kind of honestly a little confused about what basis is. The basis is a matrix containing 3 vector 3 as its columns. What? X-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. These vectors can be interpreted as the basis vectors of local coordinate system traveling with the object. That's a typo. There should be an article in there somewhere. So it is so xform is meaningful here because this is a matrix, and that's kind of what it should be called. I am definitely not going to pretend to understand that. I will ask ChatGPT because I'm curious and I like to learn these things. So I'm just going to ask ChatGPT. That's what I'm going to do. I don't need to solve a problem. I just would like to learn a little more about it in a specific way. In Godot GD script, what is the role of a transform matrix? Dude, you know what I'm saying, ChatGPT? Do you kind of get where I'm coming from on that one? A transform matrix plays a crucial role in representing 3D transformations. 3x4 matrix, 3 rows, 4 columns, used for 3D linear transformations. It can represent various transformations, including translation, moving an object from one position to another, rotation, changing an object's orientation, scaling, adjusting an object's size. Interesting. 3 rows, 4 columns. Basis vectors are the first 3 columns, which define the object's orientation. A vector 3 for the origin, the last column, specifying the object's position in 3D space. I'm mostly still confused, but I feel there's more clarity, potentially. I mean, I guess I kind of see, like, there's, like, 3, 3, 3. Imagine a spaceship floating in space. Okay. Okay. When designing the spaceship, it exists in its own coordinate system. Okay. It's just shorthand for transform. It seems like it has some potential connection to a matrix, but maybe you're right. It's just shorthand for transform, and it's not actually connected to the idea of a matrix. Because I did search up like X-form versus transform, which again, this is there's nothing particularly scientific about this. But when I searched that up, one of the results that came up was X-form in Godot, and it started describing the transform matrix. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Matrix has an X in it, and it's about transforms. And then I look up this basis thing, right? And basis property is a matrix. And so it makes me think like that there is some like intentionality in using X-form as a shorthand for transform in a scenario where it's related to a matrix. But maybe, you know, just to like kind of visually be like, oh, X-form, that must be a transform related to a matrix. I don't know. Imagine a spaceship floating in space. When designing the spaceship, it exists in its own coordinate system. To display the spaceship at its current position, we apply a transform that moves it from its original design position to the new one. That's helpful. That seems similar to what we're doing, right? I mean, we're even defining an original position up here. This is the bone transform where we're starting out. And then we have a new transform where we're going. So that seems very relevant. We use 3 vectors. X points towards the positive X. Y points towards the positive Y. Origin represents the translation. And origin is a thing that's being defined here as well. I'm not going to totally understand it, but I'd like to at least try a little. By applying these vectors, we transform the spaceship from its design space to its current position. That's it. That's what we do. By doing it, it does it. Ah, of course. I should have known. The magic lies in how we compute the dot product of X and Y with each point in the spaceship, effectively bringing it back to its original design position. I'm still not entirely sure what a dot product is, but I know it's vector math. In Godot, the Transform 3D class represents a 3x4 matrix. It simplifies the handling of 3D transformations, allowing you to manipulate objects in 3D space with ease. Remember, transform composition follows matrix rules, and you can use the inverse transform for opposite composition. In summary, the transform matrix is key to positioning and orienting objects in 3D scenes within Godot. You put a freaking spaceship in there, ChatGPT? It's some flair. Okay. Well, I don't think I'm going to totally understand it, but I see how this is taking... It's like reassigning the origin, the Y and the X, to its new position, and then returning it, and then it works. And then that's happening when we decide what we want to point at, where that thing is. We set up the new transform positions, and then we do this to actually process the transform information so that way it applies correctly. There is no meaning to it. It's literally just shorthand for transform. Okay. All right. I believe you. I believe you. I think I will stubbornly continue to think it's a cool time to use it. Because here's the thing, it's like, well, okay, so here we have then xform underscore transform and new transform. It just kind of feels like, what if these could just have more meaningful names? What if they just could? I want to ascribe meaning to it. ChatGPT says that it originates from the fact of how mathematicians usually assign a matrix to an x variable. So there is something to do with matrix, but I do hear what you're saying, that would be true for any vector 3. And so therefore it's not unique in this situation. But I do think there is something nice about using that when we're dealing with some kind of matrix, but heard, understood. Thank you. There's some connection to the matrix. It's not vector 3. Right. That's true. That's true, because it's got multiple vector 3s built into it, right? I believe. Containing 3 vector 3s. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. You know what I meant. Damn. All right. So So that's a little bit of what that's going on. So that's returning that, and then it's like looping it in itself. Or it's not looping it, it's returning it, sorry, back to here. Oh, that's kind of an interesting part of it. Because it's, if we're redefining this constantly here, we're calling it, and then it comes back. But we're also, are we using it? I guess it gets used in itself. Like, why return it if xform isn't? I guess it is. I don't know. I don't know why xform would need to be returned. Like, what if I didn't return it? Would it break? I don't know. I just don't really understand. Because the return is valuable if you want to use the thing that you're returning, right? Maybe it's being fed back into the function somehow, and I just don't realize it. Oh, wow, that messed it up. Trying to assign a value of nil to a variable type of transform 3D. Because it's used in the set bone get global position override. I believe you. I don't, I'm surprised because, oh, I see. I think I see. It's not being used again as xform. So what's it being seen as? Is that becomes new? How does it become new transform? I find it confusing. I guess because we're, oh, this is, so here, so that's where, so the return, I see. I gotcha. Oh. So when a return to the function happens, it applies, new transform becomes xform output. Oh. Okay. That's a little confusing to me. It makes sense, but like, okay. All right. Understood. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm still new to programming, so that kind of thing is hard for me to see. Because I see there's like, you know, this new transform is being defined here as the bone transform. It's confusing because to me, it's like, well, if this is redefining that, but I guess it doesn't redefine it yet. Because to me, my brain thinks, oh, well, that's going to be confusing to the computer because it's going to run transform lookat and new transform simultaneously. which will then cause it to be confused. But I guess it doesn't assign, I guess it all happens instantaneously or something. I get it. I guess I get it. I guess I understand it. I think it's hard for me to imagine like thinking to use this on my own, because I would think that there was like a conflict here. Do you see like why I'm confused? Like it's redefining new transform at the same time as pushing what it is somewhere else. So wouldn't this push of it somewhere else be the redefinition? See, that's so confusing to me. Okay, that's so confusing to me. And I guess that's just coming from doing visual coding, where things literally read like left to right and or something, you know? And it's like one thing leads to this thing leads to that. But what you're saying is this doesn't do anything. First, it runs the function, and then it sees the originally defined new transform. That's what it sees first. It runs this function, and then when it returns, then it reassigns this to this. You can do, yeah. I mean, I believe you. The internet just died. I don't know what happened to the stream there. I have no idea. There must have been like a cell phone tower meltdown. If you're watching this after the live stream, you probably didn't even notice that. It was just like boop. I don't know what that was. That was a weird blip. It looks fine though. Everything looks fine. Anyway, so yeah, just like the way that I was using visual scripting, and my experience with it was that there's like a clear like order of operations where, like, you know, you set up this here, you define this, and then this happens. You define this, then this happens, and then this happens, and this happens. So I'm not saying, of course, that you can't set it up in visual programming, and maybe you're not saying that I said that, but you know, I just mean when I look at a line, and maybe it's not even just visual programming. Forget that. Forget I said that. Like, I think about reading a book, you know, at least in my language, we look from left to right. And so I see something on the left versus the right, and I'm like, oh, well, the computer probably sees it from left to right too. But that evidently is definitely not so. And so I think that's also where the communication comes from. Just like this, it like challenges my assumption that if the first thing we're doing is reassigning the new transform, then how can it possibly push the former assignment after we reassign it? It's more mathematically order of operation. Assignment is the last operation. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, and I know it's I feel like you know what I'm saying though, right? Like, you know what I'm saying, right? Because like what you're, and this is again going back to math, right? Like I was raised it very badly on this idea of, you know, 5 plus 5 equals 10. All right, terrible, horrible, right? Not 10 equals 5 plus 5. Right? It's like, it's, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. So that's just where the confusion comes from. But I also hear you that, right, in mathematical, or thank you, I forget that. Dude, I forget that entirely. Completely. That they tried to teach me that. They did. But they didn't make it fun enough for me to care. I guess I'll have to remember that. Parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division. Look, it doesn't even say it. Left to right, it says left to right. See, this isn't helping me. I don't even see any equals defined on here right now. I guess it's like assumed. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. This is useless. Hey, what's up, Killa? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Look, none of these even talk about that. It's going really well. I am just like, so, It's going well. You know, I'm so thankful that I stream this experience of me coding because I'm very much still learning uh, text coding and programming, and a couple folks in this community be helping me. They be helping me, and I'm trying to decode some of the code that someone has given me, and I'm trying to learn it. You weren't literal to order after. Okay, you. It's confusing because I feel like we're like talking about it literally, and then it's like, but not literally, but sometimes it's like, when is it literal? It's either not or it is. This is freaking chaos. I'm doing great though because I'm learning about programming because I am kind of new to it in so many ways, and so there's just this awesome logic that someone has put together for me to use in my game, and I'm just trying to decode it so I can understand it better. And ultimately what I'm trying to do is get an arm on this character. So I'm working on this game. It's a survival runner game. Ultimately, I want it to be a roguelike, but we're just gonna not think about that for now because first I gotta get some more of the more playable aspects put together before I start thinking about all the balancing and crap. But yeah, so you play as this alien who's invading Earth. I want you to be able to knock these helicopters out of the sky. We had a very, very wonky way of having the arm jump to the helicopter, but my 2 cents in the chat has helped me set up a way that now aims these arms much better. So you can see they're aiming at the helicopter, and then my next step is going to be getting them to actually stretch to the helicopter's position. So that's gonna be the task for today, is getting that to set up, and then ideally we get it to set up to grab other things as well. So yeah, so I'm just working on that today, and I'm having a lot of fun. I love how you changed your hairstyle after that one Make Me Laugh game jam. You damn right I did. Dude, look, all I did was move my part. My part is now here instead of here. But if it makes it look like it's not a part, I need to fix it. Honestly, y'all did me a favor. Y'all did me a favor because you know what? I kind of like it better this way. I like it better this way. I was like, I think parting from the middle is great, but I think the problem is when you've got like chunky locks like I have, like the part looks really, really wide. It just looks really wide because there's not a bunch of fine hairs there. So it's like if I put my part right in the middle, it's going to like, you know, it's gonna look so much wider than it should be. So yeah, so I was like, okay, fine. You know what? This is actually a great idea. Let's move my part. So I did. You damn right I did. I knew someone was gonna notice. I didn't know which one of you it would be. It was you. Yeah, so thank you. I appreciate that. The game is getting better. Yeah, we're getting there. There's a lot to work on still. There's a lot to work on, but I'm having fun. I made this building on Monday. It doesn't really belong in this area, but that's okay. You know, we've got these NPCs spawning in, so yeah, we're getting there little by little, little by little. And I think this will be I think we're gonna get a nice effect by the end of this stream of knocking these out of the sky. I don't know that we're gonna get them blowing up and stuff, but at least we can move it there. You noticed it's Friday, but you decided not to write it, but you did now. Thank you for waiting for this stream. I mean, either way, I was ready for it. I was prepared for someone to. That was stronger than you. That's funny. If you mean like what do you wait? What do you mean? Like just having to deal with it? Yeah, that was an interesting experience. No, I'm glad that attention was drawn to it because it's like, you know what? Yeah, let's make it a little different. We do have my 2 cents in the chat, by the way. If a helicopter spawns when you jump, it will be off screen as it would be too high. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got problems. Oh, oh, we got problems. We got lots of problems, Dragon Blade. And this is a thing. Like the more things I start to kind of implement like on a basic level, the more like problems start to come up. And that's not even, there's even worse than that, where sometimes the helicopters will move behind the player. So yeah, so if I jump up here, right? Yes, absolutely true. And sometimes they'll sometimes sort further off screen. There's a lot of problems. I don't even know how to make them all happen. It's not, yep. You're right. You're right. Tons of things to work on for sure. But, you know, what am I like I can only work on one thing at a time, you know. To me, my main priority with this project is to get as much of the playable version to exist as possible. Oh, there we go. See, it spawned like inside of the player. So like there's issues, and that's because of that navigation node. I feel like that the biggest problems are with that navigation agent. Like it works, but the problem is it's I don't have a lot of control over what it does. And as I understand it, I would need to set up like navigation regions if I wanted to have more control, which is going to be complicated because the game is going to be like obstacles and so much of the game is going to be procedurally generated. I do want to say, I do notice that the stream is glitching there. I'm going to close my browser windows. I'm using some cell phone tower internet, unfortunately, because we don't have good internet offerings in my area, apparently. But it should ease up momentarily. If not, we'll play some music and chill out. But anyway, so I just want to get like a basic gameplay going, right? So we have what feels like the game. And then, you know, say, isn't that fun? You know, maybe I realize, you know what? Spawning in helicopters and having them move around is stupid. I don't even need it. Get it out of here, right? I don't want to like bend over backwards trying to fix something that may change fundamentally how it works. So I kind of just want it to be like good enough for now. And then once a lot of those are in and I can sort of play the game, I want to go and start fixing, being like, okay, this is ridiculous. At this point, we can't have helicopters spawning off screen. That needs to be fixed. But to me, in this prototyping phase, it's more important that we can generally play the thing. I mean, there's so many things. Like it's kind of interesting the like critiques that you're bringing up today, Dragon Blade, because to me, I like to interpret it as it's starting to feel more like a game, and you're noticing problems, right? It's not really a game yet. Like you can even see these helicopters are just clipping right through the building. They're just going right through the building there. I haven't set up the building as an obstacle. Even if I do, they're still, you know, going to clip through them. And if I set them to dodge it, that creates all kinds of other problems. But I'm going to take that as a compliment, that it's starting to look so much like a game that it's easy to notice more of the bugs, as opposed to being like, that's not a game, that's just something you're slapping together. But it's still something I'm slapping together at this point. But I'm trying to learn as much as I can along the way while also staying focused on certain tasks. But you make a good point, all right? You make a good point. Killa was saying, in my language, they say, that was stronger than me when you're holding something inside of you and you can't keep it to yourself. Oh, interesting. Well, I'm proud of you for being strong and holding it in. I mean, look, you know, I would have dealt with it if you said it during the game jam. I was ready. I knew someone was going to say something. I didn't know when someone was going to say something, but I knew someone would say something. But you know, there is less likelihood for the children in the chat who tend to prefer the game jam. There is less likelihood for them to jump on it and make a big deal of it. I might make a short out of that moment in the couple game jams ago with the hair. I might make a short out of it. We'll see. All right. Let me catch back up. My 2 cents has joined the chat, which is amazing. Love to see it. So I was talking about, good to see you, Killa. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. I don't know why the internet's being goofy. I mean, it's cell phone tower internet. It's good right now. It might goof up again. Everything will be okay. We have backups. Don't worry. So Would your game have bosses, end of the roads? Yes, there would be bosses. Well, at least one. So that's something I'm kind of experimenting with still. I mean, again, I need more game to set up, but I have planned on there being one boss so far at the end of level 1, which is a little different because so I have so many ideas, and a lot of it for me depends on setting it up so I can play it more. And I'm still in that setting up phase, like very much, very much. But as I mentioned, so I'm planning on having it have 4 areas. The cattle ranch rural area, that's where you first start, which then you go to the small town, you get to the big cities, and then the military base. And so they're going to be probably 3 levels in each, something like that. And the idea right now is that you have to actually collect a certain amount of meat, that is to say animals and or humans, and send them back to your home planet. And if you meet a certain threshold, you beat the level and you go to the next level. Sort of the way I'm imagining it right now is the game starts out where we see the aliens invading Earth because they want to get meat. They're being commanded to do so. You start out level 1 as just a head and a body, and you are looking to get anything, any kind of meat, cows, everyday people. You can either eat them to increase your health, or you can add them to the score dunk. The more score you get, the quicker you finish the level. And then if you eat a cow, which in the first level there will only be cows, and if you eat a cow, you're gonna get cow limbs, which is a whole other problem. There's so many things. There's so many complicated things to set up. It's like kind of a complicated project, unfortunately, but that's okay. I'm happy to learn. It's really a learning project for me, and if it turns out to be fun, I mean that I want it being fun to be a part of me learning. So, but yeah, so we're gonna get cow legs and stuff, and then you're gonna play the whole level like that. And then once you get to the end of it, a cattle rancher or like a farmer boss is gonna be there at the end of this first level. And then the reason why I set it up this way is because then you're gonna eat your first human to beat that boss. And so when you beat that boss, you then get the sort of what you're gonna have for most of the game, or what is sort of the main layout for your body, which is going to be arms and legs. So you're going to grow those limbs. And then that's going to have its own like aspect of the story as well, based on having arms and legs. Yes, I've drawn it out. Very much so. Very much so. So I thought about one boss for the sake of teaching the player about the limbs and the story, and teaching about like what kind of limbs you can get when and stuff like that. But how it'll actually turn out with what works best with the gameplay, I'm not actually sure yet. But in general, I do want some kind of bosses of a such. You're good at planning, and you even drew everything. Would these be a story too? I believe it is all complicated, but I hope you'll finish it. Yeah, it is. I will finish it. Because the idea is for it to be a prototype, right? I don't plan for this to be. This isn't going on Steam. It's not going on Epic Game Store. It's not going on nowhere like that. When I'm done with this prototype, when I feel like it's playable, it gives the impression of the game I'm trying to make, I'm going to have it free and open source on itch.io. And folks can test it. We can get feedback. And then based on that feedback, I'll decide, do I want to remake this game? Maybe even from scratch, borrowing pieces of code, right? And I probably want to remake many of the assets. Say, okay, now that I know, my gosh, getting the collisions to move with the arms, or like having to, I'll have the experience of trying to set this up without knowing what to expect. And now I'm going to remake it once I get this prototype playable and it gives the idea of what the game is like and I get the feedback. Then I'll remake it with all the lessons that I can take from that experience. So that's sort of the plan, is to allow for it to be a little difficult right now and allow for it to be a little unpolished at the end of it. but most importantly, does it kind of feel like the idea that I'm going for? And then maybe we could even do a Kickstarter or something, raise some money around it, get some help that we can actually pay for. Who knows? I don't know. That sort of just all depends on how it turns out, but one way or the other, it'll turn out. We got Silvadella Kappa in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Plastic Develop. I know this question might be asked a lot, but how did you learn to use GDScript? Because I've been trying to learn how to code for God knows how long, and I still haven't figured it out. My entire coding journey is documented here on this channel. If you head to the YouTube channel page and you click on My Godot Journey, you can see every live stream I've ever done programming in code. Literally. So literally, if you want to go back, I would even recommend checking out that first live stream I did, first time trying Godot. Check out that one if you want. Like, it's a 3.5-hour live stream. You don't have to watch the whole thing. But basically, I just started out with simple stuff. Hello world. How can I get a hello world script? And then that started to teach me a bit about the tools. And then I think, okay, well, how do I want to take this further? Now that I have those tools, the things that I learned putting that together, how can I use that to put something else together? I also do game jams. Every week I do a Friday 1-hour game jam. Every Friday I do a 1-hour game jam. And I failed many game jams. I failed over and over and over again. But I'm starting to get a little better at having something of a complete thing. So for me, it's really just about like setting a small goal, not just making a small game, but setting a small goal and taking those tools that I learned in achieving that goal and using those to solve bigger problems. You know, reading documentation, reaching out to community, whether it's on Discord servers. If you do a live stream, you can talk with people who come through the live stream. You can go on forums, Reddit, whatever, the Godot forums, you know, all those different places. Whatever it is, ChatGPT, you know, tap into the resources. You can use tutorials too. You know, I think it's important if you do use tutorials to make sure you understand, or at least try to understand, how the code works. Like, I'm doing that right now, right? I'm about to look into what my 2 cents, someone who comes through here and helps out sometimes, I'm about to look through their explanations for this code that they shared with me. They've been helping me set up some code, a lot of code. And I could just paste it in and be like, we're done here. But for me, it's really important to go over like each line and try to understand what it's doing. So for me, that has helped me learn GDScript, is just like adding clarity to why the puzzle pieces work together. And then later challenging myself to solve a problem, and now I can use those tools to build my own puzzles. And then that repetition of building a new puzzle, which I try to do with game jams, doing it over and over again helps solidify it. It's kind of a winding answer, but if I were to summarize it, you know, just solve increasingly bigger problems, study the code that you use, and keep repeating until it makes sense and you can just remember what tools you can use to solve new problems. That'd be my advice. I don't know if that's helpful. Also, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Okay. You like to watch. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Little means more to me. Truly. It means a lot. Okay. So going back to the code that my 2 cents set up for me, which I'm so thankful, not just for me, for themselves as well, because they're working on a project where they need a similar thing. But what I mean is, this is code that I didn't explicitly write, but I'm trying to learn. And what it does is it aims the arm bone, because what I ultimately want is for this character to reach out its arm and smack down helicopters, but I want it to do it nicely. I want it to do it in a way that looks good. So we've got a first step here, which is that the arm rotates. See how it went out? It points at the position of the helicopter. That's step 1. So it's pointing at the position of that helicopter. That's step 1. Step 2 is getting it to stretch. Now, that step 1, I'm just kind of trying to understand how this logic works so, you know, I can work with it. Check it out after the stream. Sounds good, Plastic. Keep in mind, this stream is gonna be about 8 hours. So no pressure if you want to dip out and check that out, if you gotta go and do it later, just so you know, I do try to clock 8 hours working on this game, but I just thought I'd let you know. But yeah, cool. Or stay here. I'm not asking you, I'm not telling you to leave, but I'm just saying, you're gonna watch 8 hours and then you're gonna watch 3, like, bless your heart, like, literally. Soak it up. It's all there. It's all there. That's why I keep it up. And thank you for supporting the channel that way. It means a lot. So we kind of already went over a lot of this. We kind of know how this works. The section that I'm a little starting to get a better understanding of is this function that gets called down here. So we're setting up a new transform. That is to say, the arm starts at its original position, and then it goes to a new position, right? And so I was a little like, kind of like, what? Like, wait, what's happening here? We're defining the new position right here with new transform. We're defining this new position. And we're saying this new position is the original bone transform position. And then we're saying that that new position, which we just defined as bone transform, we're redefining it as the return of this function, transform look at. Here's that function, transform look at, and it returns xform, which is set up within this function. Now, I didn't really understand until now, Dragonblade helped me understand this a little better, that this new transform isn't being redefined, because the thing is it gets called in this function. So by saying transform look at and then saying new transform here as a parenthetical, what that means is that when this function gets called, it's going to be looking for in these two positions, right? So imagine like this is position 1, this is position 2, this is position 1, this is position 2, and these match, right? So these literally are the same thing, even though we're renaming them something different, right? New transform in this one, and this one is underscore transform. These are still the same value that's being passed. So this is saying call the transform look at function, which is this one, and for the first argument, make it new transform. But I'm like, wait, but we just redefined new transform. How can you call something, how can you have an argument that you're currently redefining? But evidently, and I didn't know this, or I didn't realize, or it didn't like click in my brain, that this reassignment isn't occurring before this function is being called. So when this function is being called with new transform in this argument, this version of new transform at first is this defined new transform. And so then this runs for the first time with this version of new transform. And then that's what is set right here to xform. And then it does some matrix basis stuff that I kind of understand. Like it's taking its current X, Y, and origin and it's making it something new. And then once this has been turned into that something new, it's being returned to the place that it was called, which is right here. And then, and only then, only after this return runs right here, that is to say, the result of doing this function and applying this basis matrix, only after doing all of that, will it then feed back to new transform, and then it redefines new transform. So that is to say, new transform becomes the return of this function. Which to me is just like, what? But like, now that I understand it, I understand it. All right, so going back, my 2 cents added some thoughts. It runs the function first. This is news to me, and I appreciate it. It's like number equals number plus 1. Got it. Got it. I just never thought of it that way. I just thought of when I see something equals something, that happens first. But that's not the way it is. Equals happens last. And apparently it's order of operations, but it's not order of operations. at the same time. You just have to know these things. And this is tough. This is why this is why you have to reach out to community, right? Because or I don't know, read a book maybe, but even then it's hard to absorb that. To me, it's really helpful to find community, Discord, you know, wherever, forums. It's so important to ask questions and get help, because otherwise, you know, you're gonna read a book about programming, like read the entire thing until you find wherever it says that this wouldn't, or you can look at the documentation, you know, but still, it's, if you ask for help, you're asking for a very specific thing, and you can get a specific answer instead of having to like comb through a bunch of documentation. And so now I know that this equal thing happens after the function runs. I would not have known that. I would not have known that if y'all wouldn't have told me. So that's why I say community is so important, because now I know that and I can apply that in the future. It calculates number plus 1 first, then assigns it to number. Got it. Also, welcome, my 2 cents. Welcome. Thank you for all your help. Assigning and programming using equals was confusing for all of us in the beginning. I love that. I love that. It was confusing for all of us. Oh, thank you for saying that. It's so nice of you to say. Because it's not exactly the same as the equals we see in maths. It's different. It's different. I literally look up order of operations. They're like left to right. I'm like, okay, but... In math, you don't have assignment, though. True. Probably. In programming, everything on the right side is calculated before assigning it to the variable on the left. So this is like a programming thing. This is like a programming thing. So it's like is that, could I conceivably look up programming order of operations? I don't know. I mean, I'm just curious. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's not as helpful. Oh, there we go. Assignment. Operators precedence in Java. Wow, this is actually pretty useful. Cool. Assignment. Understood. I mean, that's really the only one. There's probably other ones I missed on here, but... Cool. Programming order of operations. It's a specific thing. There's assignment down here. Got a little Stack Overflow. Grouping, scope, array member access, unary operations, size of and typecast. This is something. I don't know what this language this would be for. But it's probably pretty similar. Assignment operators. Right there. Comma operator. It's very interesting. Gotta remember that. Thank you guys for illuminating this. I appreciate it. All right, so now that all that's understood, now that that's finally understood, I still, you know, there's still things about the basis I don't quite get, but I see how it works. Orthonormalized is very interesting. Returns the orthonormalized version of the matrix, useful to call from time to time to avoid rounding error for orthogonal matrices. How did you even figure this out? This performs a Gram-Schmidt orthonormalization on the basis of the matrix. It's not really a thing. Most will just return you the math one. Okay. All right. I mean, it sounds like it. If it's not a thing, it is. I hear what you mean by a thing. Like, it's not like people say, here is the great order of operations for programming. Like, this is the one true order of operations. Like, I hear that that's what you're saying. But, I mean, clearly languages have to have an order of op. They must. They must. And it seems like there are conventions that you can expect to be followed between languages. Therefore, we could observe a, you know, a general order of operations. But yeah, I did notice that. I like the math one, but with assignment, but assignment is added and it's last. Yeah. That seems true. So like probably the other orders mean the same. Like also the addition subtraction stuff probably is similar. I don't know. It's almost interesting, like studying the order of operations in different languages. Like, let me see that article. Okay. So now we get that. We get how it rotates pretty much enough. I feel satisfied. I feel, satisfied enough that if I'm like someday, oh, I want to rotate an object to something, or I want to change a position to something. I remember there was that basis code that my 2 cents helped me use. I should go look into that and then use it in a similar way. I feel like I kind of get enough that it's a tool that's in my tool shed, but I don't use it that often. But I've been meaning to learn it. Differences between languages, yeah. Return the cross product. So there's just a lot of vector math going on in here. Majority will just use like a math way, but I saw some weird ones. It's kind of interesting. It's just kind of interesting. I like from like a nerdy perspective, I'd be kind of interesting to see like why this language does it this way. What's the, what's whoever set that up in that language, what was the discussion around why this makes sense for that language? It's almost interesting to me. It's like that close to being interesting to me. Except I got to work on this game. So the next step, right, besides rotating it, is actually stretching it. Getting that arm to reach the helicopter. So I want to do that with a scale operation. I want to actually scale the arm to go to the position of the helicopter. That's kind of the next step there. Now I want to use tween method for that. I think I should create a new function. So I think I will. I think I'm going to say function stretch to target. We'll just call it that for now. I don't know what to call with it. And then I'm going to paste. So this is some sloppy slop that I put together based on some logic. This is some logic that previously Dragonblade and my 2 cents helped me set up to get the arms to shrink. Oh, we're gonna get an error if I run this. So let me at least show you that. So when we run into objects, the arms shrink down, and that's via a tween method. So what that does is it takes the method of set bone scale. So if I bump into this, right? Oh, I missed it. Bump into this tree with the arm. You see how the arm shrinks down? I'm going to hit it again. It's going to shrink down. That's a tween method, shrinking that arm down. So it's scaling it down gradually. I'm not saying this is the best way to do it, but it's a way I know to do it. We might even, I even wonder if we could do the matrix stuff or something, or even use something similar. We might even be able to use something similar with the rotate stuff, and then just tween the strength amount. But this gradual shrinking of the limbs is kind of what I'm thinking we use for stretching it to the helicopter. And so since changing the bone, in this case, this says bone position, we want to change the bone scale, right? So in theory, I would somehow want to stretch it. It's going to be a little weird, right? Because I want to stretch it to a position. So I think that's going to be the trickiest part, is getting it to reach. Not really sure. I feel like we just kind of have to guess, like take the distance of the object and create some kind of formula that guesstimates how much stretch would need to happen in order for it to reach that object, which just sounds a little nightmarish, but you know. Because here with the tween, the way we did the shrink before, the system we have for shrinking is very suitable for stretching in this case, but you'd probably need to stretch the y-axis only. That's right. Yeah, totally. So here, the shrink from is the position that it currently is, and the shrink to is, or the scale that it currently is, and the shrink to is what we want it to. Instead of shrink to, we want it to stretch to, right? My 2 cents is, keep in mind that transform lookat function is just being used here as a replacement for the transform looking at function we were trying to use last time. Right. I think it's gone now, right? The only version of it that should exist is for the head turning. So there is... I don't actually want to use the rotate to player direction, truth be told. There's the rotate head direction, which is letting us look around, and that's different. But yeah, I think I got rid of all that code. Transform look at function is just being used here as a replacement for the transform looking at function we were trying to use last time. Yeah, it's gone. I burned it down. It's out of here. The thing that got you confused, it would have not actually worked in Haskell because the order of operation is inverted. What the hell is Haskell? Forgive my ignorance. What is a Haskell? General purpose, statically typed, purely functional programming language with type inference and lazy evaluation. 34 years old. Dang. Users create different types of programs that focus on the functions and not on the process to be followed to reach them. It's a type of programming that arises in response to the needs of companies to have software solutions that are more robust. Wow, that sounds like it's meaningful. Okay, all right. Interesting. The reason we need this new one is because we want the y-axis to point to direction instead of the negative z, which the built-in looking at function does. Right. Yeah, I already yeeted all that code, but I remember now that we were looking at like the up direction. I wish we could appreciate. I could undo it back in here. But yeah, I remember last week it like seemed to be kind of working, but it thought forward was something other than what it was supposed to. And so you're saying that this new logic makes sure that forward is the direction we want it to be. I want to admire more the wonderful thing that you've done. I did already get rid of the old version. But you achieved something really interesting, and I'm interested too in how you got there. But I kind of just have to take your word for it. My 2 cents did some amazing work. It's also good that you can do the same thing with many different ways of coding. Sometimes I find easier ways of doing things and with a shorter code. Yeah, totally. And that's something I try to do the most efficient way that I can. If I'm really feeling lazy and I'm just like hacking something together, I might let that go a little bit, but I'll know in my heart of hearts that it should be done more efficiently. But yeah, sometimes I'll catch things and I'll be like, wait a minute, this could be done more simply. And that feels really good. It feels really good to learn those things. I love learning those things. It's a really cool discovery. Programming is super fun that way. Yeah, it's a good point. System you got for shrinking is very suitable for stretching in this case, but you probably need to stretch the y-axis only. Yeah. Right, and so then it's like, okay, we need to put it somewhere, right? So let's put it somewhere. Oh, I said stretch to target? I meant stretch to target. So my 2 cents agrees that this would be a good way to do it. Not the way that we're doing the other thing with the looking. Probably especially because it was to solve that other one problem. Although, you know, it does sound kind of interesting to me to try to use the same thing. Why is this not comment? I don't know why. I think because I tabbed the comments. So we just have to do it one by one. The entire idea of Haskell is to prevent doing calculations when not needed. Oh, interesting. That's pretty interesting, actually. So if you pass 4 plus 3 to a method, it won't do the calculation before passing the final value to the method. If you pass 4 plus 3 to a method, it won't do the calculation before passing the final value to the method. It will do it when it's actually needed in the method. Interesting. So it has like a functional reason to change its order of operating. It's pretty cool. I don't have the brain power to like bother trying to think about why that sounds like a good way to do it. But I generally understand what you're saying. It's interesting. I like that. I like thinking about coding languages as like, you know, like which one is the right one for developing this program because we're looking for this or this. In particular, prevent doing calculations that aren't needed. It's interesting. What is grabbed? Yes, that actually it's going to be grabbed object. We don't actually want to do that. So we want to say scale to. So this is for stretch. We are stretching, but we want to stretch to, I don't even know yet. This would be like a formula, right? It would be like distance. I don't even know. Like, I'm just going to say stretch distance. And this doesn't exist yet. I don't know where we're going to create this. This is some formula to figure out, like how do we know how far away the helicopter is via y-axis scaling? I don't know. But somehow that variable is going to contain it. Stretch distance. Stretch from, we want to say set bone scale. We want it to be arm grabbing, indeed. And then we want to say skeleton set bone pose scale. Now we're going to need to actually create another function. So I actually might want to, we can create another function too. It's used in science, a general Haskell. A general idea is you have a very expensive calculation that you need to send to another system. Cool. That's cool. It's used in science. Expensive calculations, like nuclear fusion, like slamming atoms on each other to generate heat that creates power or something. In a general language, it will do the calculation before passing the final value, right? But in the method, you check if the system is even available. And I guess you could like set it up, you could like code another language to still do that, but like Haskell would do it without having to like work around making it do it or whatever. We're going to need to call another function. So this is part of the trick that we had to set up. Was that this tween method expects, was it 1 or 2 arguments? So I think it was 2. 1. So it expects, tween method expects there to be 1 argument. And so Dragonblade and My 2 Cents had helped me set up a way, this is for the limb shrinking, had helped me set up a way to trick it a little bit, kind of maybe, into thinking that it does only have 1 argument. So we create a function and we replace this function with the method that's being tweened. So setBone scale, this function is the thing that is being tweened. And we say skeleton set bone pose scale. So this is the actual method that we're tweening, really. We're just kind of using this function as a container to apply this scaling tween, or the scaling function or method. And so then we get to do our 2 arguments, which is the bone that is the one that we want to scale, which would be arm grabbing. And then we also want the scale to be passed into it. So I need to set up a function just like this over here. In Haskell, that calculation won't waste time on calculating. I think I'll put this above since I did that before. It won't waste time on calculating because first it executes the code's method that checks the system availability. If it's available, it will do the calculation at the last point that it could do it. Gotcha. So it is like more efficient. It does more complicated stuff that takes in consideration math shortcuts too. It appends operations. It's you understand it. You learned it. Why? Are you a scientist? Are you a scientist? Do you help scientists? Or did you just think it was interesting? It is interesting. So we obviously don't have bone hit, but we're gonna say arm grabbing. The arm that is doing the grabbing, so that should be fine. This is going to get called right here. So we're going to say when stretch to target needs to run, it's going to define where we're stretching to, which is still, we still got to figure this out. I still got to figure all this out, how that's going to be calculated. And then the stretch from, that's where it currently is to start with. And then we want to change the scale via a tween. Wait, so we're just saying set bone post scale, arm grabbing stretch to. I guess this is, oh, this is interesting. It's actually kind of similar. I wonder if we can take some of this stuff. I feel like this could be some if target is set to null. Potentially. I mean, not really, but because it seems like all this is doing is this is just resetting the default position or something. I don't remember anymore. And then this is when we create the tween because we're setting the bone post scale, but we haven't really, oh, stretch to. Wait, why would we just set it to the thing that it's going to become before we do the tween? That's wrong. That's just wrong, right? I just have that code wrong. That has to be wrong. I think that's wrong. Because if I come here, yeah, I think that's wrong. I don't think that's right. I don't know what that is. I'm going to delete that line, and we're going to assume that I'm correct to delete this line. Because what we actually want is we want the set bone post scale to happen in this function, which gets called in the tween. This says set bone scale, that changes that. And then that's where we say stretch from, that is to say where it starts. Is this a redundant situation? I think that was potentially. I don't know. I was kind of hacking that code together to get the arm to reach the helicopter before you came in last week and was like, hey, what if you do it this way? And so I might have been in the middle of doing it, and maybe that was just left over. Or is it like checking if the math was already done so it won't be done again? I feel like that's giving it too much credit. I don't think it's... Maybe. But like, I think maybe it just shouldn't be there. But I actually don't know. Technically, I actually don't know. But I think I just was in the middle of hacking this together, and there's leftover weird stuff. Oh, that was directed at my 2 cents. Okay. Or at Dragonblade. I see. Dragonblade said, you pass 3 plus 5. So this is back to Haskell. I'm on the right track. I'm on the right track. Let's go. Okay, you're talking about Haskell. It's very interesting. pass the same 3 plus 5 to method B, but B takes another value from another method, which by some reason it will be 0, so it won't waste time. Method B just multiplies the 2. It's interesting. It's not like a redundant situation, though. It did kind of sound like that's what they're saying. Okay. So I'm on the right track. Let's go. So we want to say stretch 2 to some. This formula. I'm gonna need to figure it out. I'm gonna need to figure this formula out. But for now, we're ignoring it. This looks pretty good. We want to say stretch from its current position, which is stretch from its current vector. Stretch from that. Stretch from that. Stretch from that. I actually want these to be the same ultimately. So I don't really want those to change, actually. So I might even want to say stretch from, so it just stretches to itself. It stretches to its own x, its own z. That is to say, no stretch. I guess that kind of makes it like an offset, maybe. Maybe there's like a problematic redundancy here. I don't know. And then this is the speed by which the tween goes. I'll just leave that like that for now. That's probably going to be a little slow, but... and then stretch to y is the most important thing. So now that I have that set up, really nothing's going to happen because stretched distance isn't set. So what if I do set something? I mean, first of all, I need to know what the y currently is. I mean, if I just look at it, I'm just going to look at it. I think it's 8 for now. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is hand right. So, hand right. I don't see where in the bone you're choosing the bone to stretch. Oh yeah, so that's in arm grabbing, which is also an unfinished bit. So it starts out at 1. It's just at 1. So if we were to change the y, that's how the stretch is going to look. So it's just at 1 to start with. And then, so where I'm setting that up, my 2 cents, is up here. I just have arm grabbing. I just have arm grabbing. And right now it's set to 8. But basically what my plan is to set up some other function that determines if the cursor, you know, those conditions we had talked about last week, like is the cursor on the left side or the right side? That is to say, you know, the target. So right now the target's more on the right side, so it would choose the right arm. Now it's more on the left side. If that's when we grab, it would choose the left arm. If the left arm is missing, it would choose the right arm. But then it also need to know, can the right arm even reach that far? If not, then it chooses nothing or something, right? So I would need a condition that says no arm is chosen. So, but for right now, just while I set this up, I'm just only setting it to being that one arm. But eventually I want to set arm grabbing to be different depending on which arm is currently grabbing for the operation. I'm sure that could have some interesting implications if one arm is grabbing when the other is going. You know, it's a problem I'm just willing to deal with later on. But that's the idea for now. So yeah, so that's where it gets set up. Arm grabbing is the bone for now. I might change the bone. You know, that's just the way it is right now. So it starts out at a 1. So just for the sake of seeing it do something, I'm going to say stretch distance. I'm going to set stretch distance. So we actually want to make sure that this is a vector 3. And I'm going to say 0, 2. Well, let's say 2. Expected a closing parenthetical. Oh. Vector 3. I guess I don't need to say all that. We can just do this. Yeah? Okay. So that should stretch it to 2, right? As whenever we click, it should just stretch to 2. I think. If I've done this right. I didn't do it right. What I did... Oh, because I didn't call the function. We do have to call the function at all. That'll help. So... What did I call it again? I called it stretch to target. So let's do that. Let's say, really just right here, when the do grab happens. Stretch to target. We could even say after the rotation is set. That may make more sense, actually. Let's say after the rotation is set. I could even put it in here, right? Couldn't I just like jam that in there? Is that a mistake? Is that a mistake? Let's find out. Okay. If it, oh, it did. Oh, it stretched it. Okay, so it stretched it after it ended. Or it's just hard to tell. I think maybe it's just hard to tell. Let me make it longer. 2 was not aggressive enough. I'm gonna make it 6. Pretty aggressive. A little much. I was waiting for them to stop. Oh. Oh no, that's definitely applying after. And actually, it looks like it's unapplying it. See, it's only after the fact that it applies it. It's actually not during it at all. So that's the wrong place to put it. I'm sure there's a very interesting reason why. It's because you're changing the normal pose, but the new function sets an override pose. You're changing the normal pose, but the new function sets an override. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wow. So I think that's related. So it sounds like we do have to add this in here somehow. Because the way that we're aiming it at the helicopter, we're using this global pose, this bone global pose override. And the pose override includes scale. And so whatever we're stretching it to, that 0.3 second tween where it stretches it, we don't even see that because that's occurring during the override. So it sounds like we have to, the override itself needs to be doing the stretch. Because then when it ends, it's already stretched. It already got there. So like if I were to set the tween to, I don't know, 3 seconds. I think that's longer, I think. Probably, maybe. If I did set that to be longer, then whenever this ends, we should see it still growing. It's a little hard to tell because we're animated. For now, I'm going to turn off the animation. Just so we don't have to look at it. I don't know. It's just making it more confusing. Even though that is something to deal with. But yeah, it sounds like we're going to have to blend this in. And so what I was thinking with the tween, and you know, just maybe this is wrong, but what I was thinking is we could tween the strength of that operation. So this right here, from 0 to 1, and that could be the gradual aspect. Now, I mean, that'll be interesting too, because then the rotation and the stretching will be happening simultaneously. But maybe that's fine. So what I was going to do is just turn off the animation, even though we do have to take the animation into consideration when setting this up in general. But for now, I'm just going to comment the animation out just to make it maybe a little easier to visualize what's happening. For now. Whoa. Oh, it's the... I don't know why the arm is like bent up by default. I don't know when that happened. I wonder if in Blender... No, I don't really understand that. The scale of the scale value of the y would be in the second column vector of the basis. If my maths are still mathing. Yeah, that's kind of how I interpreted, right, that matrices, that has the position, the scale, and the rotation all in there. Okay. All right. Looks like we're digging into the matrices, guys. We're getting in there. Let me just fix this right quick. I had no idea we'd be digging into it. But we are. I have no idea how this got moved by default. No clue. You know what I'm going to do just to make this a little easier on myself? I'm just going to drag in the original blend file. It would be a factor to multiply in the new transform basis y factor before applying it. I think we can handle this. And then tweening the strength. It sounds like you feel like maybe that would work. Okay, so I just want to see what this hand... We're just going to grab the road. Oh, it's at 0. They're just all at 0. They're all at 0. But now I know. It should be at 0, but I can be a little sloppy sometimes, so it doesn't always turn out that way. All right, there we go. Get this alien out of here. All right, now that I've got that in a T pose, it won't be animated. It'll just be cruising. And so if I click on this, it goes to that shape. There, see how it stretches? So that's the override, right? It's actually stretching underneath the override. The override, visually, when we click on this, it's overriding the stretching. But when that override ends, you can still see the arm stretching because I made the tween take longer than the override lasts. And so what we have to do is we have to have that stretch occur as part of the override, which means I can't use this tween method stuff to stretch it. I'm going to need to build it into, build it into the same logic that rotates the arm towards the helicopter. Which there is a matrix in there that includes rotation and scale. So I think we're going to have to go in there and set the scale to something different, fitting with that, whatever that formula is that's going to decide reaching to the helicopter. And that'll be that. You could also aim the parent bone with the new function and stretch the child bone using your code. I think that's faster to try, but I don't know how it'll look. Aim the parent bone. Okay, aim the parent bone with the new function. So the tween method that I just created. Or do you mean the function, the rotation one? No, you mean the rotation one. So aim it with this one, the new one. And stretch the child bone. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So don't try to... That's a cool idea. So instead of stretching the same bone to which the override is being applied, try making sure the override is applied to a different bone than the stretching is applied to. Interesting. I have some thoughts about that. And it relates to... I don't know. I don't really know. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I don't know. It's hard for me to know, like, what would be more advantageous. You know, would it be better if it was all bundled into that override? But at the same time, it's like, on one hand, it gives me more flexibility to change which part rotates and which part stretches. I don't know if I need that flexibility, but actually, I might. But you're right, it's faster to just do it that way so we can see what it looks like. And if it looks great, then we're done. All right. That's interesting. So I would need to somehow define the child. Because I don't want to magic number that child in there, right? Even though I am kind of magic numbering the arm grabbing, ultimately I would want it to... No, it actually need to be a parent. That's the thing. Unless I make arm grab, the rotate, the one that's aiming. Do you know what I'm saying? So, and I could change that too. It just requires some decision making here. So, if you're using 8, the parent would be 7. Oh, you're right. Yeah, the parent. Yeah, well, yes. Totally. Right. So, because it doesn't have any children. Right, so I guess we can just do subtract 1. Just -1. Yeah, just -1. True. Dragonblade says, random thought, still related to Haskell. A tween method is done the same way as how Haskell is doing the calculations. Really? Oh, you mean like the way that we like reconfigured tween method to work? Where it... Oh gosh, I gotta wrap my head around this now. I'm glad that was obvious to you. Okay. So what you're saying about Haskell is it does the assignment... I don't even remember. What is it you're saying about it? It does it first or something instead of last? Oh gosh. Are you gonna refresh my memory? You don't have to if you don't want to. Really. I'm gonna say this. I believe you. I believe you. I believe that that's true. And it's actually coincidental in an interesting way. I'm gonna say that. That's what I'm gonna say about that. So we want to say 8 minus 1. That makes sense. Okay, I can live with -1. So if we say arm grabbing -1 for the stretching. If you want to jump to a specific function, there is a filter methods tab under the list of scripts on the left side of the code editor. What? What did you just tell me? That sounds awesome. Filter scripts, filter methods. What? It's right there. It's been there. It's a good habit to close the functions you're not working on. Okay, I'll do it. That's awesome. Thank you. This is helpful. Okay, all right. Screw it. I'll do it. Slow down, don't need that. Damage undetected, don't need that. Health hovered, don't need that. Dude, thank you. Literally. I accept your suggestions. I love it. Let's be better. Dude, I love it. Look at this. Now I'm like thinking like, ooh, I kind of want to move this. This should be down. This should be somewhere else. Let's put this down here. I don't know. I'm like, now that I'm collapsing these, oh, it just makes it look so much better. Leveling me up. What the flip-flop? Physics process, not really using it. Kind of, sort of, sometimes. Rotate head to direction. I ain't using that right now. Literally, this is so helpful. Rotate player to direction. I don't know if I'm gonna use that. Maybe I will. I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Probably not. But I'm keeping it. Oh, this looks so much better. Wow. That is a hot tip right there. Oh, right, I can just jump to physics process. Ah, look at that. Collapse it. Collapse it down. Ready function. I don't need it. What is this? Is this... Why does that get its own drop down? I don't really understand that. But okay. Is it because it's commented? It is. So we can just collapse this comment. Interesting. Cool. Very interesting. Thank you. This looks so much better. Okay, cool. Anyway, wow. So what was I doing right? I wanted to say, what a hot tip. I wanted to say we're going to change the bone, right? So if we say get bone post scale, we're assigning the stretch from. I mean, it's a little magic number because I'm saying like -1 here. So why don't I say this? Let's say variable arm grabbing parent equals arm. I might have to on ready this. I don't know if this will work. I don't know if that'll work, right? Because it's not gonna have that assigned yet. Okay, that's fine. I think that's fine. It won't update in real time like this. Oh, okay. So I guess since I only need it in that function, probably, as far as I know, I could set it up in the function, and then it will. If I say arm grabbing parent equals arm grabbing -1, that'll update. That makes sense, because every time it's called, it should adjust it. And then it can say arm grabbing parent. Oh, I'm gonna -1 to reference parent is not magic numbery. Okay. It feels a little bit. It feels a little bit. If I don't. All right. All right. If you say it isn't. If you say it isn't. So it's okay if I just say -1? Yeah, I guess not, because we're saying it's just like the parent of the grabbing arm. All right. All right. All right. All right, let's see what happens. So that should be it. -1 is fine. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you. And hi, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in and for confirming this. All right, let's see it stretch, if it's going to stretch. Oh, might not be the y-axis we want to do there. The way you set it up makes it more readable, so as you wish. Right, right. Maybe that's more what I mean, is it's less readable, but that's okay. Okay, so, small issue. I might want to switch what's rotating versus what's stretching. I might want to change the axis that's stretching, right? So here we would just change the from. And the to. Something like that. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. But that... not that axis. You can see I'm just guessing. But even if this works, now I kind of need to think about the animation and how that's going to change it. So I might want to flip. Nope, we don't want to go that way either. We don't want to go that way either. Ay, ay, ay. I wonder if this is to do with that, like, forward thing. I don't know. What if I... So, okay, so what if I say, let's keep this at Y. And then we switch the bones around. So we'll say +1. +1. And then I'm going to actually say minus... Or I'm just going to subtract 2 from this, maybe? Let's try 6. That should be the entire arm that rotates. Yeah, it was the opposite. So let me flip it. Oh! That's the wrong bone. That's the wrong bone right there. That's what that is. That's what that is. The wrong bone. Wait, 0, 1. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I add 1, that should be 7. Oh, I see. I didn't do it with this one. I only did it with one of them. Okay, that'll do it. All right, here we go. That's why I didn't. That's why I would rather it also not be like magic number, even though it's not a magic number. It's like then I have to update it in both places. Whereas if it was just one variable, so not just more readable, I feel like that is magic numbers, right? Where it's in two different places, then I have to make sure I update it, as opposed to having it be in one place where it updates it, and I don't have to go through and find all the places where this is changing. Do you know what I mean? So like I think that's another reason why I would prefer to do it that way. Assigning it. Okay. Yes. Not bad. Honestly, not bad. One variable. Yeah, just one variable. Now, we do have to reset it, which is another problem. I'm smart! Guys, I'm smart! I made it! We made it! Someone that I consider smart thinks I'm smart! Okay. So let's just say it's tough because that means I have to assign it in like two places, right? And then we need it to stay updated. So it's still a little tricky to figure out where to make that assignment. I guess what I could do is I could tell it to update. I don't know. I mean, wouldn't we just need to handle that? So before you had said that it won't update it if the arm changes. But if we set that up in whatever this non-existent arm grabbing logic is that switches between the arms, I feel like we could set that up to update it, right? Or am I missing something else? You know, I feel like that's a problem we can deal with when I actually start setting that up. So if I just do it like this, because it's not, arm grabbing is currently not dynamic. It's static. It will be dynamic. And then we can deal with it then. All right, so this is taking much too long, first of all. First of all, that's much longer than I want it to take. You can declare it up top and update it when needed in code. Okay. Let's go. I love it. So of course we need to go back, right? So it reaches, now we still don't have the distance decided on, right? We still don't know the distance, that formula, whatever that's going to be like. So that's to keep in mind. But at the very least, we needed to return at the end. So right now, and I don't love this for a couple reasons, but for right now, it's just an await. So after 1.3 seconds, after we reach out and grab, the arm goes back to its normal position. What I don't like about this, and this could be fine because this could be like part of the game, is if I were to click another one, right? It's not going straight to the target. Oh, it isn't. Oh, no. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice that. Is it an optical illusion, or are you right? Oh, man. Oh, no. It is. It's off. What? Is that because it... Why? Well, what I was gonna say is, so this await, let me just finish that thought. That's because the child bone is not perfectly aligned with its parent bone. Oh, that sounds fixable. So if I click twice, right? So if I click here within that 1.3 seconds, do you see what happened? So before that await is over, that 1.3 seconds, if I click again, it's going to jump to another position, but that await is still running. And so it's going to end the second grab too quickly. So we come here, we go there, and it ends too quick. It's like we jammed 2 grabs into one await cycle. So what we could also do is we could say that you can't grab again after that await cycle or something, right? That's kind of a to be decided thing. Something to keep in mind. I don't remember why I was saying that, but now we have another thing to think about. So the child bone is not perfectly aligned with its parent bone. Wow. Oh, right. So thinking about it shrinking back, right? So the arm goes there, and in that 1.3 seconds, or after that 1.3 seconds, we'd want it to retract and go back to its original scale, right? We'd want to run that tween again, except opposite. So that could happen after the 1.3. Maybe the 1.3 is a little long. It's feeling a little long. I don't know where I got that number from. That's a magic number if I ever saw one. So that could be shorter or longer. We'll have to figure that out. And then I guess after the await, we'd want it to run again, the thing. And it's getting a little messy. Like, when does that run? I don't know. But let's see if we can figure out this child bone thing. The child bone is not perfectly aligned with its parent. Okay. So I'm guessing that would be like in here. So we're doing... was it 6 and 7? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So arm right is the one. And then we're also doing elbow right. So these are the ones. Oh, those are some different values there. Those have got some different values. Now this, unfortunately, I think is actually baked in from Blender. That, I believe, is baked in from Blender. So I might need to go into Blender to sort that out and apply some transformations or something. I'm only a little afraid of the implications here. So if I pull in a fresh, non-tinkered with one, this is straight from Blender, and we look at its bone positions, I think we're going to see those same values in weird spots. Yeah. So it's still this Y, this X, like it's just not, it's not origined out or whatever. So I think that's what you're talking about. Even the rotation. This is going to have implications in animation. This was just me being the sloppy fool. So I don't even know where to do this. I guess that's on the bones. I guess I want to select the bones. Can we apply transforms to bones? Apply visual transform to pose. I mean, that's not, I don't even have like an apply transform for this. Like, what do I even do? Dude, Minnie, I'm so excited that you're using Godot. That's awesome. You like it. You like it. You're hooked. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. Godot is cool. Godot is cool like that. So, you know what? Not too surprised. Specifically, this is, let me actually grab the arm right. There. Well, actually, the XYZ looks fine. The rotation's a little goofy there. They just need to be aligned. So if I understand Skeleton's correctly, the child bone needs to just have 0 rotations. Oh, it's got a lot of rotations. It's got a crap ton of rotations. It's doing the most with regards to rotations. I feel like that's how it's in T-pose. Like, that's just how it's in T-pose. We got problems. Yes, can't wait to see what Mini comes up with. Totally. It's been really great. The documentation is good too, so that really helped me with the transfer. Let's go. You said transfer? You said transfer? Zang. I'm looking at the parent bone. Am I? Am I? Elbow right, arm right. So this arm right is the parent. Elbow right is the child. And then there's also hand. But right now, hand isn't being messed with. Right now, we're just doing arm and elbow. Oh, but it is different, isn't it? Wait, what? Wait, why does this have... Oh, because we're in edit mode, as opposed to pose mode. These values are different. So this is a quaternion here in pose mode. In edit mode, it's got head and tail. The hell does that mean? What does that even mean? Oh, I didn't know you could change these. Like where the bone starts and ends. So this isn't rotation. This is, I see, this is the position of the like... So, by the way, I also just duplicated this bone on accident, but it helps me actually demonstrate. So, this is the head. This is the tail. These two orbs. So, this is just helping me define, I guess, the position of these, of the bone, which actually is very interesting, and I didn't know that you could do that. But that's not what we want anyway. I do see that the roll is at 105 degrees. This one's at 72. This one's at 108. I wonder if that could be an issue somehow. So if I set those to 0, would that matter? I'm kind of curious. This just means I don't understand skeletons fully still. Well, you have been very forthright about that. About them, about your trauma in regards to skeletons, which is understandable. So I don't know, I'm really just experimenting here. You did say the children. So what if I set these children bones? I mean, hell, what if I even set the parent to 0? What if I just set all these to 0 roll? I don't even know if this is what we want to mess with. Also, Godot is probably going to have a conniption and crash. I'm going to save it like this, see if this makes a difference. We're out here experimenting. All right, let's see if we can get a passage from the Book of Waiting for Godot. All right, I just opened to a page. There's a lot of text on that page. Oh. Godot's too fast. I never have to read anything. It's too fast. It looks different. All right. I mean, oh, Jesus. All right. No, it's just that. I mean, it's going to mess up things. But what if it fixes this? Then whatever. Yeah, it's looking a little funky. But what happens? What happens? Still, it's off. And in fact, you know, let's even not have the copter disappear so we can just appreciate better how off it is. I'm going to have it not free itself for now, which hopefully won't have any unintended consequences. I don't think it will. So then we can see a little more clearly how off it is. Interesting. Let me get rid of these buildings and stuff. I'm just going to do that so we just don't have anything blocking our view and we can really study carefully what's happening. That is on terrain controller. And I think I would just want to... Oh, how did I do this? I think we switch terrain blocks path, first blocks. I think we just don't change the blocks path here. I think if I comment out that, it should just all be blank. Yeah. Okay. So now we won't have buildings in the way, and we can just see more clearly how it's missing it. So that didn't do anything. So let's undo all of that rolling. I do want to make sure the name, we want to rename that bone. I got to remember to do that. Arm left. So let's try something else. In pose mode, well, let me actually stay in edit mode and just see if there's anything else. Bendy bones. Okay. Relations. Deform. Radius head. Radius tail. I'm not really sure what that does, but presumably it does something. As for this transform stuff, things are going to get really weird if I make these 0. Things are going to get really weird if I make these children 0. And I would think that's because of the pose stuff. I mean, there's like the rest position and the pose position, which I don't really remember how to make these the same. One thing we could try is I could try the other arm. That would be something to try, just for the sake of experimentation. So if I say, what is that? 2, I think 2 would be the other arm. And then it should just update the child for us. So I'm going to say 2 is the arm that's grabbing instead. So this should be the left arm instead of the right arm. I'm just curious to see if this behaves differently. Why is it so much shorter? Why is it so much shorter? It's like, what? It's like it has a different, but then it's super long after? I'm a little confused about what's going on there. Oh, wait, did I say, first of all, let me save this. I forgot to save this. I don't know if we'll need it. I don't know if we'll need it. Godot can be fast or it can be slow. It's better to give it to him. That's it. So, that's what it said. I'm just reading what it said. So let me see it now that that's been returned to normal. So now we don't have the same weird arms. Still, but then look how long it is. After, it's like the override is, I don't know. I'm a little confused by that. Why it would be shorter. I don't know. Let's just make it even longer. So we're going to increase that stretch distance. Not sure why it has to be so much longer on this one. There's a lot of weird things going on here. Skeletons and bones, it's messy business. It was always going to be messy. Still off. It seems like it's off in a different way. Well, actually, maybe not. It actually doesn't seem that different in its offness, except that the stretch needed to be greater. So then will I have to say if it's stretching the left versus the right arm, it needs to do it multiplied by 2? Just some funky stuff going on here. Well, the thing is I think we can still move forward, right? Even though it's not going to line up just right. You know, that's a problem we can figure out elsewise. Or we can set an offset, which I know brings in the magicness. But the true magicness. See how it's not directly aiming at it? It's like a little off. We just kind of got to nudge it a little that way and a little that way. A little that way, a little that way. It's weird because, you know, you were demonstrating it. So this was a clip of this logic that My Two Cents sent, implementing it into this very project. And what you could see is the arm is following directly to this object. But somehow, somewhere along the line, this aim has been messed up. I'd kind of be curious to see if we can recreate that exact thing that you did there. So if we make the target... In fact, I might be able to add a grabbable thing. Nah, we should just do it in here. Keep it simple. How were you simulating that, by the way, in the editor? I actually don't know how you did that. And I didn't like know you could do that. Like, you're running the code in the editor? How is that? How did you do that? Is that with... That's not with @tool, is it? I actually have a ton of questions. If you want to recreate it, make a new script with the @tool. It is @tool. Let's go. All right, so I'll make a little tester here. Let's make a little tester. Attach it to the alien node 3D. Make a new script and attach it to the alien node 3D. Okay. We'll say alien test script or something. I want to put that in the scripts folder. And then I guess I'll just put, right, we put @tool in there, and I'll want to get all this code that we're setting up in the player. Aim bone at target. We can ignore the stretching for now. So grab all this. I feel like it'll just be easier if we test it there than if we try to wedge it into here. And then we can just, you know, problem solve a few things. Declare the bone index and target at the beginning. Gotcha. And we want that probably in physics process. Or no, I see. Target can be an export node 3D. So I'm going to say, like a mesh sphere, anything you want. So I'm going to say, paste all this in here. And then we have to set bone index. Oh, skeleton, I guess we also need to define. We got to define a few things. We got to define a few things here. Just a few things. We need to call the function at all. Skeleton is right here. So we'll put that in our new tester script. We're also going to want to add @tool. Does that go, like, I think that goes above? No, it doesn't go above extends, does it? I don't remember. It must be the top. Okay, it does go above extends. Nothing goes above extends. Actually, some things do. So that's skeleton. And then stretch to target. We're not doing that right now. We ain't doing that right now. We do need to call this, so we should probably get like a physics process for that. Function physics process. And then I think you had this in the original code here. Just like that. Aim bone at target. Identify target not declared. So then we have to set up the target itself. As far as the bones go, 2 is fine for now. Or I'm even going to do 6, just since that's what we were doing. And then for the target, I'm going to want to come in here and create a little something. A little something for testing. I want to say debug. Oh, you know, I should really put this in debug. I'm just going to move a bunch of this stuff in here right now. I've been kind of meaning to. Am I allowed to do that? Let me actually do this. I'm going to say debug. Let's do node. What is this? Oh, probably something I created. We're going to say debug 3D. I'm just trying to organize it. I actually do have this other debug for 2D. I'm not going to rename this, though, because I actually referenced this in the project, and I don't feel like dealing with that right now. So I'm going to drag this into there. And let's add a new one. I think a sphere sounds lovely. So what I'm setting up right now is a way to test this logic and just understand where it might be going wrong. Like, is it going wrong in the logic that we're setting up in the player? Or is it going wrong somewhere else? And so this will help me determine that it's something we've added into the player, I would guess. Potentially. Something. Oh, and let me add another one. And this one's going to be grab spot. Debug grab spot. I don't know. I could name all these better, but it's a work in progress. It's a sphere. I don't think we need a collision or anything, probably. It's just for moving around. In honor of my 2 cents version, I'm going to make it red. Unnecessary, but necessary. Okay. And then on here, we want this. We've got to make sure that this is the target, right? So I'm just going to call it debug grab target. And then we come back to that script that we created. And we just have to make sure we reference that is all for the target. At onReady variable target set to this. Okay. All right. So now, in theory, right, I should be able to make this. Okay. Not quite. Not quite. Nope. Not yet. In yours, it looked like it was already there. What did I miss? What did I miss? The target is set. The skeleton is set. Save the code and reopen the scene. Gotcha. I will do this. Consider it done. It wasn't enough. Cannot call method get global pose no override on a null value. Oh, the target is not actually set. The target is not actually set. Do I need collision on this? I don't think so. I'm like pretty sure we don't need collision on that. I'm pretty sure. Cannot call method get bone global pose no override. No collision. Get global pose no override on a null. Why is that null? Why is that null? Because the bone doesn't exist? Or the bone isn't being set? We got bone index 6. I wonder if the skeleton isn't set up right? I prefer export rather than on ready. It's more foolproof. Alright. Alright. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm alright with that. Yeah, I don't think it is the issue. I feel like it's because the skeleton is set wrong, like relative to the character here. Is that right? Because it's, I think the bone is what it isn't seeing. We're deep in some stuff today. We're deep in some stuff today. Yeah, I think it's the skeleton. Because it's on itself this time in the main scene. Right. We don't have to go into the alien anymore because we already are the alien. That makes sense. Checks out. Checks out. Checks the heck out. Hey, hey. All right, we got there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. All right, now we've got our grabbing debug set up. And the aim seems good. Now, I'd kind of like to see it stretch out as well, honestly. I'd actually like to see it stretch out so we can see. Well, honestly, I mean, I feel like I can sort of see it here. It looks like it isn't, like, up close, it actually does a great job. But the further away it gets, I feel like I can actually kind of visualize it. That it's starting to miss it a little bit. Yeah. All right. I agree. I do kind of want to, I don't really want to tween it, but what I'd like to see could be a nice way to start putting that stretching function together, formula together. So I'm just going to say stretch to target function, stretch to target. And then I want to say skeleton set bone global pose. No, we want to say set bone pose scale. Right, but then we have to do the other function call. We got to do all that stuff. Right. Because otherwise it's not going to know. It's going to be confused because it needs one argument instead of two. If you stretch the bone you're rotating, it should stay 100% accurate. But stretching the child bone will produce the offset because it's not aligned to its parent bone. Oh, so if I do this, we won't be able to stretch the same bone. Gotcha. All right, well then let's not bother with all the code then. So let's just keep it stupid simple. Scratch that, scratch that, scratch that. So I'll come back to the main scene. And we should be able to grab it here. So we want to get the, this is going to be bone 6, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so which is arm right. And so if I start stretching this manually, oh, it's not going to work there. It's not going to work there. I guess we have to do it out here first. So we'll say arm right, stretch it out. It should work. Let's give it another shot. Let's give it another try then. Let's give it one more try. I'm gonna grab the arm. Unless there's no weight for the specific bone you're scaling. I don't know. I feel like it might have something to do with the instancing of it. Because it does have editable children. Did I just break it? What did I just do? Oh, wait. I think we just changed the animation. Wait, what? Yeah, I think it's because of the instancing. It's the override stuff? Oh. Oh. Oh, so I can't even manually... I couldn't even check that out if I wanted to. I see. I see. Now, how did I break that? I've broken it. I've broken the arm. What did I do? What did I do? What on the earth is happening now? I'm a little confused. That elbow is all bent for some reason. And I don't know why. Oh, maybe I did do it on accident over here. There, yeah, it is. It is all different on here. I think these just zero out. Maybe. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. What have I done? Let me... If I update this, does that change? We're causing all kinds of problems. We're causing all kinds of problems. I should have saved. I should have made a GitHub commit. What have I done? What have I done? Why are you doing this, young man? I mean, I can zero it. But why should I have to? All right. There we go. That's much better. So now what you're saying is that if in theory we could stretch... I'm just... See, to me... Or let's try this. What if I do like a straight... What if I make something that comes off of it? This is a little wacky. But what if I just make like a guide that comes off of the arm? Let's get a box. Probably could just do a plane. That'll probably be fine. We're doing a box. Put it right there. The child bone has no overrides. You can test that. That's true. That's true. That's absolutely true. Yes, we need to test that as well. I agree. Oh, because this needs to be etched out of the bone. Right, that won't move with it. I should have known. I should have known that. It has to be part of the bone. So I don't even know if there is a way I can test it. Because I can't create, unless I go into Blender and I create some kind of new thing that's coming off of the bone. I don't think there's a way I can really test that, unfortunately. Unless I do the parent. I don't even think that'll really work. You can do bone attachment to attach this method you created to the bone. Oh, yeah? Is that like down here to skeleton? That's how you make your infantry hold their weapons. Oh. How do I do it? I guess I could look it up. It's a whole node? This is a nice thing to learn. Bone attachment 3D. Cool. Parent node is not a skeleton 3D node. Please use an external skeleton 3D. Okay. Okay, I can do that. And then also once it's not bound to any bones, please select a bone. I will. Bone name? Oh, this is nifty. This is actually really useful. We want it to be attached to arm right? No. Whoa. Yes, arm right, I think. I forgot already. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we do want it on arm right. Well, that looks great. I think. I think that looks great. Is great what that looks? Is that what we would call what that looks? Oh yeah, it's just like not. We just have to change its positioning a little bit. Just a little bit. Maybe that's part of the bone attachment as well. Or not. Or the mesh. Right, but rotate which? The mesh or the bone attachment? I guess the bone attachment. There we go. Got it. Got it. Whoops, I didn't mean to play. I did not mean to press play. That was unintentional. Oh wait, it snapped back. Hey! How dare you? How dare you snap back? You do as you're told. Please. Is it because I moved it? What? I guess it's going to like the bone position. So I suppose that it would be the I don't think you can change the bone attachment. Apparently not. It copies the transform of the bone. Evidently it does. Oh, I wonder if we can use the bone attachment for our collisions, by the way. Because that's something else I'm going to need to figure out, is to eventually have the collisions move with the bones. I wonder if we could use that. You know, it may not apply the scale and stuff. I don't know. But that's intriguing. This has got all kinds of cattywampusry. All kinds of cattywampusry. Okay. Now I want to make it super long as well. It's kind of like not it's too centered. But it might be okay, this looks good. Okay, cool. We got it. We got there. It took some setting up, but we got there. I don't know why Godot devs didn't make it transform grayed out. If we can't change it manually in the editor, right? It's like sure, you want to change it? Go ahead, try to change it. See what fucking happens. We can use it for the collisions. Let's go. So, I mean, I feel like I am seeing that it's not staying centered. So I don't know. Is it due to the child thing? Or is it just because my mesh is off? I don't know. Because it's got that, like, offness. It seems like the further away it gets from the arm. I think it might not have to do with the parent-child relationship. Unlike my mental health issues. The mesh it's a little off, but it's not that off. Oops, I keep playing it. Because it's also scaling. Like it's like moving away from it. Let me also change the color of this so it's just a little more obvious. So if I move this, do you see what I'm saying? Like it kind of, but maybe I'm wrong. So I mean, I'll make it even longer here, but see, it's like it's drifting away from it. It's like it's like veering. So it might be that I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't hear you thinking this is what it is. But it seems like maybe at a certain distance, it stops being right on. Oh yeah, I mean, it is crooked. But if anything, it looks like the crookedness should have the opposite effect. And it could be that the arm itself, needs like its positions to be set up better. I wonder if that's part of it. Okay, let's see what that does. See, now it's even more pronounced. But it seems to just kind of drift. So we're right up there. It's much more close to right on. And then the further out it gets, the more it like starts to drift away from it. And I think that's what we're seeing with the helicopters. So I don't think, whatever it is, I don't know that it's the parent-child relationship. Would be my guess. And yes, the mesh isn't dead on, but I mean this distance is increasing as it gets further away. Whereas that mesh, that black bar should be staying in the same place. What is the code that makes the arm point to the thing? Oh yeah, it's in the Discord. It's beautiful code. It's beautiful code. If there's a small angle between the bone and the mesh, You mean the bar? The black bar? Or do you mean, I mean... So then... You're saying that's... But we attached... So are you saying that we're recreating the parent-child relationship of the arm and the elbow? And that this mesh is doing exactly what the elbow is doing when the stretch is happening? Is that what you're saying? And so that's why it's drifting, because it has that same off parent-child relationship? So in theory, I could adjust this mesh to not do that. And then if I can repeat that on the child bone on the actual arm, we'd be fine. This is complicated. This is also complicated. It'll be an offset between the target and the mesh, and it'll be bigger the further the target is from the alien. Yeah, that seems like what's happening. Testing with the mesh isn't working as intended because we're practically setting the mesh to be a child of the bone, which is practically reproducing the case of the parent bone and child bone. Got it. And so we can get it to be lined up. All right, let's try it. So that's going to be interesting. Like, how do I even do that? I mean, I'm guessing just look at the skeleton. I mean, the skeleton's going to have a quaternion. Maybe it won't matter. Like, it's the rotation that's the problem, right? Not the position. And the rotation is going to be a quaternion. And so somehow I have to apply that. I guess I could just make sure I grab the Euler. The temporary Euler, as it were. So if I grab that, and then I come to our mesh here, and I paste the same rotation information. But I guess relatively, first of all, it didn't paste it. And secondly, I guess relatively, it's going to be different. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to even do that. I don't even know where to start with that. I can't believe how complicated this is. I can, but I also can't. It's hard because these bones are so different from meshes. It's not just like we're looking at the position of the arm. We have to work with the skeleton, and it gets so weird. I mean, I guess I could keep guessing until it looks like it's fine, but that feels bad. That feels wrong. That feels not good. This has got a Z of 84.8. I don't know why I'm bothering. Like, this is gonna help. I don't need to guess. I believe you. I just don't even know. I don't even know how not to guess. Set the rotation to 0 everywhere. Okay, so on the arm, set the rotation to 0. So we got to be doing one of these. And even in the quaternion, which is set to 0.7 here. Oh, look, that balanced it out. I didn't realize that. Not the arm. Well, I gotta tell you, setting the arm didn't make a problem, surprisingly. But the block. Okay. I'm actually very surprised that that didn't mess anything up. I mean, it might have messed something else up. Alright, so make this all 0. I don't have to guess. It'll be fine. If I make these 0, it'll be fine. It looks wrong. I think because it's forward, it's like forward position is different. Like it must be like the quaternion or something. Do I need to say quaternion? Maybe I can do that. Oh, look, then we got a quaternion, 0. Oh, that didn't do anything. That just, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry, Godot. Jeez. Okay. I'll put it back. God. Oh my god. It's so angry. I'm sorry. Enough with the errors. Jeez. Then change the dimensions to have y as the big... Oh! I feel silly. Okay, thank you. You're a smart one. Okay. God, that makes so much sense. Manually inputting quaternions is going to be hard. They're fourth dimensional spherical transformations. Oh, God. Horrifying. Horrifying. I never heard it explained that way. I never heard it explained that way. They are fourth dimensional spherical transformations. What a way to describe it. Okay. So we got to get to this mesh. The rotation is currently nan. 0. 0. Stop being weird. And then I have to adjust its sizings over here. I feel silly. I get it now. I see now what I did wrong. I see now what I've done wrong. Nan is not a number. It's some quaternion thing. Got in there because of them there quaternions. So I'm assuming I can kind of position this where I want. It's just the rotation that's the issue. Rotation looks the same. I think maybe we can test it now. Let's see what happens. All right, I'm going to move this key position to 0. All right. Yes, I will do this. At once. Position at 0. And then I'm going to make it longer. Okay. Done. Oh, yeah. Right. Hey! Yep. Okay. So, I mean, you knew this all along, that it wouldn't drift. You already knew that. But now I see that. So it's staying right on there. It's not drifting. The drift is because, as you said, the child bone is rotated differently than its parent. We should buy more. Like a bunch.
Yeah.
There you go. I got the batteries. I got you.
You got me.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
I don't feel good, but I'm okay.
Okay. All right. Good for you. Anyway. We're just getting some batteries. All right. I need those batteries for my keyboard. but they're apparently used in a lot of devices. Good old AAA. But they're so expensive. Yes, so it works. So now we need to find out how to get that child of the arm to be rotated the same. We can put everything in the aim bone function and rotate and scale the same bone. Does that make me a AAA developer? Yep. Yep. That's how. Because I pack AAA batteries in my keyboard. Therefore, I'm a AAA developer. Don't let anyone tell you different. I don't want to hear all this, oh, you got to work at a big company. No, you don't. You are a AAA developer if you use AAA batteries in your stuff, like keyboards. Done. Deal with that. Cry your heart out, X. All right. Ratio that. If we can't align the child bone to the parent, then we have no choice. You've left me with no other choice but to use one bone. Oh, right. So then we can't do the tween, and we have to do the override thing. Gotcha. Right. We do have an alternative. Okay. Thank you for helping me puzzle this out. So put everything in the aim bone function and rotate and scale the same bone. Put everything in the aim bone. What does that mean? Are you saying that's the alternative? If we can't align. So you're saying if we can't align the child bone, then we put it all in that function. I think that's what you're saying. So, okay, let me the aim and the stretch. That's the alternative. Okay, that's what I thought. So, let's see if we can figure out how to get this. For now, I'm just going to hide our bone attachment. So somehow, potentially, we can see if we can get these bones to be rotated the same. This may be challenging. Maybe even impossible. But it's worth a shot. So looking at this right now, I see that arm right has 0, 0, negative 0.6, XYZ, and then it has 0.7 quaternion, the fourth dimension. On the elbow, it's got 0.20, and then 0.9 in the quaternion. So, like, these are, like, doing different things, for sure. Now, if I start rotating them, we can see them being in different positions. I mean, if I come to Blender, it's tough, because, like, you know, I can't, the only way I can test it is if we, like, play it. You know, I kind of want, you know what I want to do? I'm going to keep this bone attachment. Or actually, we don't want, well, I do want the bone attachment, but this time I'd want to attach it to a different bone, right? I'd want to attach it to the child. Just so that way I can see that in the game, right? So if I set it up like this, and also, we got to get rid of this tester script for now. So I'm going to detach our tester script, and I'm going to get our debug grab spot out. And so we should see that offset again, where the angle is starting to separate when we go to grab these. Oh, I switched the arms. I got to put the arms back. Got to put the arm back. Instead of 2, we want it to be 6. Oh, the stretch is set to 12. It's going to go very long. But now that we have this big block here, it shouldn't really matter. So there you can see how off it is much more clearly. So this is what we need to get to actually be hitting it directly. This should be crossing right on top of it. Rotation of the bone is relative local, I think. So if I understand this correctly, setting the rotation of the child bone to 0 would align it perfectly to its parent. Right, so we don't have to adjust the parent at all. Now, a part of me would like to do this in Blender, since the original model has that. But I guess out of curiosity, we could try setting it in here and see if that's acceptable. So if I do that, if I set this rotation to 0, and we set this quaternion as well to 0, it'd be looking like that, which is obviously a problem. Oh yeah, and it crosses in front. So it might be aligned perfectly to its parent, but now it's facing the wrong direction. What the heck? Why would it do that? So that makes me think, in theory, I'd want to realign its parent. It's not aligned then? Oh. Pity. So 0, 0, 0 doesn't do it? Well, I will say the temporary Euler. What if I do the temporary Euler 0, 0, 0? Huh? Oh, the quaternion maybe needs to be 1, not 0. I don't know. If I change the temporary Euler all to 0, then the quaternion all goes to 0, except for that W. And that looks actually very straight, kind of. Default W is 1. So maybe that was our mistake all along. Okay. All right, okay. Okay, all right, hold on. I still need to adjust this in Blender, technically, but at least we can see it here, potentially, maybe. Ooh, I didn't fix it. I didn't fix it. I wonder if it's changing its position. Oh yeah, this isn't what 0, 0, 1. Stay. Don't go changing it. When I save it, it resets. Oh, it doesn't want to go. It resets itself. Is it because pose is enabled? Oh, then that grays it out. So I can't even do anything. What in the world? So apparently, just like that bone attachment where it would let me change it, but then once I, went away, it wouldn't let me change it. I think it was pretty cool how you made a modified transform lookat function, my 2 cents. Dude, first of all, do I fully understand the compliment? No. But I also think what my 2 cents made is really cool. So then I just wonder if we change this in Blender, wherever this analog is in Blender, will it be correct? I wish I could even test it in Godot first, but it's like, nope. Ortho normalized. I had never even heard of it. I mean, I guess I kind of understand what the orthogonal normalized, but like together, I don't know. Yeah, it's a really beautiful thing that my 2 cents made. You guys can find the code in the Discord. Of course, all of this is open source. I haven't pushed it since I put it in there, but it'll be there. If you're watching this after the live stream, you can always find the code. It's really clever stuff. The default one does look at for the negative Z only, right? That's why, yeah, right. That's why my 2 cents made a new one. Because the arm would go like in this direction instead of going. Because the head I remember what you were telling me last week, my 2 cents. Because it assumes the bone is kind of like this head bone is, where the y-axis points straight up and down, this green line here. And so it works great if things are going straight up and down. But my 2 cents had to change that lookout function because our arms have the green arrow going to the right instead of up. So by remaking that, then it will point the other way. Looked up stuff. Yeah. You pulled it together really well. You brought together what the community had done marvelously. Oh, that could work, maybe. I wonder if that would work. What Minnie's saying. Just add 90 degrees on there. Just add 90 degrees. Just add 90 degrees. I thought so. I thought something about that didn't work. I barely understood why it didn't work. But I saw that. I remember that it didn't. I think I even put that result in the Discord, in that Discord chat. I think the result of that is in there. Maybe. Okay. So I'm gonna go poke around in Blender to see if I can figure out how to align this. Just gave up. Yeah. This is the bone in question. Now I kind of wish. Oh yeah, the local. Yeah. Oh, that didn't even work. It didn't even like the local, the rotated local. It was like, no, that doesn't belong here. Like, okay. It needed to be on a transform or like a vector 2D or something. We've been hacking away at this for like a while. I'm glad to like be a part of like this, overcoming this trauma for you of dealing with skeletons. I'm glad to have provided an opportunity to be motivated to dealing with it. Because I see where the frustration is. I see it. Like it's like one thing after another. Things you wouldn't expect to be a problem. Like, sorry, that's not gonna work. Yeah, it's just different. Sorry, fourth dimensional spherical thing. I'm trying to see if I can even find these values. In Godot, it comes in y.2 and Quaternion 0.9. When you use rotated, what value did you use? It's a good question. It's a good question. I wish I could pull up the live stream and not tank this one. Sharing the suffering helps ease it. Let's go. We suffer together. Our misery loves company. It loves it. Probably need to rotate around the transform basis y-axis. Did we use 90 degree? Y'all know my 2 cents is the one to ask. Not that you're not. So there should be a 0.2 on a y-axis, 0 on x and z, and then a quaternion sitting at 0.9. Here we're in quaternion mode. This is 0.9, but it's pretty much not. Now if I were to zero these out just for the sake of doing it, I mean, this isn't bad, honestly. And then set this to 1. Honestly, this is kind of suitable. It looks wrong. But what if it's right? I still have to do it with the other arm. Will it just let me save it that way? I mean, maybe this is it. These aren't quite the values. They're not the same values. But I wonder what will change if I save this. So I'm going to try saving it. Godot, can you pull it off? We will see. I always open to that page. I need to, like, I've got, like, a page that's, like, creased. And so I keep opening it. It's got to be a random page. All right, well, it loaded. So now... Wait, really? It went back? Seriously? It readjusted it to the 0.20.9? That's a little surprising, actually. Let me look. If I drop a fresh one in, does it do that same thing? Would be my question. So looking at its skeleton, arm right. Or elbow right. Yeah, it's resetting it back. So that isn't it. Whatever it is, ain't that. Which is weird. My 2 cents open to the possibility they did something wrong. In the live stream, Lee's tried the x-axis as vector 3, 1, 0, 0, right, and then you tried it as 0, 1, 0, and 0, 0, 1, but the angle. But I also tried the transform basis y-axis to simulate local rotations. Also didn't work. You know, I can make sure that I've got this one pushed just for the sake, if you wanted to tinker in it. I mean, I think my 2 cents was working on an older version anyway, but... Oh, I guess you'd want to do an old... You'd actually want to do an older one, where I still have that old code intact. I've since removed it. But we can see what it is here on GitHub, actually, now that I think about it. So that's going to be on this script. Rotate arm to direction. Not that. Aim bone at target. This is the old version of it. So here was setting that 1, 0, 0. Oh, and then we had the negative or positive pi divided by 2. And actually, you can see all this in that live text on the Discord. That's where I got this from. And yeah, we tried different things. And it was near the end of the live stream, I think. Kind of, sort of. Last week. Last Thursday. That confirms something. That confirms something for Dragon Blade. So it's just not updating from Blender. Curious. I'm surprised that this like did something, but it didn't do something. You can force the rotations of the child bone by code just to see if it solves the alignment issues. All right. I wonder how that'll go. Will it somehow override it even then? Bone not updating not working is very curious. I mean, I could be updating it in the wrong place, too. You know, and like maybe I gotta come out here. And there's some way to like apply. No, don't add a bone. Please don't add a bone. The bone moved here. But I didn't see it move over here. Especially based on these values being exactly the same. It's very mysterious. Or curious. Yeah, it did in Blender. That's why it's so weird. Because it does in Blender. It moves down to this position. Of course, as soon as I come back to edit mode, it returns. You know, I wonder if I need to somehow... I feel like I need to apply something. I feel like there needs to be an application somewhere. Like apply pose as rest pose or something. Right. Kind of like applying the transformations. But see, then if I do this, I mean, that's confusing. That can't be right. But see, then I have to kind of remember, I don't really remember how to set visual, oh, maybe that's what I need to do. Set visual transform to pose. Maybe that's what I have to do. Because we don't want to do the rest pose, we want to update the pose. So let me see if that makes a difference. Let me see if that makes a difference. Okay, try to do a random page. Oh, I never make it. Oh, it crashed. It crashed. Unsurprising. It does happen sometimes. What is this page? This is chaos. This is the longest sentence I've ever seen. Given the existence... What the... Given the existence, as uttered forth in the public works of Puncher and Watman, of a personal god, qua, with white beard, qua, outside time, without extension, who from the heights of divine apathia, divine athambia, divine aphasia, loves us dearly with some exceptions for reasons unknown, but time will tell, and suffers like the divine Miranda, with those who for reasons unknown, but time will tell, are plunged in torment. Oh, it's back. That was the weird one. This is a weird play. This is a weird play. Okay. I assure you, even in context, that didn't make much sense. Okay. No. It's an absurdist play. It's like a foremost absurdist play. It's like what it's known for. It's not that it doesn't have meaning in it, because it does, but part of that meaning is the absurdity. Or part of how it achieves that meaning. It's a cool play. It's a cool play. Okay, let's see if the numbers are any different. Elbow right. They're not. Nope. Didn't change. I'll drag in this one. It looks the same to me. So yeah, I don't really understand what's going on there. I could do some research potentially. Same values. Same old, same old. Now that was just, I just did the visual If I come out here to edit mode, it didn't really, I don't think it actually updated the pose position. Like looking at this, the pose position should be what changes. If that works correctly. I feel like we should see that. Could be because of the tool script? Oh. Oh, I removed it. I removed it. Unfortunately. It's not on there. Dang. Oh, that would have been awesome. That would have been very satisfying. Yeah, I think there's something about the way that this isn't applied. And sometimes we have folks who come through here who know a lot about applying. The problem is a lot of this information is in videos. Blender, apply, pose, and I can't pull up a video right now. Click on a pose. Use the cursor keys to select and apply a pose. Drag the pose thumbnail left to right to bend in the corners. Okay, what? Apply rest as pose. So maybe I do want to come into here. Apply pose as rest pose. No, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Because I can't click on any of these. I could ask Copilot. How do I apply the rest pose as a pose in Blender? And then move the mesh to align with the bones. Move it? Manually? That seems dangerous. Select your armature and the associated mesh. Oh! Apply all transforms to ensure consistent alignment. Enter pose mode for the armature. Select all bones. Apply pose as rest pose. Okay, let me try that first. Let me undo this. Select your armature and the associated mesh. I guess that would just be, I mean, technically, I kind of want it to be all of it. So select all of it. Apply transforms. But I guess I would need to be in object mode for that. All transforms. Enter pose mode for the armature. Select all the bones, go to pose menu. Under apply, apply pose as rest pose. We'll set your current pose as the new pose. Keep in mind that it only affects bone poses, so any constraints or custom properties may behave differently. Remember to re-add the armature modifier to the mesh afterward. Re-add the armature modifier. Re-add it to each mesh? That sounds like a lot of work right there. So what if I do it just to this one? Re-add it? Are you sure? Are you sure? I feel like we're... What was it before? The armature. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Okay, but how do I make the rest pose the current pose? Do you know what I'm saying, ChatGPT? You kind of know what I'm saying? No, the other way around. The other way around. Please, please understand me. To revert the current pose back to the rest pose. Select all the bones. Go to the pose menu. Apply rest pose as pose? It's not even an option. It's not even an option. You need to duplicate the armature modifier. Apply the initial one, and then set the rest pose. Duplicate the armature modifier. Apply the initial one, and then set the rest pose. Man, this is confusing. All right, I'm gonna go back to before I did some things here. Okay, duplicate the armature. Apply the initial one. And then set the rest pose. I mean, I'm only doing this for one of these. Am I doing this right? What have I done? What have I done? Oh, we got glitchies? Oh, geez. Too much ChatGPT. ChatGPT, too powerful. I don't know, man. I feel like at some point, I'll have the patience for it. And maybe we just figure out how to do it within that function. Like, at this point, I'm starting to feel like, because this is, I mean, this is obviously a problem that would be nice to fix. Because this is probably not the last time these issues are going to become relevant. And sorting this out now could be nice. I can't play videos. I can, I just have to do it on a different computer. So I'll do that. That's the best I can do, though. I'll pull it up on my other computer. But unfortunately, if I do that, the internet is gonna implode. So I'll pull it up on my other. I'm gonna play some music while I do that. I'm gonna play some contemplation music while I sort that out. Yeah, exactly. It'll blow up. It'll blow it right up. Okay, so looking at this video, I see... What do I see? I see... Okay, it's happening very fast. It's not a long video. So we've got a pose. It's in rest position. In this video, it's starting out in rest position. So let's get us there. Let's go into pose mode. Select our armature. It's in object mode. It's in object mode. It's got the armature selected. We go to pose, and we hit rest position. Now with them, the armature doesn't seem out of line with anything. So that's already different. So we're already on a different path there, so I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm pretty confused just in general with what's happening here. But I'll keep watching. Alright. So they switched to pose mode in this video. They switched to the pose position. Now their pose position is different. You removed your armature modifier, no? No. First of all, we're gonna do an undo apocalypse here. I'm undo apocalypsing real bad here. Yeah, we're gonna go pretty far back. I don't even know, like very far back. Like I wanna see it, I wanna see this be back where it was. Not even there, further back. I feel like I don't know what I've done, I don't know where I'm at. And I don't wanna make any more mistakes than I have to. Then I have to. Okay, I feel like this is kind of more where I started out here. Okay, so we're starting from here. We have a pose and a rest. The pose is different than rest. Now I do kind of want to make... I don't even know which I want to do. Here I haven't applied any of those things yet. So if I want to say, so in pose position, pose mode, set your bone to 0, 0, 0. Okay. I'll do this. So let's do that. W we want as 1. XYZ we want as 0. Okay, we're in pose mode, and we're in the pose position. And it's been set there. That has been done. That has been done. They're in different spots now, which they kind of were already, but out of curiosity, if I go to rest position, this all 0. I feel like this isn't even changing. Object mode now, and duplicate the armature modifier. Object mode. Duplicate the armature modifier. And then we apply the initial one. So this is interesting. And then that's where I follow. Now we're at the point of the video. Maybe. In pose mode, apply the rest pose. In pose mode, from the pose position, apply pose as rest pose. Oh, that super worked. Nice. Nice. Okay, whether this will fix our problem, I don't know. But, thank you. That, wow. That is an annoying process. Okay, well, at least I know that that's been set. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, no clue. But at least now I'm definitively trying it. And I know that I've tried that. Instead of being like, I think I did it. Okay. It's back in Godot. I've got my absurd book ready. Because I'm just saying, sometimes updating these things can cause chaos. But for him, all my thoughts, all my feelings. That's it. That's all we got. You don't even understand what I'm trying to fix? That's okay. Basically, it didn't work. For one. The rotation of the child. That makes sense, honestly. Like, why would you remember? Like, I haven't been recapping. We're trying to align one bone to its parent bone, right? So this is the parent, arm right. Table flip, yeah. Drag a new one. This is the parent bone. This is the child bone. The rotation, we need this to be 0. And I need this W to be 1. Now this is correct, and it's currently correct. But what's going to happen, as soon as I save this scene, watch this right here, bam, it resets it back to what it was before. And so I was trying to find in Blender, okay, are these values defined in Blender somewhere that it's locking it to? Maybe, but I don't know where. Oh, put a new model? Yeah, let me try that. That hasn't yielded anything yet, but maybe this time it will. So actually, that looks better. I will say, that does look better. Let's see. The last couple times I did this, it didn't work, but then again, maybe we didn't do the right thing last time. Now it's these are still. So I think, I think that this actually is updating the position, but it's just not showing up as values. So if I get rid of this cross that it's bearing, expand the rest of the category for the bone transform. Oh yeah, sure. This actually doesn't look like it really did it. Very confusing, because these look different. One looks applied and the other doesn't. Right, because it's like a little off. Okay, so open up this. I'm going to set the children to be editable. Grab the skeleton. And we're going to... They are different. They are different, but like those values that we're trying to change didn't change. Which is weird. Expand the rest category for the bone transform. So this stayed the same. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at here. Is this that matrix? I guess this is that matrix. I don't know. I don't know what this is. What the hell am I looking at? I wonder if it's different. Like I could like screenshot this and maybe try to compare it and see if that's different here. It's a transform matrix, yeah. See if that's the same on this one. I don't know how instructive that will be. First 3 columns is the basis, fourth is the position. So if we get the elbow right here, expand that one. These values are all the same. So like, I mean, we have pose enabled. So I mean, if I come to the alien that's in the scene. That didn't tell me much. Elbow right. pose enabled, but they look different. This is very confusing. It's just simply confusing. You know, I don't know. I don't know what makes those values be different. You know, this seems like the most likely place. It seems like the most likely place for this to be updated would be right here. Where else is there? So, one thing I am curious about, since we've made these changes, I wonder if the animation is jacked up. Like, maybe it looks fine. I mean, we've done some things. Oh yeah, we're collapsing. I'm gonna have to get used to the collapsing. I like it. I'm just not used to it. Okay. Drag this. Comment it back in. I wonder if, like, moving that arm down, it might be too subtle to notice. It looks fine. I don't know if it is doing something. Whoa. Oh yeah, we weren't doing this with the animations yet. We hadn't even tried doing this with the animations yet. Wait. If I comment that back out, does this look normal? When we were testing it before? Oh man. So I mean, this method might have a lot of problems. For example, once the animations come back in, it might be which bones we're choosing here. It really doesn't aim correctly once the animations are in. And I mean, if I take out all the stretching, and then run it, it should look like it did at first, which is just like, just pointing it generally in the right spot. Okay, that's messed up now. Unless, again, it's the animations, but... Is it because I'm doing a different bone than before? I think I was doing 8 instead of 6. I was doing the hand. That's the arm. It's dabbing. Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay, that's why. Because it's the bone that we're choosing. So this is not a good bone to choose for the animation. The bone 6. It's just dabbing. Totally intended. Yeah. We kind of have to do the hand if we're just going to do that one. Otherwise, indeed, it's dabbing. So I think the answer is to do this from the override. It almost looks like it's flossing, too. It's very 2015, this alien. So, yeah. So I'm thinking the best option is to put to rest the tweening. I am going to make a commit on this very interesting, if ultimately not the way we want it, version. So I'm going to say attempt to use tween, attempt to tween arm pause towards helis. Set up a modified aim to target function that uses a transform matrix to point an arm bone at its intended target. works well, but when combined with a tween method on a child bone, it doesn't align properly anymore to the target. Added some debug stuff to ensure the arm is moving correctly under certain conditions. What was the other thing? Test script, controller. Said modified aim to target function. Modified aim to target function that uses a transfer matrix to point an arm bone at its intended target. Works well, but when combined with the tween method on a child bone, it doesn't align properly to the target anymore. Added some debug stuff to ensure the arm is moving. You never use them? I do be using them. Added some debug stuff to ensure the arm is moving correctly under certain conditions. I don't know why. I like it. I think I like more the act of doing it than having had done it. Usually. So far. I don't remember what I was going to say, but alternative method will be to use to scale the arm, the same arm bone that rotates in the override area. Okay. That's it. I don't feel like typing more. Good enough. Okay. So, if we want to do this in the override, we got to kind of reapproach this. So I'm going to get all this commented way the heck out of here. I'm going to get it commented out. Might even burn it to the ground and never look back. Oh, I know what I was going to say in there, that we made adjustments. I actually feel like I should add that in here. That seems like important, actually. Oh, right. Ugh, I guess I'm a little late to edit it. I guess I gotta go on the website. I really wanted to add that on there. I'm not gonna do it. But I wanted to add that we made changes to the bones on here. That would actually be kind of helpful to be able to go back and look at someday. Oh well. Can't be perfect all the time. So, oh yeah, we're collapsing functions now. That's the way we are. That's what we do. And then we look for functions over here. Aim bone at target. We want to keep that. It's the stretchy tween stuff that we don't want anymore. Wait, oh, it is commented out. Oh, okay, it is commented out. Good. Good, good, good. So then we gotta come look at the aim bone at target, and in here, I guess we want to say, where do I want to put this information? Wait, how the hell do I do this? Do I do it in the X form? Because we want to change the scale. What this is doing is it's changing the rotation. And it's matching target position. So we kind of don't want it to match anything. We don't need it to match something. We just want it to stretch it a certain amount. So really, I could kind of use, I could just shove something in there, and that'd be good enough. I just don't know where to shove it. Yeah, I have no idea where that goes. The basis of the matrix getting 3 vector. And I feel like my 2 cents had said something earlier about which one is which. Oh gosh, what are the chances I actually find it? Oh wait, Minnie, I missed your message earlier. I just saw it. I'm so sorry. Git saved your life today. Nice. Verse code decided to change focus. Visual script code, VS code, visual script code, Visual Studio Code. I think that's what that is standing for. Visual Studio Code decided to change focus to some other panel while I was typing, and I managed to delete my player script. I lost a good amount of work. Dude, I hate that. I mean, obviously, I don't use Visual Studio Code, but certainly in Godot, sometimes things happen. Especially when I like go to like play test my scene and I go to use like WASD, which I usually do before I start, like before the game, like the game hasn't started yet and I'm pressing WASD, but I still have the like the script window active. And then I'll just be adding in a bunch of letters, WASD, into my code. And it's like, what broke? Obviously, this is different, but it's too easy. Why would you change focus, Visual Studio? Why would you do this? Delete the entire player script. But it could have been so much worse because you had Git. Hey, man, losing a little bit of work, not too bad. Not too bad for, like, needing to somehow recreate your entire player script from scratch. Make your commits, y'all. Make your commits. Dang. Word to the wise. So I'm still not sure what the different axes are on the matrix. I barely understand. I feel like my 2 cents said it at some point, but I don't know if I have that message here. Might have to go searching for it. I might have to go searching for it. Make those commits, y'all. Matrix. The first 3 columns is the basis. The 4th is the position. Oh, that was for something else. Right. So then how is this even being... Jeez, I have no idea. Basis Y is being set as the direction for where it points. Basis Z cross direction. And that's the transform 3D. So we have an entire transform 3D here. Kayla says, would be fun if you could organize a game making with your viewers. So we could create one game together. I would love that. I would love that. So this is definitely something that is in the works. And the form that it currently takes, I unfortunately can't quite show you because the stream will lag to hell. But last summer, Pierogigon and I, Pierogigon is someone who supports this channel and helps it be what it is. Pierogigon and I did weekly game jams with just them and I. So no one else was there. It was just the 2 of us. We had one other person one time. And it wasn't exactly chat, but, you know, technically it could have been. Although, in some ways it was, because we did do voice chat, but we also did text chat. And we tried making a game in 1 hour together. Sometimes we go more than 1 hour. But we did like a bunch of different versions of it and experimented with it and also kind of postulated, well, what would it look like if anybody could join in? Like, what would that be like? And it definitely seemed like it would get really chaotic really fast. And it would be, and I think some of the biggest challenges that kind of came up in those experiments were like, okay, so what if what if somebody has a really bad idea? Like it's gonna take us down a dangerous road, right? So like there has to be some kind of leader. There has to be somebody who makes choices and says, yes, that, not that, right? And so that's just like working in any team. But there has to be some kind of structure. So it's definitely something that's possible. And then again, Pierogigon and I were doing that. So then it's like, well, do we bring people into a Discord chat? And it's like, okay, maybe. But then if we put that on air, it's like, how do I know who we can really trust putting on air? Maybe everybody. Maybe we just trust everybody and we just see what happens. And we put a warning up. Hey, who knows what's going to happen? You're ready for anything. It's a fun idea, and it raises a lot of questions that don't necessarily need to be answered. You know, maybe we just dive in and we find out. But it's something that this summer Pierogigon and I want to try again, except we want to try it here. And I think the first iteration of it would be just them and I. And then seeing how that goes. You know, especially if chat responds with certain suggestions and stuff. You know, seeing how we could fold people in. So that's definitely something we want to try this summer. We'll see where it goes. But like, it scares me to not try it from like a more controlled perspective where it's just them and I. And maybe we say only certain people can join or something. Trusted people, whatever that means. As opposed to just any old random person. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's something that I'm thinking about. You're making a game with random people and there was a really bad pixel art from one. But it's definitely too hard to say no that. It's hard. It's hard because then, you know, that causes tension and that causes a lot of negative feelings. And it also doesn't mean it was the right decision to say no that. You know, maybe there was a way to integrate what somebody said. You know, and then, but the problem is if it's going to be within a certain time frame, right? Like 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. If it's going to be within a certain time frame, there's a point where everything cannot be included. You know, even if it's like, okay, if your art doesn't get put into the main thing, we'll put a gallery over here. But like that, what, we got to build a gallery into the game now? It's like, and somebody has to manage that. And I think also like passing the project between people and having, so people have to be assigned to different things, right? Like artists, sound people, people doing the code. Do we do them at the same time? I think what makes it complicated is the same timedness of it all. Whereas like a game jam where people are a team, everybody isn't necessarily doing it right then and there at the same time, coalesced into a live stream. So that's the other question, is like, who do we watch? Do we watch just me? Is there other screens up here? How is all that managed? And how does the stream host, right? So if I have help from Pierogigon, we could have 2 people managing it. So then what are those jobs? What are the jobs that I do? Do I look at what, you know, people are trying to join and what they're submitting? Do they look at that? How do we, it brings up tons of logistical questions. Not ones we aren't interested in, but it certainly brings them up. Yeah, it can get complicated when it comes down to rejection or not. And like, who do you include and who don't you? It's complicated, but I think it's interesting. Interesting problem. Something we might want to do this summer. Assuming my internet gets its ish together. That's the other thing, is I got to sort my internet problems out, which at this point, we're just praying that, you know, fiber comes to my area soon. There's a lot of complications that get into that. But I'm definitely interested. So this is using a transform 3D, which comes from the transform. So we're actually converting, well, bone transform is set right here. Oh, that's what the global pose override is already that. The stretch can be achieved by multiplying the basis y by a scale factor. Well, that's simple. I'm like, okay, I got to reverse engineer this thing I don't understand at all. It'll be fine, right? Okay. I like that. That sounds frickin' easy. Multiplying the basis y. Yeah, so kill it, kinda. I did get a new one, but it has its own problems. It has different problems. My old internet was cable internet. For some reason, something with the wiring causes there to be random drops at unexpected times. Especially if my partner is also using the internet, which they do for remote phone calls. And that interferes with the live stream, and it causes chaotic glitches that we can never predict. So I got new internet that's cell phone data tower internet. So it has a router, it plugs into my computer with an Ethernet, but it's based on cell phone towers is where it gets it from, which means that can be inconsistent. But that's not too bad. The inconsistency isn't too bad. And so my partner uses the cable internet that sometimes glitches, and it's good enough for them. That's good enough for them. While they're working. And so I use the cell phone tower internet, which doesn't have these random drops. However, we found out while we were watching some videos one day that apparently the provider throttles the upload speed if you use download. That is to say, upload is what keeps the stream running. Right, so we've got 5,000 kilobits per second upload speed. And if I go watch a video, that's going to use download speed. And unfortunately, the more download bandwidth I use, the less upload I have. On the cable internet, that's not an issue. It doesn't throttle it like that. But on the cell phone internet that I'm using, the provider... So I need a third internet. At least. I mean, I'm good. I mean, it's... Yeah, kinda. Maybe. I wish... It's kind of a scumbag move that they even do that. That the download and upload impact each other like that. It really sucks. So I basically can't go on... I can't go, like, deeper than YouTube search. I can pull... Or Google search. I can pull up Google search, I can pull up Chat GPT, I can be like, search this. Okay, I didn't mean to open Chrome Reps. That might have even messed it up. I don't even know. Whatever. I can come up on here all day, no problem. Will not mess up the internet. But if I start opening up web pages or going to YouTube or something, then the internet's gonna start glitching. So I have to make sure I just never do any of that, which really sucks. Which means I can't do like a Discord chat with people, you know, collaborating with me on a game or something, because it's gonna kill the internet. Sometimes later at night when my partner's not working, I can use the other internet, but it also might have its random glitches. Anyway, I hate that it takes so long to explain, but I do like to be able to tell you what's going on. So yeah, we gotta figure something out. I don't know what to do. It's tough. It's a tough situation. There is Starlink, which is a potential option. That's SpaceX internet, but I have a feeling it's going to be a risky gamble. They might do the same thing that our cell phone tower internet does. I'm gonna have to find that out. The internet might even be inconsistent. It might not be strong enough in this area to be good enough. I don't know. And then the only other option is to wait for fiber. Well, there's that. And then somehow repair the cable internet. But I don't know how to do that. And there are some things I can try, but they don't give me a lot of hope. Stretch can be achieved by multiplying the base SY by a scale factor. So you're literally telling me I'm just going to wedge into the direction and multiply it? I mean, there's got to be more to it than that. I can't just say times 3. That can't be it. Or does it have to be like by a vector since it's a vector 3? That's probably what you mean. So I'd want to, because I'd want to specify. That didn't even do anything. You have issues with your internet too. You've changed it, but the old one was better. This one just stops working sometimes. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I hate that. You switched it and now it's worse? And then it just stops sometimes. Yeah, it just stops sometimes. What am I even doing here? If I want to say like a vector 3. No idea what I'm doing. And then maybe you meant the basis Y before it gets reassigned? That doesn't make any sense. I think I just fundamentally don't know how to do this. And if that's the direction, you had no choice because it was your mom's internet and she stopped paying for it. So you had to get your own. Oh, no. And it's like not as nice. It's like cheaper or something. I'm sorry. Having bad internet is bullcrap. Nobody deserves that. Oh, it's normalizing it. So it's like keep it's keeping it from being a certain length because it's normalized. Oh no. Do it outside the transform lookout function. Okay. I have no idea how to do that. At this point, we're relying on the goodness of your heart because you don't need our help with this, or you don't need this anymore. So I would have to ask for your guidance because I don't even know how to use this. I mean, the direction, we're normalizing the direction here. I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know where to begin. New transform basis.y times equals factor. Right before you apply it. Into here? So we take the new transform basis y. Just jam that in there. Just shove that in there somewhere. And all will be well. Also, why is this... Oh, that is indented. I see what I did wrong. Okay. New transform basis y. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I didn't know it was that simple, potentially. Any times equals? Oh, yeah, I knew that. I didn't really. I mean, I did, but, like, I didn't. Like, I did because you told me. And I also see how that makes sense. Oh, hey. Hey, that ain't bad. That ain't that bad. That ain't that bad. That ain't that bad. Or new transform basis y equals new transform basis y factor. That seems unnecessary. Unless it isn't. It's a very long arc. It's a little, yeah, it might be a little long. I figured I would make it long so we can definitely see it. Maybe it doesn't need to be quite that long. Maybe a little less long would be good. And then somehow we have to decide why it becomes how long it becomes. All right, it's a little goofy looking, but you know, this is the best result so far. This is definitely the best result so far. It is striking a bit low. But at least it's like kind of correct. It's pretty much correct. It might be like the origin of the copter or something. It might be going to like the center of like the copter. That might be why, actually, it's a little low. So I might want to make a change to the helicopter to get that to be different. Let's make it 20. This is pretty good. I'm amazed that you even figured this out. I'd imagine if it normalize the direction, then just multiply by the distance to the target. Oh. Okay, now that sounds easy. You're making that sound real easy. You think so too with the copter origin? You might be dealing with weird bone things. Oh, we're definitely dealing with weird bone things. But right, that might have an impact on what actually works correctly here. So it looks like the center of the helicopter is probably, yeah, right there. So it's crossing through that point, which is like, I mean, I don't see this as a great idea. I should do this in Blender, but just out of curiosity. Will that make it go right through? No. No, it will not. No, it will not. I feel like this didn't actually apply it. I feel like it's still, anyway. Maybe I moved the wrong thing or something. I don't know why I'm exactly bothering trying this. You're also worried that it depends on the default length of the bone. Was that better? It's like really hard to tell. I'd almost need to try it with different objects as well. Anyway, okay, so let's see what we got here. You said if the normalized direction is there, then just multiply by the distance to the target. So that's something that we have, right? That's the direction. So we want the direction before it's normalized, right? Am I smart? Is that right? If I say distance is target position minus bone transform dot origin, just don't normalize it, and that'll be our distance. And we can say, I mean, I don't know what that number is going to be. I doubt, you know, we'd probably want to multiply by that or something. 3 times distance. 3 times distance. Yeah, you know, 3 times distance. Why not? Why not? Nope. Wrong way. We do want the normalized. Okay. Oh, well, that's even easier then. Because I thought normalization obliterated the length being a variable, but or being variable, but I very much trust that you know. Distance is a float. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Don't know what to do with that information, but I hear you. You are heard. Oh. Oh, that worked. You're calculating the difference between 2 points, which is a vector 3. It makes this length 1, so basically 1 times 200 equals 200. Right, but if it's... But there's not like a... I'm confused. I gotta be honest with you. I'm confused. Because if it's just 1 times 200, that wouldn't be different. You're saying 200 is the normalized value? I'm very confused. I'm confused. distance equals target. You all basically helped me learn vector math in the most basic fundamental way. That is to say, I don't understand it very well yet. And because of that, I have to assume that what you're saying is correct and what I'm saying is very wrong. And yet, I feel so determined to test my theory. I'm going to continue doing it this way. Oh! Invalid get index origin. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Why is the typo gotta be slowing me down? You need to look at that distance equals. It's going to a weird place. Something is wrong there. Is it the vector? Is it because I need to define? If you have an arrow, a vector, and you multiply by a number, you make that arrow the length of the number. Right. Right? Provided the arrow starts at the length of 1. Look at that distance equals target position minus the origin of the bone. So to me, that seems like that would be the distance? I know I'm still so wrong. If you have an arrow and oh, I muted myself. I was like, where did the audio go? What does a point to point give you in terms of dimension? What is a point minus point? It's a direction, right? Does it give you a vector 3? Does it give you a float? Wait, didn't you say it gave us a float? It does give us a float. That's not the distance. That is a vector that points from the target to the origin, or the other way around. I always mess that up. I feel like the answer is a float. Oh gosh, you guys are gonna try to teach me. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, so you're saying, so basically what you're saying is distance needs to be a float. But direction isn't gonna be a float. So then do I need to say distance equals getting float or something else? We're getting something else, right? So I would want to say, do I just like drop like a y at the end of this? Like that? So it's just one aspect? Is that it? Distance times the factor. But I also have to normalize it still, right? Direction times distance? What? Oh, I'm way off. I'm off. I'm also sending the arm backwards, which would be a problem. So I'm wrong, but I'm gonna still see. I'm gonna try my wrongness. I'm going to enforce my wrongness on the reality of what happens. Actually, wait, this isn't that bad. It doesn't reach far enough, but it's not bad. Wait, this kind of works. Wait, is this working? I just need to increase the factor. Wait, it's working. Wait, whatever I did worked. I think it was what my 2 cents was trying to guide me to, right? To use the Y. Nice, dude. That looks like it's sticking right to it. We're getting a float now. I gotta say, the stretch is still pretty ugly. Like, those, like, shadows on there. Oof, that looks terrible. That stretch is not a cute stretch. But, you know, that could be in part because, I mean, you know, the model isn't set up well for this. You might want to just choose a different bone. I think that's going to cause us issues if we choose a different bone. You know, with the animation and all, it's probably going to look crazy. So it seems like I'm still missing something. Direction times distance. I don't even know. But, like, based on your guys' responses, I feel like there's still something I'm missing here. Whoa. Why do you need to multiply it by some random factor? I don't know. Why not? Because my 2 cents told me to? That's why. Of course, because I was told to. Also, so you're saying, so are you suggesting that if I don't do it the way I'm doing it, I won't need to use it multiplied by some random factor? Damn, that looks bad. I mean, it looks better than it did before. So like Minnie said, you're getting the direction vector not normalized. So if I normalize it, then I won't need that. Direction times distance is a vector that will reach from you to the target, basically, which contains the distance info. And that distance is the length of the vector. Okay. Okay. So we actually need to call length. What? What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. So just to be clear, the only thing wrong with the way that I'm doing it is that I'm adding a magic number that we don't need to add in. Is that correct? Target minus bone dot length. What about the normalization thing Minnie was saying? Okay, so there's 2 different ways to do it. I see. You guys are talking about 2 different ways. Okay. Huh. Oh, the float. We can't normalize that. I see. So instead of defining that distance, what I might want to do, 2 different ways. What I might want to do is say, so there's the length thing. I was trying to figure out what Minnie was saying. So if I say direction times distance, now this is with the Y, which maybe I don't want the Y anymore. I'm so confused. I can follow instructions if I understand the instructions. Puzzling out the vector math. Distance needs to be a float. Oh, okay. This isn't actually bad, though. I mean, it's got some problems. So we do need length here. Okay. Okay. So forget all this. So I'll just backtrack all this stuff. Don't do all that. And length goes target minus bone dot length. So forget the Y stuff. And then I don't need to multiply by a random factor? Or I'm still doing that. That's not a factor. Oh! Oh, shoot. That worked pretty well. Wait. What? Oh, shoot. Oh, that works nicely. I mean, stretch doesn't look good, but we can fix that somewhere else. Blender and stuff. A coefficient. What? What the heck is a coefficient? If you want to sound mathy. I could. What is a coefficient? A number symbol that multiplies a variable or term in an expression. It represents the quantity or value by which the variable is multiplied within the equation. Okay. All right. Okay. It's a coefficient. You multiply it by something. All right. So the distance, what does length do? Returns the length magnitude of this vector. Oh, I kind of learned this when I did my own research on what vector math is. But I already forgot what magnitude means. Okay. Guys, thank you. I don't fully understand, and I don't think I could walk away from this saying that I understand better. But thank you for like trying to help me like learn it. I appreciate that. I don't feel non-proud that I hacked together some version of it. Oh gosh, this helicopter creeping on us. Whoosh. But I mean, generally it kind of works. And then as far as the position of the hand goes, you know, it's obviously going underneath it. So if I wanted to fix that, thank you guys. This is exciting because this is clean. We don't have random magic numbers. I barely understand why it works, but I kind of do. I understand it enough that I could kind of explain it, but like, doesn't mean I could like pull that tool out on my own, which is fine. Oh, I guess there's the issue of the tweening, right? So if I want it to happen gradually, I did have an idea for that. There is also the issue of when the copter actually gets destroyed and how that timing could be non-magical. Because I could just have, you know, I have like an await, or I could set up the length of the tween for how long it takes for the arm to get there. And then I could say that that's how long it takes for the helicopter to be destroyed. I probably want to emit a signal for that. Okay, so what I was thinking is that I could tween this value right here, which would be pretty easy, right? Because this would be just kind of like a normal tween. Not that I'm exactly sure the best way to use it here. Tween a property. Oh, we could do a tween a property, right? Creates and appends a property tweener. This method tweens a property of an object between an initial value and a final value in a span of time. The initial value by default is the property's value at the time the tweening of the property tweener starts. So I'd want to create a tween property. This would be the property. This would be the thing that has the property. And then we're setting the final value. So it would need to be 0. It would the starting value would need to be 0, but the starting value is 1. So I would need to somehow define the starting value as 0 in order for this to work. Right? So then just to clarify, if anybody's like, what is she talking about? Okay, so this, there are many ways to do this. Oh. So this aim bone at target, right? This is what we've been working with that my 2 cents help us set up. Where the arm points at the object, and now it also stretches towards the object. And this set bone global pose override is what applies that rotation and stretch. And then in the set bone global pose override, the arguments start out with the bone index, which is an integer, and then the pose, which is the transform 3D, the amount, which is a float. And so this amount, so right now it's set to 1, which means it'll fully do the rotation and the stretch, right? So if I were to make this 0.5, it would partially get there, and it would partially stretch. So my thinking is, if it's at 0, it won't do it. And if we can tween that to 1, then it will gradually reach out and hit the helicopter. My 2 cents knows there's many ways to do it. That's good. Minnie says, by the way, if you don't want to do it the vector mathy way, the next time, you need to get the distance to something. You can use the Godot function, vector variable 1 distance 2. Oh, vector variable 2. Godot has a lot of helper functions like this. I didn't quite realize that. Distance 2, just dot distance 2, and then the argument is where you want to get it to. I love the idea of using it in code, but that's also very nice. Now that would that have done the length thing for me? Like if I literally just said, if I did like, you're saying I can replace target position dot distance to drop this in here, don't need length, and that'll just like do it, and it'll be the same. Wow. Oh, wow. I gotta remember that. I gotta remember that. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna forget. Oh, I'm gonna forget. Remember helper functions, helper functions, helper functions, helper functions, helper functions, helper functions, helper functions. Oh man, I'm gonna forget that. I'm just gonna be like, oh no, vector math, I gotta figure it out. Helper functions, helper functions, helper functions. Wow. I love how it also like rotates, like the hand kind of like twists around depending on it. I'm just like clicking it multiple times and it's changing like the hit spot. It's like pretty cool. This might be, this is gonna be interesting because I mean one day I'm probably gonna want to add like a full grab mechanic where you can hold on to something, right? Something like that. This is pretty cool because in theory I should be, yeah, I can just hold it here. Oh my god, I can just hold it. It already works. Oh, that's the animation that's making it rotate. Wow. So I'm holding my mouse down right now. It just stays. And it adjusts it as I move around. Dude, that's cool. Wow. Ding, 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 ding. That's pretty awesome. We might have to change that. That might be a little OP because you just hold click and then just like move around. It's still cool. If you want to use tween property, you can define a global property called grab tween amount and tween that, and in the set bone global pose override, you just use it in the amount argument. Right. And so it would just like create that tween. So I would say would this do the creation? Helper functions, helper functions, helper functions, helper functions, helper functions. Gotta get that brain electricity cooking. Gotta get it cooking. Helper functions. I might remember it. I might remember. After all of that, I might remember it. Now this might have to be like an on ready or something. I don't know if I'm doing this right. I rarely do. Get tree create tween. Like this. And then we don't have to do it with a specific property this time. We would just be creating a tween. I don't know that I mean, I could try to figure that out. It seems simple enough in theory. But does that mean I know how to do it? Creates and returns a new tween. It will start automatically on the next process frame or physics frame, depending on tween process mode. Tween interval? No, wait, you said define a global property and tween that. Oh, so that's the property. That's the property that we do. I'm a little confused by everything. I'm basically confused by everything. So I'm going to make a tween when you click. The variable is just a float that is tweened by the tween you'll create and also used in the amount argument. Oh gosh, please don't not be built-in tween stuff. It sounds like a nightmare. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, because I'm still not fully grasping. So what I'm gonna do, which is fine, we're down the help road, but sometimes I feel like I have to hack it myself a little bit. Not that I'm asking you to not help me. I'm just accepting the reality that I probably should hack some things. Over here, right, to this, I just kind of need to see this. Tween property HP bar. Right, so we defined, oh, so when you're saying define, I just need to, this is one of the biggest ways that I learned too. Plasticky earlier was asking about like how I learned GDScript. For me, like, and I think I kind of mentioned earlier, but especially like looking back at solutions that either community helped me figure out or that I had figured out, looking back at that and imitating it. Man, because I can't always remember. I'm not always going to remember I should probably leave the distance to function in there. So that way I'll look back at it. That's a better way for me to remember, is if I can look back and find it. As opposed to being like, what was that thing? What was that thing? I didn't use it, but what was it? Create tween property, and then, so we have HP bar is defined up here as that. So if I create a global property, which I don't even know what that means. What the hell is a global property? Property? Add property? That's interesting. Adds the property identified by the given path to the list of properties being synchronized. Is this different? Is this something else? And then I can just reference that? Or, I mean, I guess some other way, because then if I wanted to, well, if I wanted to refer to the pose override, I would need to like assign this, right? So I could say assign or set grab action grab action equals skeleton set bone override identify grab action not declared. I just declared it. No, we'll do it up here, I guess. Variable grab action. Can I get return value? Okay. Okay, that's not how anything works, because this will be looking for a return in order for it to become this. I see. So that's just wrong. So create a global property then. Okay, I'll try it. That idea didn't work. Oh, I'm also doing it in the wrong place. I just realized. I did just realize that. What have I done? What have I done? Oh, we did the grab action thing. We don't want grab action. That was a mistake. Back to normal. Down here is where we want to set the grab action up. And I want to say, thank you, Minnie, for your help, for your company. That was a nice save earlier that you had with GDScript. GitHub, not GDScript. There's G's. There's too many G's. I'm glad you didn't have anything get burned down that you would need. And I'm glad that you're doing Godot. I'm glad that you're learning some Godot. Thanks for hanging out, Minnie. Thank you for your help, for guiding me, and just hanging out. It means a lot. Take good care. I'll see you next time. We'll get this tween. I'll get there. I'll get there. I like... It's almost like there's another road. It's almost like there's another road that isn't included in this strange metaphor of mine. There's not just the helpy road or the hacky road, but there's the middle road, which is help is here, but just guiding. So it's like not quite hacking it. It's not quite help. It's like a guided version. Hi, kitty cat. Oh, the kitty cat is here. Appreciate that, Minnie. I'm so glad. Hi, kitty cat. You want attention? You just wake up? You want to play with a toy? Oh. You know, I'm trying to figure out a tween all by myself. With a little guidance, but a lot by myself. I love you. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? Welcome. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. Seems like he just woke up. Had a little water. I was checking to see if he had a dry nose from sleeping. But I think he must have had a little water. But he seems a little like he just woke up. And he wants some attention. But you know when I'm working, I don't give good attention. I don't. I love you, though. Oh, it's probably around lunchtime as well. He probably wants some lunch, stuff like that. That's fun. That looks fun. I want to play with that. Give me that. I would like to do some stuff. I was maybe gonna do a tween. It was possible. There was a chance. Oh no, I got cat hair. There was a chance He's not gonna be happy. He's gonna be like, hey, why did you stop playing with me? I don't understand. We were doing fine. Okay, so tween stuff. If I try to add a property, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? I'm asking ChatGPT. You know what? At some point, I gotta get some help. Oh yeah, he's not satisfied with that amount of playtime. Understandable. Okay. In GDScript, how do I create a property and then tween that property? I gotta get the guidance. Oh, he's stepping on my keyboard. Oh, he's gonna be so annoying. Oh, he's gonna be so annoying. He's so ready to be annoying. You can create a property and then tween it. Right, right. Yes. That sounds correct. It sounds accurate. It sounds true. It sounds like what we want. Yes, buddy. Oh, yeah, you're here. Absolutely. You're a cat? Totally. I agree. We're in agreement about that. To create a property, you'll need to define it within your script. Let's say you want to create a property called myProperty. Variable myProperty. Okay. Oh, now he wants to come on the lap. He's not satisfied with the table. He says, no, no, no. And then the next step, he's going to start nibbling. That's the next step. My 2 cents. Done with this. None of this. We're not doing this, ChatGPT. Here. You have to agree between tween property self. He's purring into the microphone. That's his message to the world. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So it's telling me once you have a tween, you can tween specific properties. You want to tween the position property. This is kind of confusing. It's like giving me 2 different instructions here. Look, I'm inclined to grab what my 2 cents said. I'm inclined to grab what my 2 cents said. Truth be told. Get tree, create tween property, self grab tween amount. I don't even make this game anymore, guys. You guys make it. Like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he's playing with my hair. No. No. Yeah, yeah. Oh, look at that toy. Oh, that's so fun. Oh, yeah, you got it. Wow, you're so vicious. You're so vicious. Wow. Wow, you're so vicious. Yeah. Nice one. Just because I'm not moving it doesn't mean you can't still play with it. You can still play with it. Yeah, you can still play with it. You don't need me to keep moving it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And he doesn't catch very well. And I think he does it on purpose so he can keep playing. Not on purpose, but like it's like he just wants the playing to keep going. He doesn't want it to end. He doesn't want to catch it and it be done. He's like, okay, let's catch it again. Let's do another catch. So this would be the property. So it's on self. So we would add the property, then use grab tween amount inside the skeleton set. Cat is being devious. Yes, the cat is being devious. Are you being devious? Then use grab tween amount inside the skeleton set bone global pose over. Stop playing with my hair. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to do so. I'm gonna have to get him distracted more meaningfully. He won't go chase it. He's like, but can you be holding it? Can you be holding it, please? You're holding that hair. Maybe I could play with that hair you're holding onto. No! No, 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 no. No. He'll be back. Use grab tween amount inside the skeleton set bone. Really? That's what I would do? So when you said create a property, so okay, so I think this is where I was getting confused. So you're saying that variable and property are interchangeable? Sort of like method and function, or? Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought a property was like something else. I was like, okay, we got to figure out how to make a property. Same as function and method. Gotcha. I didn't realize that. I mean, ChatGPT kind of was like, oh yeah, there you go. Just make a variable. You've defined a property. So, wow. Okay. So with the tween documentation, and this kind of stuff really confuses me a lot. And I know Godot has great documentation. I know it does. All right, I know. But like as a programming noob, which I feel like it doesn't always assume that it has programming noobs in its ranks. It does sometimes. But for me, I see tween property, tween method. You know, I don't think, oh, I could also do tween function. Oh, I can also do tween variable. That just doesn't occur to me. The reason two terms exist for each is because for low-level languages, they are different. But for high-level languages, it's the same thing. I totally understand the difference between low-level and high-level. I'm a game developer. I think I know the difference between low-level and high-level. I kind of know these things, right? Because low-level means that, well, the level is low. And it's like more complicated. It's more powerful. It's more base. It's like you have the high level where it's doing a lot for you, and then you have the low level where you have to do a lot for it. Because the low level is built into GDScript, and the high level is what you use GDScript for. Did I say things? Low level is older languages that are closer to machine languages. Right, like, what's the one that's in your computer? I can't remember. I know it has a name. They are hard, but also run fast, like C and C++. Oh, okay. There's like that other one. I'm so ignorant. I'm so ignorant. But in GDScript, they're the same thing. So it's just and so in GDScript these terminologies being different remain because it would be confusing to programmers who know those languages if it wasn't different. I feel like this has got to be part of like the barrier of entry to learning coding languages, is the assumptions that everybody's already a programmer and already knows all these things. You know? I don't know. I'm not trying to be critical. I just am just observing, you know, when people are just always talking about like how, you know, they can't with learning a new programming language. It's too hard. It's too confusing. I think, you know, fundamentally built into so many of the ways that these languages are represented, it's like, it's not assuming everyone's new to it, which is fine, but I can see how that causes problems. I should have used variable. My bad. I just used property out of habit. I mean, even if you had said variable, I mean, probably then I would have been like, oh, a property is a variable. I still would have been confused because the tween itself is defined as tween property, right? Like it's tween property. That's what it says. So there still would have been a discrepancy for me there. But yeah, maybe I would have been less confused sooner. It's interesting. Okay. So now that I know all of this, we're going to set the grab tween amount to 0 as a variable that's acting as a property. And so then the other place where this became relevant, and I was talking about this earlier, Dragon Blade and my 2 cents and Mini too helped me kind of understand this a while back. And that was back on the limb shrinking script when I was using tweens to do that. And so for that, we had to use tween method. And it kind of blew my mind when they were telling me that we could use a function to replace the method. So that's what I meant when I was just like, oh, it's the same as method and function, is referring to the tween method experience that I had, where I needed to replace the method with a function, and I didn't realize that a function and a method are the same. Similarly here, variable and property. Now we know. Now I know. Okay. So we come back to this tween that my 2 cents so generously helped me make by giving me something to copy and paste. And we created tween property, grab tween amount, it's already there. We want it to go to 1 at a speed of 1. I think it's already done. I think it's done. It's going to start at 0 and it's going to go to 1. I think we're done here. Unless it's going to be confused that it's not obviously a float. Oh. 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 So I wasn't clicking it. For one thing, I wasn't clicking it. For two, I don't think we're actually firing I don't think we're creating the tween. I think the tween is not being created. So I think that needs to happen. Shouldn't that run at the same time as this? Is it the speed? Do I need to change the speed? Is that the problem? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think something else is the problem. That is the wrong place to create it. So would that have to be when we, call the function? Or maybe I could figure that out. It's possible I could figure that out when that gets run. There's a chance. I mean, I feel like it should just do it whenever. Do it when you click. So I would think that would be at the start of it. But I think I'm wrong. Oh, it doesn't even run at all there. Oh, so we need that function? Okay, I see. So that's down here on do grab. I got a do grab right here. Do grab. That runs when it detects that something that can be grabbed is clicked on. It is going. It's definitely going. Is it tweening? I find it very hard to tell. And wouldn't that tween need to be reset somehow? Well, now I'm just confused. So the do grab is called in the ready function when something is grabbed. Is it that the value is obviously 1. Otherwise, it wouldn't be doing anything. It wouldn't even show up. So it's getting updated to 1. I feel like we're not seeing that gradual happen. Like it's somehow skipping that. Here's where we're doing it. Grab tween amount. We also are setting it to 1 here if it's null. I wonder if like this needs to be 0. Which seems bad because then it's not going to go back to its default. Print it in the... Oh yeah, printing. My brain must be like shrunken today. Yeah, let's do that. That's a good idea. Print grab tween amount. That's an excellent idea. I forgot how to do anything. Sometimes I just forget how to do anything. I don't know. It'd be like that. Okay, so it's 0. Nothing changing. Now there's a weird thing that happens. I'm like clicking and it's not doing anything. But then it goes. There's something strange happening. So it went to 1. It just jumped from 0 to 1. No tween. No tween to be seen. And then the click is like stickier. It's like not happening right away. Let me move my keyboard out of the way here. Or I guess I'll put it up here. It's like sticky. Or it's like click on something else first. It's like I can't click on the copter first. Oh, maybe that's because it's set to 0 at first, so the tween doesn't happen yet. So we don't see anything happen. So the tween isn't running, and therefore it's just doing it at 0, and therefore it doesn't do it. Or something like that. That wasn't enough, buddy. Wasn't enough attention. He doesn't understand, because he's like, look, you guys know that you will cuddle with me and play with me any other time, except when you guys are working. Doesn't make sense. I'm a cat. I can't make sense of that. I want this attention right now. I don't want to wait. I want to wait till you're done with your little shift. I was like, well. So I would have to think that like when I'm running this is part of the problem. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Yeah, wow. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. And he's like, that's not what I want. They're confused as well. Dang. I'm gonna have to investigate. Have you had a snack? Every time I'm like, maybe he hasn't had a snack, and that's the problem. It turns out he has had a snack. Isn't this fun? Don't you just love all this? And so you'd think me doing this would make him want to go away because I'm annoying him. But in fact, it makes him want to stay even more. He's like, oh, you want to play? Oh, you want to play? That's what I'm here for. It's funny you should say that. I want to play too. All right, I gotta figure out what we do with this cat. I'm not sure what to do with this tween, but apparently it's tricky. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna go try to see if this cat can be better distracted, and maybe I'll have a brilliant idea on how to solve this tween problem. This whole grabbing thing. Oh, it's been tricky. It's done been tricky. The stream be talking about a lot of That's been a lot of this stream. My 2 cents knows. Ooh. Let me see if I can get this cat occupied. I will be right back. Okay, kitty cat, you have made yourself known as needing a certain amount of attention. Therefore, I'm gonna try to give it to you. Come with me! Come with me! Where is mommy going? Where do you want me? Come on! Are you gonna do the stream? No, you're gonna go. I don't know if I've distracted him. I don't know if I have. It's tough. It's tough. We got 2 cats. What I tried to do was set up a forage box situation, put a treat in a box, and the box has a bunch of like balled up pieces of paper in it, and then I put like the treat like in the balled up piece of paper, and he like looks through it and he's just like, where's the food? And he spends much time in there. But there's 2 cats, and so now the other cat is like, oh, I want to check it out, and then they start having problems with each other, and it's like, no. But he's not back down here yet, so I think we lost him for now. Until that stops working. Alright, thanks for bearing with me. Thanks for bearing with me. My 2 cents says, we have to tween the function method because it's not being called every frame. What? Oh, right. Oh, gosh. Oh, I feel so silly for not realizing that. That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. Right. The function is only called on the grab. It's only called on the grab. Well, does that mean that if we like spammed it, that we could see the tween happening potentially? Probably not. Maybe actually. Maybe. Probably not. It's a little hard to tell. A little hard to tell. Like, for example, if the function was called in the physics process. Right. But because the aim bone function is called only once every time you grab, then we need to tween it. Wow. Man, stuff gets complicated. It's hard, man. And the more I get into this, the more I'm like, damn, like, got a lot to learn. Because the aim bone function is called only once, you need to tween it. Since it takes 2 arguments, we need to create a cheater function like we did for the limb shrinking. Either that, or we do what Dragon suggested with the bind stuff, in which case we won't need to make a new function. Oh, so wait, now you're talking about something Dragon talked about like a long time ago, right? Like back when we first did the limb shrinking? With the bind stuff? That's a different situation. I don't even remember what that was. So if we create a cheater function, and we have to make sure that function is called, I think it was Dragon. Yeah, it was. I just don't remember what I remember there was like the bind. So if we like pull up the documentation for not tween property, but tween method. Use callable bind to bind additional arguments. And I remember we were a little confused, but like Dragon wasn't confused. So I feel like without Dragon's help, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's going to be trickier. So if we create the cheater function, so instead of tween property, we would say tween method. We would say tween method. And but then we'd have to say, okay, I need to look back. I need to reference back to what we've done to understand what we're doing. So then what we've done is say, when the shape change begins, then call the function that's going to call it every time it needs to in order to apply the tween. And then in there, somehow we have to plug in. So right, so that's just it. So then we'd want to jam the that variable in here. I see. Okay, I think I can imagine how to do that. I think I might be able to imagine how to do that. I think it's possible. I think there's a chance. So if I say tween method, we create a new one here. I also can't help but wonder if we can put this somewhere else, this code. But for now, let's say function grab action tween. We want to say amount, right? Is the thing we're calling. That's what this is going to be. Grab action tween. And then in here, we would want to say grab tween amount. And we want this to go up to 1 from 0. But we have to run... Oh, so we would want to run the function set bone pose global position override. So we'd actually want to jam this. So then we definitely want to run this in here. We wouldn't want that to be in the grab spot. We definitely want that to be there. I think I know what I'm doing, potentially. I think there's a small chance. So we wouldn't even need to do no grab bone, nothing. We wouldn't need to do anything like that. And instead what we would say, bone index isn't there, so that we gotta get that somehow. I'm not far off. Okay. All right. Inside the new function, you should call the big aim bone function. This one, right? Oh, that makes sense. I see. That seems smart. That seems like a good idea. Okay. Cool. Wow. Would not have figured that out. Since it doesn't have the amount argument, you just need to add it. Just add the argument on there. You just add it on there. That's all you gotta do. Wow. Man, I would not have come up with that one. Oh, I would not have come up with that one. That is clever. That is clever. So it sounds like I don't need this at all, this variable grab amount thing. And so in here, we want to say aim bone at target, calls that. Grab tween amount, not declared in the current scope. Oh, there's multiple errors. Okay, I see. Huh? No. Oh, no, I gave him, I gave him a treat in the forage box. I put treats in the forage box.
And he said...
He did. Yeah, he did. I had to give Lila a treat, too, because she wanted to get into the forage box.
Yeah, yes, she'll want to. Sounds exciting.
It was a little exciting. It was a little scary. I didn't want them to fight, but it worked out.
Cool.
Hopefully he stays up there.
Yes. I'm done now. I'm going to leave my desk.
Oh!
All right, I love you.
All right, I love you. Oh, my goodness. Cat drama. It's just pure cat drama. All right. It's good cat drama. There's worse things. Okay. Grab tweet. We're leaving messes everywhere. Okay, so this, we actually do want this to be something. I'm just going to call it amount. I'm just going to call that amount. And then we would say in this function that one of these is amount. And then we have to say that when this starts, we want it to be at 0 no matter what. right? Anytime we call this function. I feel like this right here could be a variable. I don't know, maybe not. Oh, maybe we do want to make this a variable. That's a little, I don't know if that's the magic number, if that's the right word, but it feels a little, I don't know how I feel about that. So maybe actually we'll keep grab tween amount. Maybe actually we'll keep it. And we want to put that here as well. Grab tween amount, and then come back over here. Create the global one again. Variable grab tween amount equals 0. And then when we call this one aim bone to target, I mean, really the same thing, right? We just want to call all the same things. I mean, it's a little weird. I'm a little concerned about that. I'm a little concerned about that, right? Because how will it... I don't know. I'll do it. But it almost confuses me. Okay. Oh, God. I'm getting so lost. Where is the aim calls? Where are the aim calls? I'm lost. I got lost. I should close some of these. We should keep doing that. Physics process. I don't think I'm using it right now. Collapse that. Grabbed object. I mean, I almost want to just, like, not put anything there, but I guess I'm just worried, like, this is going to update it in a bad way. But I guess it's not. Oh, but this is what we want to actually tween, is this value. Okay. Oh, God. Since it doesn't have the amount argument, you need to add it. Inside the new function, you should call the big aim bone function. So the tween is going to call grab action tween. That's going to run the function. The amount is the thing that we're tweening. If I look back at the other stuff, and we did the scale, right, we say that in here. In here is where we set those values. So I don't need to set those values anywhere. Okay, I got it. I got something, maybe. Potentially. So this needs to be amount, not grab action amount. This needs to be amount, because we want that to apply to that. Okay, gotcha. And then for tween method in here, we need to do the from. So from 0, I mean, really just whatever it is, but I could set it to grab action amount, maybe, but I don't know. From, and then the duration. But how does it know what to go to? Oh, now we do 2, and then we do duration. Duration 1, let's say 0.3 or something. Okay, there. Okay, so this is going to create the tween. It's going to call grab action tween function, which is right here. It's going to go from 0 to 1. And amount is the thing that's going to be from 0 to 1. Presumably. And then we set amount here when we call this new function. Or this old function. I got it? Oh my gosh. Okay, and then... I guess that's almost it, except that I need to put this in here, right, the implementation of the aim bone. So that in here, I would say amount. Take into account the third argument, right. Or do I need to, like, make a change here as well? Like, you call it float. Call it a float. Give it a little bit of that. Something like that. I guess I also need to do it. Oh, this is the wrong place. Oh, I guess I do want it there too if it goes back to normal. And then I want it. Oh, that is amount. Okay. Is that what gonna work is? And if not, let's fix it. Okay. All right. Need some fixing. It's curious. I guess this wouldn't change. I guess the global variable isn't going to change because really the global variable is just the starting position. So that's not going to change at all. It is ending up at 1. Oh, I don't think I'm calling that function in the right place. I mean, no, maybe I am. Wait. The function is being called in do grab. I don't know if that'll make much of a difference. I guess if I want to print it, I want to print it from... Maybe I do want that being called there. If I want to print it, I should print it from the aim function. I did some accidental zooming. Okay, there we go. So it just has to load. Sorry, out. Let me get rid of the original print. It was the right spot. Let me get rid of this print. Come to the aim function and say, when this runs, really anytime, but I guess especially here, I mean, it should be 1 by this point. Whoops. I guess we'd just be printing amount. I guess we could print before and after. We could say when it runs in the do grab. What's it at? I mean, that's not gonna work well. I guess we'd want to do it here. My print is good. I guess I'd want to put it here too, though, right? All right. So we can see it over time. Okay, let's see. Let's see. My 2 cents says it's good. It's probably good. Click once. What? Nothing happened, but some numbers changed. That's for sure. Click again. It's binary. It's spitting binary. 101010010001. It's diminishing. Look, it's 3 zeros, then it's 2 zeros, then it's 1 0. This is wild. 00001 0000001 00001 00001 1 2 3 4 5 6 zeros 1 1 2 3 4 5 zeros 1 1 2 3 4 zeros 1 1 2 3 zeros 1 1 2 zeros 1 1 0 1. What? So the function is definitely running multiple times. It's almost like it thinks it's an integer, not a float. Hey, yeah, so it does, maybe. That's pretty strange, because it seems like it wouldn't work if it was an integer. Like, I feel like it would be like, error, this is an integer, why would you do me this way? instead of being like, oh yeah, sure, okay, whatever. Sure, I'll do it. Yeah, if that's what you want. You're the boss. I mean, I could try to like hint or whatever, like really be like, listen to me. We're starting at 0.0. You try to write 0.0. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I will do this. I will do that. I guess there's really nowhere else. The only other place I can think of would be this grab tween amount, if I'm getting that. 0.0. I think that's the only places the numbers exist. And then I have to find it as a float elsewhere. Increase the duration a little. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. I'll make it 1 second. A good long second. Alright, we're looking down here, at least. Oh! Okay. Oh! Oh! Whoa! It's like politely going to shake its hand. And hello, nice to meet you, helicopter. And you're gonna die. I hate you. And I'm gonna kill you. Obviously, that's animation interference happening there, but we can always have an animation change. Wow, so I'm amazed that it even tries to do it, thinking it's an integer. Good call. Amazing call. Amazing call. To me, I'm just like, well, surely it wouldn't even bother. No, it will bother. Sometimes you have to tell it, like, no, float, 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 float. Be afloat. All right. Very nice. And it's nice to meet you. Hello to you. Speed will help with this, and also animation. Thank you. God dang. I know what I would do without you, my 2 cents. I know what I would do without you. But I don't like to think about it. I didn't mean to open that up there. I know what I would do, but I don't like to think about it. Because it would take longer. If it's faster, it'll turn from a handshake to a slap. It's like a chop. Or hoppa. Yeah. So something that I need to look into is like animation splitting up, like having just the arms. I know there's got to be a way to do it. Having just the arms animate, but not change the animation of the legs. Although to be fair, this isn't that bad, really. Because it does kind of need to be a little faster anyway. I mean, if you're going to attack, the enemy... If you give the enemy too much time to see the attack coming, it's going to be silly if they don't move out of the way. So we kind of need it to be quick anyway. Wow, it's doing it. It's actually doing it. Now the timing is off. Oh, something you're gonna talk about. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Teamwork makes the dream work. With the animation tree. Ooh. I remember that was one of the first things when you came to this live stream. Is you had me try to set up an animation tree, and I was just like, ugh. Oh man, oh god. Never mind. But that was a different situation because that was me trying to set it up in Godot 4.2 when 4.2 was breaking the game in 4.1. And so the frustration was more with like, is this even gonna solve the problem? Which it didn't. Yeah, I think an animation tree is becoming more and more necessary every day. But look at that. Look at it go. Look at it go. You can have some limbs play one animation and the rest of the skeleton play another animation. I mean, that's like, we must. We must. That's so important. Now, I could save that for like tomorrow or something. Or not. Oh, the cat is back. Cat has returned. You've never done that, but I'd like to learn it. Oh, let's go. I like when it can help you and it can help me. That's the best synergy. All right. Well, I know it's gonna be getting late for you soon. So like, if you want to do that, if you want to, I can like literally save that. I can literally save that for tomorrow. Or we could go in. You want to take a break from your RTS game and try to finish the rewind game from last week's jam. Oh, since it's a lot simpler and I can finish it faster. Dude, oh my God. I feel that. I feel that so freaking much. Like, this was supposed to be a semi-small game, but at some point, it became a little bigger. It's not the biggest game I could make, but it's medium. It's medium size. I also feel that desire. Like, I want to make some smaller stuff. I totally feel that. Gosh, I totally feel that. Oh my goodness. I don't know when I'm going to do it. But okay. So yeah, so because I can do other things tonight for the rest of the stream. I can well, first of all, figure out what's going on where it's not hitting the center. Probably need to like go into Blender, maybe adjust the copter position or something. I'd like to set it up with different objects as well. Also the timing. There's a whole thing with the timing, right? So like, you know, the arm kind of stays there too long. And we kind of got some magic numbers. I might even want to make it the same length as this, right? So this is 0.1. I might want to say, like, I mean, if I say grab length, the trouble is it's kind of starting to become like a smack more than a grab. Leaving it for tomorrow's probably for the best. Let's go. We know what we're doing already. I love knowing what we're going to do. Oh, wait, grab. We should say grab duration because that's different. Because it's also like holding. You got to go to bed very soon. All right. Yeah, let's do it tomorrow. I will wait. I will be excited. And look, if you don't come through tomorrow, we can do it another time too. But I will be ready to pivot to that enthusiastically. I enjoy working with you, my 2 cents. So it's just nice. It's nice teamwork. You know, for example, Killa was asking about like doing a jam with like multiple people. And, you know, I mean, obviously I wouldn't expect anyone to show up. I never do. But, you know, someone like my 2 cents, I'd be like, okay, yeah, you are a trusted collaborator at this point. Like, I feel like communication-wise, you know, it's not someone I feel like there's like a conflict potential there. That there's not power struggle there. There's not, you know, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It feels like there's a good flow potential there. But it's hard because then it comes down to, anyway, I know I'm talking about something else now, but the the idea of having multiple people in a jam. It's tough because you want to include everybody. I don't want to be like, well, you're hard to work with, so we can't do it. You know, that's bullshit. You know, like that sucks because it's a live stream. It's supposed to be fun. People can join in, and if it's just like you can't come because you seem, but you know, people need to learn somehow, right? So it could be a good instructive experience for someone to join in, and maybe they don't have the best communication skills, but we still work with them anyway. So I don't know. It's like a whole thing, but. You feel the same? Let's go! Teamwork, dreamwork, teamwork, dreamwork. I love that. I love that. Yay. So, what am I doing? Timing stuff. Yeah, right. Oh, right there. Await, create timer. So for this, I would want this to be grab duration. I think I said grab length somewhere. I don't... Or something? What did I... That would be in the aim bone at target here. Down near the bottom. Or no. Grab action tween near here, right there. Grab duration. Oh, it is called grab duration. Okay, good. Was there another await in here? No, just the one. Okay, so grab duration. If I make it 0.1. So now, I feel like this is going to be weird, but... Because it's probably going to snap back really fast. Oh, does it actually shrink back? I don't think it does. I think we have to call a different function for it to retract. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Is that await too short? Is that too short for an await? Grab duration. I said 0.1. And so that should be after the grab. Normally this takes 1.3. But instead it seems like it's just taking a bunch. I feel like it's basically ignoring me. That's odd. It's a little surprising. Maybe I need to do like a 0.1 or something. Too short because the tween overrode it. What? What? The tween can override the await. Oh, so like because if they're like the same length, like they need they like need to be different lengths perhaps, and the await does need to be a little longer. That's wild. Grab duration plus 0.1. Never even would have guessed that. I mean, I might have, but maybe not. Wow. It's fast. It's fast. It's too fast. What if I say times 2 instead of plus? We say times 2, and what if I make this like 0.2? So it's just tricky because I'm gonna need some kind of time frame. It's gonna need enough time to come back, and we want to make sure that we can't grab again within that time frame. So it seems like enough time for it to go. I guess it depends on the length. No, I guess it doesn't. All right, this doesn't feel bad. This feels pretty good. I think it could be a little longer. And so for the retraction, what I'm thinking is I'll create another function, and it'll go from 1 to 0 instead of 0 to 1. Kind of like that speed. It feels a little slow. If I do 0.25. I don't know, now I'm just getting in the touch and feel of it all. Just in the touch and feel of it all. That's it. It just is something so gentle looking about it. Retraction should be possible with another tween with the same functions. So like if I just like swap out the values or something. Wow. That sounds much more efficient and clean. It just looks so gentle. There definitely needs to be like some animation effect happening at some point. Yeah, I think 0.2 is a decent minimum. Okay, so let's see. Can I figure out, can I imagine how this would be done? If you tween from 1 to 0 instead of from 0 to 1, I don't see why it wouldn't work. Okay. Okay. And then I just have to figure out how to change it. So if I come to grab action tween. So here we're calling it. So we would just want to call it. Oh, so if I just call it somewhere else. Oh, right. So I could just like call this somewhere else and change those two values. I see. Right. Duh. Okay. Cool. 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 Oh, no. I guess that's fine. Oh well. I guess that's fine. Well, okay. The only thing I'm thinking is that I already have on the aim, when we call the aim bone, it's starting out with the grab tween amount, which is set to 0. But I guess we could just change that. Okay, so when would I want it to happen? It would be after the await. Oh, well, I guess instead of grab tween amount, we would, oh, wait, would I just call it here? Well, we want it to be, yeah, after the await. Oh. So I would put it, I would say start, so I don't really need to set this. This would actually make more sense to set the values manually. This would make more sense to not have it be, I think I'd reverse those. To not have it be a global variable. So I'm just going to, oh, we have to make sure, we'll make sure it's a float just to be safe. So I want this one to be 0.0 and this one to be 1.0. And then in addition to that, I need to create a tween. And then say go from 1 to 0. Maybe? That seems... Maybe I'd want that beforehand? I don't know. I don't know if it matters. All right, let me see. Let me see what happens. Let me just see what that does. Or doesn't do. Oh! Looked good! Oh! Oh, looks pretty good! And I'll smack you! I'll smack you! And I'll smack you! And I'm gonna smack you. And you know what? I'm gonna smack you. It's something. It's a very odd flare, but that's just because of the animation. Oh, it's kind of awesome though. It's kind of awesome. I love it. Okay, okay, all right, nice. Now I want to make sure I can't select a second one, even though it's a very short amount of time. I wouldn't want to be able to select a second one. If I click and hold, now previously I was able to click and hold and it would stay there. That's kind of a whole separate operation. Right? So say I do indeed want to be able to grab it. I feel like that's going to be a totally other build. Right now we're just trying to smack them out of the air. So I kind of think I need to rename some of these functions and things because I'm calling them all grabs, which I don't know, is kind of true, but like also not. It's tough. It's a little tough because there is like a grab thing already. It doesn't work well, but there is a grab thing for the cows. And it needs to be completely remade. It needs to be totally reimagined. It's not right. It ain't right. And I just gotta think gameplay wise, like about grabbing the helicopters. Like, what would that be, like a rare ability? You wouldn't really want to do that. Like, you could, but then you wouldn't be able to grab things. I don't think the aimbone function call after the wait is necessary. Or you don't think it's unnecessary? Let me comment it out. Get that out of there. Let's see. I would agree that it is that it isn't unnecessary. Unless I just need to do it somewhere else. The aim bone function call. I see. I see what you're saying. I'm getting tired. Yeah, you gotta take care. You gotta take care. So you're saying don't even call that? I don't remember. I feel like I added that in because it was complaining about something, but maybe I mean, hey, one less line. Oh. Wait. I mean, I could try to study why we don't need that. Oh, we added this in so it would reset it. Right, because this would, if we did the null, it would like automatically reset it because of what we had built in, what was built into this code that you had gotten from Reddit. Right, but since we're retracting it with this now, I need to comment this. I'm gonna forget that. So let me say, retract the arm. I'm just gonna add that in here. Good stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. Yeah, really great stuff. Thank you, my 2 cents. Get some sleep. Thank you for your help. I look forward to wherever else our adventures take us. Thank you for all your help. Good night to you. Take care. I'll see you next time. Bye. Bye, my 2 cents. My 2 cents, y'all. We did pull up applause last time, but that was because I had switched the internets by then. If I pull it up now, it's gonna be chaos, and everything's gonna melt down. But I really should just download an applause effect. The problem with downloading an applause effect, the worst thing about downloading an applause effect is that I start overusing it. I get excited. I'm like, ooh, I got a soundboard now. All right, I'm gonna play it when the show starts so that people are applauding me in. Like it gets overused. Somebody does something nice. I'm just like, applause for you. Bam. We get some good news. Something works. Applause. And it's just like after a while, it just kind of becomes a little. It's like, are we a game show? Is this just a game show now? So I have to be careful if I start adding applause, but you would earn it. My 2 cents would earn it. There would be no overuse of it in that instance. All right, well, I still got a little bit of time. Even though we did achieve a goal, I want to keep going. I'm going to keep going. So we can smack it. Now there is the position of the hand that goes a little below the helicopter, which isn't great. So I might want to solve that. And then there's also, so we're gonna worry about the animation tree part later. I don't know, like the grab stuff. So if I like smack, so then if I do it multiple times, so we kind of want to avoid that, right? That like this can, like this is not good. This like multiple smack thing. So I think we should say that there is a time frame where you can't grab again. So what that I think could entail is when we first do the grab, and it first does it, sets it to true, calls the function. I would say right here we could do an emission. First of all, let me check out what's going on. How is the old messenger going? We probably got some things we don't need over here. I really do feel like we should differentiate between smacking and grabbing. The only thing that would be the difference is one is you're holding the key down. The other is you're releasing it. I mean, if you can grab a helicopter, you wouldn't really want to, because yeah, I'm gonna say that's too difficult for it. I'm gonna say that the character can't grab helicopters. I think that that's too big of an object for the player to grab. But you know what? That would be a cool like bonus ability, because it would be like two different sides of a coin, right? So like something, not two sides of a coin, but I really want the internet. I really want the internet. I kind of want to try. All right, guys, I'm going to take a risk here. Because I really want to update the hack and plan and stuff. So here's what happens in our family online here. Because of my internet situation, I have to actually unplug an Ethernet cable, unplug two Ethernet cables, swap them, and plug them back in, which means the stream will drop for a little bit. I don't know if I should do it. I don't know if it's worth it. Here's what I'll say. I'm gonna take a risk, and we're gonna try to do the hack and plan. And if it results in meltdown, then we'll think about the internet swap. How about that? So 5,000 kilobits per second, give or take 1,000, is what it should be at. That's what this should be at. My internet can be wavery, and so sometimes the bandwidth gets messed up. I'm pulling up hack and plan here. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in some thoughts. I'm sure there's a lot of things here I need to actually update now that I think about it. I did add something new here. I did add a building. A medium. I would say we added a medium building. I did do that. Dynamic terrain file path folders. Still kind of working on that. Tile spawns have randomized obstacles. Okay, what did we do? What did we do today? Oh god, there's so many things. This is a project manager that I use to manage my project. It's kind of like Trello, but for game devs. Okay. Sorry, cat came back. The cat came back! It's kind of like Trello, but it's targeted for game devs. Fix collision masks for all tiles. I may have done this. Helicopter, NPC spawn, and movement. I mean, this still needs a lot of work. This is barely finished. That's a tough one. I'm going to move this into planned, honestly. I feel like this is still working in progress. It's a little broken, but I think this is still working in progress. So I'm going to put this in planned. Anyway, I don't want to think too much about this. I want to stay on task. There's so much to set up over there. So in terms of this grabbing versus smacking mechanic, right? Like maybe something I want to think about are power-ups, because I want this to be a roguelike. And something that can be cool about roguelikes is having these power-ups that do good and also bad. And you have to kind of like decide like, well, is it worth, you know, taking this risk because of my build, this will be better or not. So in the game, you know, part of the objective, I do have an error in my code. I probably have to fix it. The game is probably not going to run. Okay, I ran, which is weird. So you are supposed to collect meat and eat it or send it back home to your home planet. So you want to grab stuff and you want to like send it back into space or whatever. So you want to collect as much meat as you want. Inside of these helicopters are meat. There's people in there. You can, and these are the most valuable meat that you can get, are the enemies that are attacking you. You know, there's innocent people, you can send them back, but those are less valuable than people who are bad. So if you pull a person out of here, that's useful. You have 6 people right here you could send back, which will help you beat the game. But if you can grab the helicopter and you have like some kind of super strength, you get some ability where you can just like grab it and throw it, right? Like that's likely to like kill the person or like destroy their body, right? Because maybe it's like a really powerful ability that lets you, you know, basically one hit these helicopters. You know, I want it to be, basically I want them to have health. So you can smack it once, smack it twice, smack it 3 times, and then it finally destroys. So if you smack it once, the windows break, right? Maybe it has 2 health. Smack it once, the windows break. You can go in there and pluck out the pilot, and then you can use them as an item, or not an item, but you know, for your game, for your gameplay. And then, you know, if you hit it twice, then it blows up and you lose the human. It crashes, it mangles them, they're not useful anymore. So if you get this grab ability where you can like grab it and like throw it, right? It's going to be way harder to manage those hit points. So it's, if you grab it, that's a hit maybe. And then if you throw it and it hits something, that's another hit and it's destroyed. So you lose the opportunity to collect that meat. So that's kind of like something I really want to implement, but I need to write it down. I need to keep it somewhere so I know about it. I guess gameplay, obstacle types, grabbing for the mechanic, action prioritization, UI, area of reach. This is more like design stuff. Ability copying, health bars. I think we want to say power-ups. I think it's time to make power-ups. I think that's what this is going to be. Or like, you know, whatever. So this is mechanic, pillar, aspect. Aspect is my vague, I don't know, whatever, it's a thing. Category. I think this could be a mechanic, potentially. I don't know. It really, it's like items, right? Or like, I guess it's kind of its own thing. I'm going to say mechanic. We're going to call it a mechanic. And then, let's just create that. Or maybe a system. Maybe it's system. It's tough because a lot of these were like here by default, these categories. And, you know, we can change them, but I kind of like just using the ones as much as I can. So let's add into power-ups. I'm going to say, like, what would that even be? What would that power-up even be? I don't know, like some kind of alien technology that lets you, like, why can't you grab otherwise? Why can't you grab otherwise? What gives you, like, a glove? But the thing is you might change your shape. You know, I still have this idea where you could, like, you know, maybe become an octopus or have like octopus limbs. Like, I don't know, how does a glove work on that? Maybe you keep the glove, you know? So much strength for doing this. What is your secret? Honestly, that's a multifaceted thing. There's many aspects to that. Truthfully, what I believe is the thing. Do you even have a pause these 8 hours? Nah. I got up to get the cat out of my face. And then I used the loo. You know, I'll take a break to use the loo, but no, pretty much no. What I really think it is more than anything, and some people aren't going to want to hear this. Diet. That is to say, what I eat. Because I spent most of my life being a sugar addict. Well, you might say I'm still a sugar addict, but I'm a recovering sugar addict. and managing the amount of sugar that I consume has, and not just sugar, but things that break down as sugar. So like white flour, you know, certain foods that in the body still have a similar effect on like blood glucose levels. personally, I believe that for me has made all the difference in terms of how much energy I've had. So I've spent a lot of time eating just like buckets of ice cream and like every day, like a bucket of ice cream. And you know, going from and even just like eating sugar straight and going from that to not having it anymore. It's like I instantly like day one of stopping that have more energy. Now the thing is, there will be a withdrawal period. There is that where, you know, the sugar in the expectation in my body for that sugar is like, hey, where'd the sugar go? You're tired now all the time. You feel like crap. You want sugar. So there is like a few months there that are hard to get over for me, but that were hard for me to get over. But once I got through that, I could appreciate the energy that was being given to me for not eating as much sugar. So for me, it's managing the amount of sugar in my diet. That has given me energy. And on top of that, once I got through that phase, I started looking into more nutrition, right? So eating more vegetables, eating more, just getting a full profile, fats, you know, the right amount of proteins, just making sure I have a good spread of nutrition. And that gave me another boost of energy. So for me, it's that. What am I usually eating? Quinoa. I eat a lot of quinoa. I'm like 70% quinoa. That's an exaggeration, but I eat a lot of quinoa. I love quinoa. I used to be brown rice, but then I found out brown rice can have arsenic usually in it, and I said, okay, I guess no more brown rice. So it's quinoa. Quinoa is the thing. Lots of quinoa. I love green beans. I love spinach. So I eat a lot of spinach, green beans, quinoa, beans, black beans, pinto beans. I should do the same since I have an eating disorder. I am not fat, but I can eat a lot, and I am so nervous. That's so. Look, it's not easy. I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling with an eating disorder. Like that sucks to deal with. Thank you for sharing that. Like that's a big thing to share. I yeah, it's like it's not easy, especially if you're dealing with an eating disorder. It's not easy. Even if you're not dealing with an eating disorder, to cut out sugar. Because we are just so trained. Oh my gosh, and I still deal with this. Like I have I taste in my mouth candy. Just yesterday I was craving a Heath bar. What? I don't know. I just was. You know, if I'm in a bad mood or something, I'm just like, oh, I want a bucket of ice cream right now. Because when I was a kid, that was accessible to me. That was available to me. Sugary cereals, commercials, fast food, you know, desserts at school lunches. There was so many places where I was just trained to resort to sugar as a way to emotionally deal or as whatever, you know, it just became for comfort. It became so ingrained and it's everywhere. We see commercials. We hear, I mean, even if I hear someone named their black and white cat Oreo, I'm like, oh man, oh, I want some Oreos. Oh my God. You know? And it's so ingrained in our cultures to want these brand name sugary products. It's fucking hard to stop eating them. It's not easy. So like, you know, just take your time. Take your time. Whatever little ways you can start, like, you know, subverting your own. Is there a cat? Is there a cat sneaking up on me? Whatever little ways you can subvert your own norms, you know, the way you typically engage with getting stuff. Even little ways, honestly, like even just looking at the numbers, right? Just like when I pick up a product, I turn it around and I look at the added sugars. I look at the sugars in it, you know, and even if that day I don't have the strength to not get it, I make sure I look at it and I know what it is and I remember those numbers, you know, and when I'm eating it, I'm like, this has 5 grams of sugar per whatever, 38 grams or something. I'm going to remember that. I'm eating 1 gram of sugar per 38 grams, 5 grams of sugar per 38 grams, 5 grams of sugar by 38 grams. And I just keep remembering that, you know, and I'm not shaming myself. That's another hard thing, is to not let it go into shame, right? Because then that just feeds into more toxicity. So it's like, it's fucking hard. And like I don't blame anybody for not sorting it out. For me, what was the huge impetus is I have some like gut issues, like where if I basically was forced to change my diet, or else I was never going to go to the bathroom again. I'm exaggerating, but like basically my gut motility slows down to a crawl when I was eating all that sugar. I don't go to the bathroom, and that goes for like a week, and that's super dangerous, and it's super unpleasant, and it's super unhealthy. And so for me, that was the impetus, was realizing that my body is going to rebel against me severely if I don't give it what it wants. So it's hard, especially if you don't have something like that. Like, what's going to motivate you? I honestly don't know. I remember that every time I buy a few bags of food to have for a week or so, I literally just think about that food and I must eat it. Then I eat everything in about 2 days. You remember that every time you buy a few bags of food to have for a week or so, you just think about that food and you must eat it. Man, so like that's really interesting. I kind of relate a little bit. Like it's if I buy it, if I go to the grocery store, I don't buy things that make me feel that way. Right? So like I buy bags of quinoa, and I like bone broth, chicken bone broth. Chicken bone broth I like a lot because it has nutrients in it. It's not vegan, I know, but I don't care. It's not vegetarian, I know, I don't care. It's got great nutrients and it tastes super delicious. And so if I've got quinoa and uh the what did I just say? The bone broth. Like it's just not something that I feel a deep craving for. So I just make sure I only buy things that I'm not going to have this deep craving for. Now, if somebody else who lives with me in my house, like my partner, buys a bag of chips or something, and I didn't buy that, I didn't choose it, but I know that bag of chips is there. Oh man. Oh, it's so hard. It's basically impossible. I'm just like, babe, can I have half your chips? Like, I can't not do it. But the chips hurt me. They make my guts get all angry. They don't like it. My body hates it. But so I actually do understand that feeling of like, if you know it's there, it's hard not to eat it. Something on that, by the way. In terms of like what got me off of sugar, like some of the early steps. So let's say if we get cookies, right? We could go buy cookies and have a bag of cookies. Something that slowed me down was buying cookies that you have to bake. This might not slow you down. It depends. For me, I'm ADHD AF. And so for me, the idea of baking cookies is like a huge extra step. But little things like that can just like interrupt the process. So instead of like having a bag of cookies where I can grab the cookie, it's like, no, girl, you want a cookie? You're gonna cook a cookie. you're gonna beat an egg, you're gonna put it in a bowl, you're gonna put it on a pan, you're gonna grease the pan, you're gonna heat it up, you're gonna wait. You know, and it's like all those steps, it doesn't solve everything, but it can help just slow down that process. And then that moment where I'm like, oh, I'm having a craving, I gotta have it. It's like, oh, but I gotta make it. You know, and it's just like one extra thing. So, you know, and I'm not saying do this will help you, but like finding these little tricks, these little ways to interrupt those patterns is sort of what helped me, and may be helpful to you too. But yeah, if depending on what's in the house, I will crave it more. 100%. Like, I hear that. But like that's interesting, and I hear that you're saying that that's the way it is for you too, like more specifically and especially. It's interesting. And it sounds like you have like a good understanding of your own experience. That's it. Like that's part of interrupting that process is at least understanding what happens for you. So you're already taking steps, and that's pretty cool. Ice cream is so hard to say no to. I know. I actually just tried making my own ice cream. It's not the same. Nice cream, I've heard it called. Yeah, so I'm using cashews, and we got like this blender that works pretty well. It's like a pretty strong blender. And if you like blend cashews with like a little, I use almond milk. I also blended it up with some bone broth for a savory dish. But let's say for this, I use some almond milk, and it gets very creamy. It has to be raw cashews, unsalted raw cashews. And if I blend those up, that turns into this like thick, heavy cream. And so I tried making that, and I put like some pumpkin in there, just like canned pumpkin, some dates. Dates are pretty sweet. Dates are a little dangerous. They're borderline candy, but at least they have some fiber. But I put a couple of those in there, and then some bananas in there. I think that's about it. And so I blended that up, I froze it, and I put it in ice cube trays. And then what I was supposed to do is put those ice cubes, those flavor ice cubes, into the back into the blender. And then when I blend it, it should turn into like an ice cream like texture. I don't know. I'm actually gonna try it right after the stream. I'm gonna go try it. It ain't the same. It ain't the same. Replacements, little replacements. Watermelon. Ooh, that's a good tip. I like that. That's really that's exactly the kind of thing. Is just to like think about the closest things you can, the alternatives that you can go for. You know, like, and just trying to use those to interrupt the habit. Like, you know what? I eat ice cream 3 days a week. One of those days is gonna be watermelon instead. You know, like it's that kind of thing. And again, if it doesn't turn out that way, that's okay. But like having those options around and going to them can make a big difference. It's just, for me, it was gradual changes, because you know, just like alcoholism or another type of drug addiction, like if you just try to cold turkey that sugar, forget it. Like it's gonna pull you right back in. And it does become like a lifestyle change, which is not easy, especially if you're dealing with certain internalized shames and whatnot. You're not sure if you ever tried bone broth. You do like chicken. Do you like noodles? Chips are so addicting, dude. And they got Bliss Point, man. The crinkle of the bag, the crunch of the chips, the way the dust on it just like bursts into the mouth. See, I'm already. Oh my god. That's how they get us. That's how they get us. The brain, even just like looking at the colors on the package, I'm just like, oh, that looks good. You know, it's hard. It's hard. So you know, it gets awkward, especially, you know, living through life with my partner. Like, I'm not gonna be like, babe, don't buy chips. You can't have chips because it tempts me. Like, that's messed up. They're their own human. They're their own adult. They have to. Yeah, they get to have chips, and that's fine. That works for them, you know. And I have to control myself to not want it. But it can be hard depending on environmental things, for sure. Yeah, bone broth, to me, bone broth is just like a more flavorful chicken broth. It's like chicken broth, but it just has like more nutrients, more flavor, darker color. It's just like more. I love it. I do like noodles, but I've come to just basically cut them out. And the main reason is because they hurt me. They make my gut motility slow as all heck. So like if I get like the white flour noodles, I mean, forget about it. Semolina, forget it. That's gonna hurt me no matter what. I've tried like whole wheat pasta, but it still kind of hurts me a little bit. I feel like the processing, like whatever makes things be in like very particular shapes, usually is gonna hurt me, I find. So it's, unfortunately, I've kind of had to give up noodles. I do like noodles. It's just they're kind of like a once in a while thing for me. but I do like them. I like them. But for me personally, they can kind of be a source of physical pain. So I just like don't eat them anymore. But if I am gonna eat them, I'm gonna make sure they're like whole wheat of some kind, whole grain. Chocolate cookies, I have them right next to me, an open package, of course. Man, I understand. I've had, man, I've had some days. I've had some days where it's like, I just want that. There's a very specific cookie. I want that cheap dollar store cookie. I want the frosted ones with the oatmeal underneath, with the crappy little frosting on top. Those are the ones I want. Those I want to just like crisp right onto them. It's so hard. It's so hard. And there's no other way to say it. It's hard. But you know, when I started having things moving through my body more quickly. I started having more energy. And you know, and so that made me want to keep going. But there were setbacks, and there's gonna be setbacks. Like, I'm gonna go through a phase again where I'm like, screw it, I need ice cream. I need ice cream, dang it, give me my ice cream. Like, it's gonna happen, and I'm going to go through those phases. But you know, as long as I can stay as away from sugar and things that break down in the body as sugar, the longer I can stay away from them, the better I am, and the more I'm able to do these big chunky live streams and work and concentrate as long as I need to. It's one of the most, to me, it's one of the most unspoken controversies of our species, controversies of our entire human existence is sugar. Like, obviously some sugar is fine and even good for you, but like the way that it's pushed on us, and it's everywhere, and it's so accessible, and there's nothing governing it besides, you know, alcohol. There's stuff governing alcohol, there's stuff governing cigarettes, but sugar is just like, oh yeah, it's fine, it's safe. It's mind-boggling. But like, at the same time, what are we gonna do? Like, it ain't gonna change. Motivated you? I love that. Well, I'll be here because look, this is something I deal with every day. So like, if you ever need to check in about it, I'll probably have something to relate to that day. They also trick people with the chips packages because half of the package is empty. It's so true. It's so true. Like, most of it is just a freaking billboard, is what it's there for. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Oh, I was thinking of power-up stuff. Right, so grabbing versus hitting. So whatever, grab glove. I'm just gonna call it grab glove. It might not be that. We'll say tentative name, working name. Whatever, it's fine. We get it. Grab glove. Player can grab almost anything, e.g. helicopters, and throw them. Good for defeating enemies. Bad for extracting meat from... Bad at protecting meat from accidental destruction. That's kind of what I just want to take that note down. Have that. I love it. Grab glove. Done. So with that understood, I do kind of... So if I'm going to rename grab from hitting, really the difference is like how long you hold it. So if you have that flag, right, where player has grab glove, or, you know, is a cow. So if it's a cow, I'm going to bring in all the other objects again. We gonna bring in all the other objects. Just bring them back in. I have a lot of work to do on this terrain spawning logic. That's a whole other thing that isn't being done yet. But so for cows, they're grabbable, but it's an antiquated, bad, not good system. But we can grab these. So these would have like a flag saying that they are grabbable in and of themselves. Basically, all meat, any human, any cow, you can grab anyway. You don't need a special glove to grab those. So that would be a grab, and indeed there is similar logic for this grab stuff. They do share some logic. For example, they have the same key press and things like that. But what would differentiate it is like how long you hold it down. The helicopters are definitely enemies. Although now that you ask that, it is fun to think about. What if they weren't? They would be. I don't know. That could be an ability where like some helicopters fight on your team or something. That could be something. But yeah, they're enemies. So the enemies in this game are going to be basically military, violent authority, militarized police, National Guard, stuff like that. The military. The story that I kind of imagine, and this is gonna change. It's shaky, but like once the alien gets human limbs, you know, they're just gonna go around and be rampaging humanity, and humanity is gonna be upset. They're gonna be like, "Can you stop? Can you stop eating us, maybe?" And for some reason, the alien's gonna feel a little guilty and be like, why do I feel bad about this? Why do I feel bad about this? Because when they ate humans, they didn't just get human limbs. They also get human empathy. And this is like a whole separate like health bar that you're gonna get once you eat humans. And it's pretty much gonna be like if you eat innocent humans versus the ones that are trying to kill you, then your empathy bar is going to go down. And if your empathy bar is down, then innocent humans won't help you throughout the game. So maybe they'll go into their freezer and, you know, outside one of these houses, they'll leave out like a package of meat, you know, like outside the house, and you can grab it and heal with it or something, you know. So there's going to be like special bonuses if you aren't eating a lot of innocent people. Or killing a lot of innocent people. But you could also just kill them anyway. There might be an advantage to it. So it's going to be a balance. And then while this protest is happening, violent authority is going to attack the protest. And not only attack the aliens, but also attack the protesters. The protesters are going to be like, look, we got this terrible society where we're being oppressed. We're being oppressed. Can you just help us? Like, we got a common enemy. Let's work together. So they work together and potentially, you know, if you choose to work together with them. And so then you'll have the empathy health bar, which is supposed to be what this heart is for in the middle. And it'll shrink if your empathy goes down. And so you want to target, they're targeting you, but you want to target, you know, tanks, soldiers, police, things like that. And avoid innocent people and innocent animals. Why the protesters? What did they do wrong? Exactly. I mean, they dared to exercise their right to protest the government. They dared to do that. I guess it's kind of like a dystopian situation a little bit, where the citizens are being oppressed in this way. So I'm not really sure like what version of Earth or what country this happens in. I might just kind of gloss over that for now. But yeah, just, you know, I mean, I could also argue that this does happen, you know, in some cases where there, I don't know if it would necessarily be, I mean, the police brutality is a thing. Police brutality is a thing. And so I guess this is like that to an extreme. Aliens have invaded, and I don't know, all bets are off. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's okay. It's an original idea. Never heard of anything like this in other games. Yes! Yes! Success! I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to like think about lore and stuff, but you know, mostly as a way to keep me motivated and have touchstones as I keep working on it. And then, you know, at some point I'll really revise the lore and make it all kind of fit. But for now, I do the best I can. I do the best I can. So yeah, so the helicopters are enemies, tanks will be enemies, all kinds of military stuff will be the enemies. And then in fact, uh, you know, there's, I think I mentioned earlier, there's going to be 4 different areas in the game. You start out with the rural cattle farm. That's the first area. So you're going to be going for cows. You're going to be aliens abducting cows, as aliens do. Um, and that'll be the first area with levels. And then you'll go to small towns, a big city, and then the final area will be a military base. And so that's, you know, to overthrow the violent authority and establish a new world order where humans must serve the aliens. But then again, I don't know how does that square with the empathy thing? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if I care, honestly. Like, I just want a fun game. And then the story, you know, we'll work on the story. As long as it's a cool story, I say let it make less sense that you get to debate over and be like, it should be like this or like that. Like, we can sort that out. Will there be a cornfield? Oh, that's an alien place on Earth too. Oh my gosh, that's such a good idea. Oh, that's such a good idea. I didn't even think about that. That's such a good idea. Yes. Yes, there should be a cornfield. There absolutely should be a cornfield. Oh my gosh. Where do I write this down? Hell yes, there should be a cornfield. That's a hack and plan thing. Oh my gosh. I gotta add you on the credits. I gotta get you in on these credits now. Like, that is chef's kiss. I want that. I want to reference tropes as well. Like, I don't want to pretend like I want to reinvent everything about aliens. I do want to do some things I always want to do with aliens. I love the idea. Yeah. I'm very meticulous about crediting. So let's see. That would be like locations. I don't actually have a location. I have overview, gameplay, story. I mean, I have location stuff in other versions of the documents. Levels. Yeah, so maybe I want to say... So actually, I haven't really filled this out. A lot of this hack and plan stuff, I haven't fully filled it out, and I just kind of like do it as I go, and I catch up to things. So let's actually say... areas. Type chapter. Type location. Let's create that. In the areas, we're going to say rural. I wonder if that should be earlier. I feel like that should be like kind of... Where does that fit in? Because we go from cattle farms and rural to small towns. I feel like it should be somewhere in between here, like maybe one of the later cattle farm. That could be a nice obstacle that can like make it harder to see things. I don't know. It's just a fun idea. It's a fun. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about more how it plays into the game, but even just visually, if it was just there somewhere, you know. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to organize this on the hack and plan, because rural would technically include kind of both of these. You know, I mean, I guess this is more suburban and this is more urban. Maybe you can make a place in cornfield with circles, the broken corn to the earth. Oh my gosh, that'd be pretty fun. Especially if like the alien like walking around would like make the circles happen, the crop circles happen. Dude, that'd be fun too. Like if there was like special like power-ups or something you get in cornfields. Different like invasion related things. Interesting. Intriguing. Where do I want to put this? I feel like... I feel like we're gonna say farmland. We're gonna say farmlands. We're gonna keep it simple. With something rare to appear. Ooh. I worry a little bit. Sometimes when I think about like stuff like that, I'm like, oh man, that could be overscoping a bit. I mean, for me, like I would love to just be like everything goes in the game, but like I also have to think about like what's practical for me to finish, because like this version is just supposed to be a prototype. Just like get the game playable enough, it communicates the idea, it's fun enough. I'm going to put it free open source on itch.io so people can play it. Get feedback. Then look into improving it and even remaking it and adding in all the, well, many of the more fun things, and then maybe, you know, making a version that would be sold on Steam or something. But that's like way down the road. I'm not even worrying about that. So like ideas like maybe ideas where it gets deeper into like more nuance that maybe doesn't necessarily tie right into what's necessary for a prototype, that would be something I would like put down in a category like for working on later someday, maybe. I wanted to ask you if you would like to join in any way the game project that my friend is making, but that game project will be done soon. I like, as a rule, I say no, just because I know because I have said yes so many times, and it's no fault of the people who are working on projects. I'm just like, oh my gosh, I don't have capacity. I'm too stressed. I can't think about it. Oh my god, like I get too stressed. So like, you know, in general, I would just say definitely not. But the honor that I feel that you would ask me is real. I appreciate that. That's so nice that you would even want to ask me. I just kind of blanket to no, and then like and then kind of leave it at that, because I have so little capacity, even though I know I got energy, I'm not eating a lot of sugar. But like in terms of managing like multiple projects, I already got the channel and everything. I just don't have time. But I would love to hear, and when you said in any way, so let me say this. I would play test. I will give feedback, right? I will do all of that for sure. I will prioritize that. I love giving feedback. I love play testing people's games. So in that sense, hell yes. Hell yes, I will help. That's what I need to say. Is like I will play test 100% and give feedback. For sure. I would love to. I'd be honored to. It sounds cool though. Like the way like this is a project that your friend is making, but now you are like saying, like, it must be a cool project if you're willing to be like, hey, my friend is making this game. Like that must be a cool project if you're willing to invite people to it. So I'm intrigued. Games take a long time too, by the way. So yeah, it won't be out soon. Cool. So I'm gonna say farmlands will be the kind of area, and then type location, levels, areas. I'm gonna say we'll just add stuff in here. I mean, I do have some reference images that I've kind of put together. I don't really want to get too into it. I could like set it up more and more, but let's just say cornfields. How do you do the indented ones on here? Do you just do like a space? Yes. Possible crop circles / mystical events. Obstruction. No, you're not taking my time. Because here's the thing, like, I'm also here to hang out. And here's the other thing is we've been working dang hard today. I gotta need a break. And what I have been doing is taking notes, you know, planning stuff, thinking about stuff. And for me, that's important. It's important to have plans, to update my game dev documents, to check in with my project manager, to bounce ideas, to connect with the community that I make games around. Like, to me, all of that is part of the ecosystem of working on the game. So to me, I say thank you for sharing this time. You drew a few things to that game, but since that will be an online game, so that would not be done soon. Whoa, an online game? Wow, ambitious. I'm so curious. If they have a Discord or something or anything, I'd be down to hop in there, check it out, see what's up. But like in general, like in terms of like making assets and like coding or something, like I would melt. I would melt. Obstruction, visual, etc. Yeah, so we'll just put that in there for now. And then I want to say suggested by Killa, just so we never forget. And then the real place, you have Discord and wanted to ask about mine. Oh yeah, link is in the description. Hop in there, and then you can promote. There is a self-promo channel on the Discord, and then there's like a Games by You channel. Maybe one of those two places could be where you talk more about all that. That'd be fine with me. Let me close this. I'm gonna add you. Oops, I just closed it. I'm gonna add you on the Google Sheets. See, that's not taking my time. I'm about to add you to a credits list. That means you contributed to this game. That ain't no waste. I still got to work on the sorting here, but we're gonna get you on here. I'm just gonna, basically I just use whatever your name is on YouTube, but we can also change that if you want to. So let me make sure the formula is up to date. I believe it is. This is too bright. It's too late for this brightness. 27th, approximately game concepts. That's the credit for this, game concepts. So just, it's basically a fancy way of saying suggestions, ideas, things like that. Game concepts. So now you have one credit. See, these are supposed to be sorted in there, but I don't know. It doesn't sort right. It doesn't matter. It's fine. I'll fix it. All right, then. Updated. List updated. So many people joined the project. That says a lot. It's really cool. I mean, you know, it's folks who come through these live streams. It's folks who come through these live streams. And, you know, sometimes they're like, oh, you don't have to add me. I'm like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do it for me. I do it for me. Oh, but you're right. And to me, it says a lot about a lot of things. I take the compliment. But I also feel that, you know, since I started doing Godot, like I was doing Unreal Engine, I was doing Unity, I was doing GDevelop, I was doing, what was the other one I was doing? Unreal, Unity, I guess those are the main ones I was doing. I was doing some others, but pretty much that. And there just wasn't the same amount of people who came through. It just wasn't the same. Since switching to Godot, it has just been so different. So I gotta give credit to Godot in general for just having this vibrant community and programmers who are attracted to it. That helps a lot. Okay, so we've taken down the cornfields thing. And then so as far as the, so I wanted to set like, the reason why I even went into all that is because I was thinking about the difference between hitting and grabbing, right? And so do I want to rename some variables and stuff to be about, to say instead of, because right now these are all named as grabs, but it's not really like a grab, it's more like a hit. So that's something to think about. The other thing to think about is I want to make sure we can't spam it. So I need to set like a way for it to be multiple, so, or not multiple. So if I like click this a bunch of times, it's like doing it a bunch. I don't want that to be possible. I want it to have a certain time frame. And so if this activates, I want it to send a message. I would say that'd be the same for grab anyway. So I think we can have the grab cooldown be called grab. I don't think this is the time to think about that being changed. We have a signal for something grabbed. Am I using that signal? Are 3D models hard to make? I never made any. I don't think they're that hard to make. Now, if you want to make great 3D models, yeah, it's a little harder. But, you know, for me, it's a special perspective because I find 2D art to just be so difficult. I find 2D art so difficult. It's like my mind has a hard time taking like 3D concepts and mashing them into a 2D world. For me, that's like more confusing, you know? And so with 3D, it's like I feel like I kind of think in 3D like already or something, and so it just like feels easier or something. I don't know. Like, so here's Blender. Every Monday, so I do member streams. That is to say, if you're a paid YouTube supporter, thank you for the YouTube supporters. Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Or a patron. Patrons also get access to a live stream I do every Monday. It's just as long as these are, super long, and I only do Blender. I also try to get the models into Godot. Sometimes I do other game planning stuff, but for the most part, Blender. It's all about Blender. And I mean, I've been doing it for less than a month, and or maybe around a month. Maybe not less than a month. Okay, I've been doing it for more than that. But not that long. I haven't been doing it that long, and I'm getting better with it. I like it. It takes some practice. So like what's something I need to make? I need to make a fence. That's an object I need to make. And I just kind of like making all the models. I'm actually not going to use this. I'm actually going to get rid of this. So, like, I don't know if this makes it seem easy or hard. Oh, and then I'll put up my keys up here. Look, I'm letting you inspire me to do something. It's whatever. Who cares? It's fun. Okay, so there you can see my keystrokes. So I'm going to add a cylinder, add a mesh. I think what's hardest about it is just what's hard about a lot of these programs, right? Is there's all kinds of menus, there's all kinds of shortcuts, especially in Blender, and it's like, it's just about finding which ones are the ones to use. You know, it's like cutting through the overwhelm of possibilities, I think, is the hardest part. And then beyond that, I find it pretty doable. So for the fence, I'm going to want a cylinder. I can come down here. We can bring down the vertices. So it's just a little more low poly. This is a little large. So like there's things like that come into considerations. So let's say I want to compare it to a cow. I'm going to append a cow character that I made. Not a character, but NPC. I guess that would be an NPC. Let's get that cow mesh in here. So if we do append, I might be making it look easier than it is. I'm going to put this in there. So then I got to remember things like moving stuff. So if I press the G key, now I can move things. If I press Y after pressing G, now it'll be stuck to the Y axis. If I press Z, now it'll be stuck to the Z axis. If I press X, it'll be stuck to the X axis. So if I want to scale it, I press S, it's scaling it wherever. If I press Z, it's going to scale it to Z axis, X it's the X, Y it's the Y. It also flips, so Y and Z are flipped than a lot of other programs in Blender, so that can be a little confusing. But, you know, once you kind of realize where those things are, what the S key makes it scale, the G key makes it move, and you kind of get used to moving around in 3D space, it's a little confusing at first. There's other things that are kind of confusing, like normals. So, so I made all this blue right now. If it's blue, so I had to set this special setting, face orientation. And by the way, the reason I learned all of this is because of folks in the chat during the member streams come through and they give me this advice. Like I could have figured it out on my own. I could have looked into it, but community has just been so helpful to me. So this is like blue because it's on the outside. So if I were to, you know, let's see if I can break it. So we have the insides. There's like little things that can sometimes get a little confusing. If I even can, actually, let's try this. Let's try just blowing it up a little bit. If I do like an inset, can't even, I create this on accident all the time. There we go. So I flipped it inside out there, and now it's like red. And that's because I kind of flipped it inside out. And so one side is like the red side. So actually, if I were to do this, let's do this. This will be easier. If I split this face off, there we go. So it's red in the inside because that's the inside of it. And this can be bad because this isn't going to render correctly in the game engine. So like the back of it is red, the front of it is blue. So there's like kind of like little things like that, you know, to get used to and think about. But other than that, you know, I feel like you get a lot of good creative freedom that I enjoy. So in that program, you can make a 3D model that could be added to any game engine. Yes. Yep, pretty much. I mean, you know, I don't think, you know, it has to be able to handle 3D objects, right? So like Game Maker, I don't think does 3D. So you couldn't put it in Game Maker. But yeah, any engine that has 3D stuff, you know, any real engine will let you do that. So, and it depends on how you do it too. Like, so you can export it as different files and stuff, and that can change. So luckily Godot has some built-in functionality. So I can actually just save a .blend file and it will just be able to go right into Godot. But some engines, most engines, you'll need to like export it as like an OBJ file or a GLTF, but it's pretty simple. So like here, I can just come up to File, Export, and then we get all these different file types. And these all will have some different results. FBX, you know, these are all some familiar file types. And, you know, depending on the engine you're using, you'll probably be able to quickly kind of figure out which one you can use. And it'll export it, and it'll be nice. I only used to create a CS 1.6 map, which was a fun experience. What is that? Oh, Counter-Strike. Oh, you use Blender to create a Counter-Strike map. Yeah, you know, I feel like that's like so many game devs get started that way. I relate to that. Like I was making mods for Fallout New Vegas. I did ROM hacking when I was a kid, but it wasn't that serious. Yeah, that's such a you get a great intersection with game dev tools when you do that. Hammer. Oh, what's hammer? What's hammer? Hi, buddy. Yeah. Oh, you just want so much attention. Hammer 3D models. Oh, he's being so annoying. Oh, he's being so annoying. Mwah. He's like, can you stop working? I don't know what hammer is. I believe you that I believe you that it's real. I just don't know what it is. So yeah, so to me, it's pretty easy to make 3D models. Oh my gosh, buddy. Buddy, give me a little more time, okay? Then I'll be done. Mwah. Away. Away. Or a valve? I'm confused. Is that something? That is a special program for Counter-Strike maps, not just your models. Oh, I see. I gotcha. I never did Counter-Strike, so I don't really know. But somebody heard you say that and was like, oh yeah, good times. Somebody heard you say that. But yeah, I think it's, for me, it's pretty easy. But like, for me, it's more intuitive to work in 3D, and I like working in 3D. But of course, look, when I say it's easy, you really have to look at the quality of my work, okay? Which is not very high quality. Like, the player character I made in something called Womp 3D. You might have seen me use it in a game jam. Womp 3D is cool. It's a lot different than something like Blender. But these trees, this building I just made on Monday. I'm actually very proud of this building. I just made this building on Monday. This is the quality of my work, right? So I don't make amazing, mind-blowing assets, right? I actually did make these cliffs as well. So, you know, to me, it's borderline programmer art. But I like doing it. Like making this stuff, I don't find that difficult, and I feel like it's representative enough that it gets the job done. The helicopters, I made the helicopters. I guess I'm pretty proud of that. You know, I feel like if you can look at it and you get the idea of what it is, that's good enough. You made houses in places. So yeah, you know, you've got some experience with it. You know, it's weird doing 3 dimensions, but to me, I like it. Will it hard change colors if he's getting weaker, or it's just a detail? It'll get smaller. I haven't set it up yet, but so like if the arm or the legs or the head takes damage, you can see the arms are shrinking here. Same thing is going to happen to the heart. It's going to like get smaller until it disappears because you're heartless. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. It's kind of like a health bar. And that's it. It's helping me to just have that Monday member stream. It's a nice time for me to just be like, okay, today I'm going to sit down, I'm going to make some models. And then, you know, next thing I know, the game is populated with stuff. It's a lot of fun. I just love game dev. I just freaking love game. You know what? I haven't done sounds. There's no sound effects. There's no music. Like, that's going to be a whole other thing I can't wait to start doing, is adding all that in there. I think one of my favorite things of game dev is the variety of things that you get to do when you're developing games. I love that about game dev. I was going to use this cow as like a reference, because the fences are going to be for keeping the cows in, you know. I left part of the cow behind. Oops. Whoopsie. That's okay. It doesn't matter. So the fence post should be like kind of a similar size. So, you know, I don't find it too difficult. I do think it's not super easy. It's not super easy, you know? I won't keep working on this, but like, I don't think it's that bad. To me, it's much more fun and more accessible than 2D art. But that's just me, and I think I'm in a minority on that one. But personally, I find it more doable. Step/jumping sounds may be fun. Yeah, right? Oh, I know. Because he has such a, or it has such a, you know, I don't even know. Like shaking the ground a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot of fun possibilities there. Yeah, I agree. I don't even know. I feel like jumping might be more like an ability thing. I'm not even sure yet. Yeah, I think it would be fun. I think it would be a lot of fun. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I guess I'm just waiting to care. I'm waiting to feel like it's missing and it needs to be added in. Or something. Or if I just get bored with doing, or I'm like, you know, we got plenty of models. We can move on to something else. So that's kind of a, it's kind of a fence post. It's kind of a fence post. And then I could just duplicate that. Give it a rotation. And it'll be kind of a fence. The fence is a really simple one. I don't even know that we need much more than that, really. I guess it has to, we have to, it maybe looks a little large to keep that cow in. Kind of needs to be a little smaller, you know, so it'll actually keep the cow in. Should the cow try to escape. Yeah. That looks like a pretty good size to me. I can make it longer. That would probably be nice. Oh, I learned a trick last night, or Monday. Folks in the chat taught me this. Oh, that's crooked. I did not rotate that evenly at all. Whoops. Whoops. Could have done that a little better. Could have done that a little better. think we just want one of these rotated. There we go. That's what we want. That's what we want. 90 there, 0 here, 0 there. And so here's the trick that they taught me last night. It still looks like it's not flat to me. Still looking a little not flat. That's okay. The trick was, if we take this 3D cursor thing, let me go look at it from the front. So I'm still learning stuff. If I put this here, and then I change this, there's this little setting up here. This little setting up here. And if I change this transform pivot point to 3D cursor, when I select these, and if I shrink them, they'll grow into that point and out of that point. Whereas if I didn't do that and I kept it the way it was set, it's going to grow from the middle. Little things like that have really made a big difference in my workflow, even though I just learned it. Helpful. Maybe something like that. Is cow. The cow's ears and feet and tail are dismembered on accident. But yeah, it's cow. I'm glad that it gives cow. Welcome, G-Wiz. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, someone was just asking if it's easy to 3D model things, and I was like, maybe. It depends. And so I just put something easy together. It's a fence for keeping cows, because cows need to be kept. Pig dog is a pig dog. I agree. That was pretty much my own self-criticism of it when I was making it. Oh, these are the eyes, not the ears. Is that it kind of looks like a pig dog. I completely agree with you. I totally agree that it looks like a pig dog. Like, wasn't my intention, but that's what happens when you're a noob and you're doing your best. It kind of just looks like a pig dog. I don't disagree. I simply don't disagree. Yep. So that's one of those things that, you know, we're calling programmer art for the most part. And someday, you know, I just want to make a quick and dirty, well, not quick, but a quick-ish and dirty, definitely dirty, prototype for this game that gives the impression of the game enough. And then put that free and open source on itch, get feedback, see what people think, and then be like, okay, it's time to hire somebody, or it's time to find a serious collaborator who can make a real cow. And we'll put a real cow in there. But for now, it's this. You want this? You want this cow? You want this cow? Hey, look, you can find it. There's a GitHub repo link in the description box. Literally. I mean, I need to put a license on there, probably. I should probably put a license on there of some kind. I don't even know what license I would want. So, I don't know what license I would want, actually. Probably, like, something. I don't know. I have to look into it. But technically, you can grab it in the GitHub repo. What kind of license do I want? Now you got me thinking about it. I'm going to have to think about that. I need to put that down in my to-do list. Figure out what license you want for this game. Yeah, that's my cow. And now I got my fence. Super simple. Not a whole lot going on here. I could get complicated with it, but why bother? Why bother? It gets the job done. I think we could increase maybe these a little bit. Just to add. I kind of like that they're the same. Set a global. It'd be kind of nice if it was coming into the center, but I don't think that's how this is gonna work. I think it looks fine. Add some edge loops and offset them to add bends. Oh, that's a cool idea. Edge loops? I don't even know what that means. I know about loop cuts. Oh, loop cuts. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I know what that is. I was like, edge loops. What the hell is an edge loop? Oh, a loop cut? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know about loop cuts. Yeah, I got those. And then offset them. Wait, let me try that again. Then we're gonna do a little do-over on that one. Yeah, we're gonna do a little do-over on that. Move them up and down. I can't, you know, I just realized the other day that you could kind of do that. So you mean like, oh, I see what you're saying. Not what I was thinking you were saying. It's something else. So like grab the section. Oh, ooh. No, that adds a little something to it. Ooh, that's a good call. Just give it a little ruggedness. A little weathered look. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that adds a little something to it. I like that. I was so tame with it. No, but it's nice. This is nice. Good idea. See, this is what I mean. Community comes through and just drops a little tip, and I'm like, I'm going to take that tip. I'm going to take that tip. I'm going to keep that tip. Well, I mean, do we have you down as a Blender consultant? If not, you just became one. You just became a Blender consultant. If you're not already. Gee whiz. Not a Blender consultant yet. Congratulations. You've earned it. And your third credit. Nice. Look, it's a valuable contribution to me. It does. It makes it a little more realistic. It just does. You know, it's just less stiff. I would even say we could do it here on these. It does. It just adds something really nice. That's such a great tip. I love it. My credit score is now 3. Can I take out a car loan yet? You're almost there. You're almost there. You're almost there. We'll get you there. Just keep helping out with this game, and it's not going to actually directly affect that credit score, but it might be correlated with you having a better credit score, because the more you help people, the better your credit score may be. So. It is a kind of a score. It is kind of a scoring system. You literally do have a credit score on this, on Hyper Game Dev. A Hyper Game Dev credit score. It honestly sounds horrifying. I almost feel guilty. So we'll just add a little bit on here. Oh, that's such a nice touch. You leveled up my design so much now. I'm gonna use this all the time. I don't know why I never thought to. It's just kind of HGD credit union. That's right. We are a credit union. We are a credit union. We ain't one of them banks. What do we look like, a bank? No. No, we're a credit union. It's different. It's different. It's very different. All right? It's not the same. Okay. Loop cut. Just a little bit. Just a little bit for this. Select all the faces. Give it a little bit of some bending. It's not much. I like how I did the absolute least. I did so little. I just changed a little bit. Not much. Not very much. But you know, it still looks good. So, you know, there's still more work I want to do in the fence. My idea with the fence, let me get rid of this cow. My idea with the fence is to have a few different versions of it. So I'm actually going to save it like this. I want these different pieces. I'm going to actually merge the middle parts together. So I'm going to say object join. So this is the other thing, is thinking about how do these models fit into your game and the way that you're building your game. That's kind of the other thing to keep in mind too, which is true for 2D art as well. Gwiz out. Peace, Gwiz. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. And guys, if you don't know about Gwiz, you should check out Gwiz. Gwiz is not just helpful when Gwiz stops by. Gwiz is helpful all day. Go check out Gwiz's YouTube channel. Do it if you haven't. If you haven't, what are you waiting for? You missing out on some good stuff. Peace. So I'm gonna bundle those together. This is going to be fence bars. We're just gonna call them bars. I'm gonna call this fence post left or right. I think this is right. Fence post right. Just gonna put an R. And then we're gonna do fence post left for this one. Or fence post L. I do want to make sure it's all kind of centered. First, let me apply the transforms. I'm just going to drag it approximately centered. I could be more serious about centering it. I really could take my centering more seriously, but I didn't. I think it's a little lower down than it needs to be, so I'm going to move it up. Actually, it probably should be in the ground a little bit, which it is. It is a fence after all. So I'm going to make sure I have those separate names there so I can separate it in Godot more easily. I could do some materials for it if I wanted to. Something that I'll update in Godot anyway. Let's just make it a little brown. Just make it a little brown. Not pink. Not pink. How about a little brown? I think that will make more sense. You know, I could do things here too, like make it more rough or something. I'll probably end up changing that in Godot anyway. Make sure for the posts that I apply those materials as well. All right, looks good. Let's save it. I'm going to bring it into my project folder. So this is a nice thing. Godot does have like integration with Blender, so I don't even have to export it, which is mostly nice. Objects. I guess that would be an object. Is that buildings? I don't really feel like buildings. What kind of object is a fence? A fence is a fence. I feel like we could just say fences. I'm gonna say fences. That's its own category. I'm just gonna call it fence one. Very creative name. It's fence one. It's the first fence. All right. So now when I come to Godot, it's actually gonna start loading it in because Godot already knows how this goes. So if I hop to, let's go to the cow farm here. Seems like an appropriate place to put it in. Seems like the right spot. So now in my project files down here, I'll have objects, fences, fence one. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a new inherited scene. There's our little fence that we just made. Doesn't look that bad. Don't look that bad. And then I want to say this is fence one. Left. I'm going to call it fence 1 left. Well, actually, we don't want to say that. I'm going to say this is fence L. I'm just kind of naming this the way I think I want it to. You know, there's different ways to do this. I'm just kind of doing it in a way that makes sense to me and fits with the way I've been doing things. But it's definitely not necessarily the best way. So I'm calling this fence L. I'm going to do it underscore 01 because it's fence 01 0 0. The reason why I do the 0 0 at the end, maybe I'll do fence 01 dash L underscore 0 0. The reason I do the 0 0 at the end is because when I add this in, I'm going to duplicate it and it's going to append numbers automatically onto here. The 1 is just to say this is fence 1. So if I make a fence 2 and it's like a metal fence or something, I want that to preserve, and then the numbers will be added onto the end. And I'm saying it's left because what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually get rid of one of these posts. So then the idea is, and let's just leave it like that. That's all that's going to be. It's just like that. And in fact, I'm even going to add in the collision as such. So let's give it some simple collision here for the fence post. Oh, right. This is like a regular, we need like a static body or something. So this would actually, it would actually be an area. I'm not going to set all this up right now. I'm not going to set up the collision up. We'll worry about that later. So that's fence 1. And then I'm going to save this as such in that same folder, objects, fences, fence 0100. I don't want to say any of that. I just want to say, actually I do want to say all of that. Just kidding. Fence 01 left 00. Save it. Now I'm going to make another one. I'm going to right click on this blend file, create another new inherited scene. I think I clicked on that right. New inherited scene. Okay. And this one I'm going to call fence 01 R00. And I'm just going to get rid of that. And that's all I'm going to do. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to save this as such. And let's do one more new inherited scene. And I'm going to call this fence. I don't know if this is like the way I want to do it, but I'm trying it. Fence 1 post 00. So then I'm going to get rid of the bars and I'm just going to keep 1 post. It does make me think that maybe I want to put it in the center. I might have wanted to build this a little differently. You know, like have the left one be off center, like right there, or the right one, and have the left one be like over here, and then the post is in the middle. That might have made more sense to do it that way. I'm not really sure how I want to do it, but for now, let's just do it like this. And I'm going to move this to the center. Approximately. This is just my idea. We'll see if it works. And then in theory, so let's save this, add it in. Now in theory, I come back to my cow farm. And if I add in some fence stuff, let's add in a post. And then I'm going to add in a left one. Snap it right on. Oh, yeah. Nice, kind of. The snap is maybe not aligned perfectly. I'm surprised it even had, like, some snapping there. So, you know, I might want to think about how those piece together better. But then I could take the right one, put this on here. This is kind of how I imagine building it. I might want to refine that a little bit. But for now, that's my idea. And then we just stick them on here. Now I've got fences. So, you know, and then there's things I can do to make it an obstacle, because it's currently not an actual obstacle. So I would come into each scene and I'd want to give it, basically I'd want to make the top level an area 3D. And if I add a script on here, we actually want to take an existing script, the obstacle script, drop that on, and I'm going to want to make sure I add a collision, create a collision, and that should be all we need there. We also want to identify things about it. I think this is all quite fine. So it does the lowest amount of damage, it doesn't slow the character down, and then I would do the same thing for the others. Come over to this one, change its type to an area 3D, add the obstacle script, and then I'll create collision. There we go. Come to the last one that we made. Change its type to an area 3D. Give it the obstacle script. Give it collision. Get the bars, give that collision. And so now they should actually hurt the player if we bump into it. If I want it to be avoided by helicopters, NPCs, and stuff, I would need to add in, and then avoidance is still a work in progress, but it kind of works. A navigation obstacle, so that would have its own shape here. This is just kind of my process for creating a whole object, a whole new thing. I still haven't done this for the building, actually. So I'm not going to do it because I don't want to do it. But I do need to do it. And I should make sure I write down that I need to do it. But now that that's in here, it'll appear on the cow farm. And it will hurt the player's legs when we bump into it. And there we go. That was it all. Hey, what's up, Tincho? I'm still here. I'm still here. There's the little fence. Welcome, Tincho. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. See if I can hit that fence. Take some damage. Yeah, see, it just hurt my little legs. So, you know, all that to say, I think making 3D models can be easy, especially if it's simple stuff. You know, and then there's all the steps of getting it implemented and whatnot. But overall, I find it to be pretty doable. Now, someone like Tincho has some great skills in Blender and makes really, really beautiful stuff. Like really, really cool art. Like very cool art. That is not easy to do. That is not as easy to do. But in terms of making like really simple things, I think it's pretty easy. That's just me. We got Merp in the house. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, you're most welcome. You know, I would even say we could bundle this into a node, maybe. Maybe that would be acceptable if I did that. You know, so we don't have all these fence pieces around. There's a lot of stuff to think about. I didn't know it was today. I didn't know it was today. I thought it was yesterday. See, I thought it was still yesterday, but it's today. It is today. And it's, well, it's not tomorrow yet, but it will be. Time just flies. Welcome, Murdmaker. Yeah, it happens. It happens. I've been spending my day, which I am just about wrapping up here. I've been spending my day working with, the day flies off. Where'd it go? Where's the day? Hey. Working with my 2 cents, a little bit Dragon Blade, a little bit Mini. My 2 cents has really been helping me out here. We set it up so we can move the arm at these helicopters. Check it out. So it animates with the walking. So tomorrow what we're going to work on is using the animation tree to set up an animation that that is a special for the actual attack. But for now it kind of works. And I can even turn off the animation for the arms so it doesn't look as silly. You know what? I'm going to do that. You know what? I'm going to do that. Would be cool if it would be... You slept for most of the day? I've been there. It would be cool if it would be a game where the time flies off a calendar and you have to try to put it together again. The time flies... Ooh, that would be a cool game. What? You have to... Dude, Tincho... Tell me how Tincho came up with a game idea. When I was working in my game, you can pick up cows in my game. Tincho made a whole little game about putting cows in a basket. I forgot, but I thought about downloading it so I could show it off because I'm so impressed by how you just made a quick little game. Just being influenced briefly by something. And once again, here you are, being briefly influenced and maybe making a game. Steal ideas. You might... I don't think... No, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. No. Inspiration is different. That sounds like a freaking cool game. That sounds like a cool game. There's so many different ways you could go with the gameplay, like getting the numbers right. Like, are the numbers hard to find or something? There's something there. You gotta turn the pages to put different dates on different months. There's like something to that. What was I gonna do? What was I doing? I was like doing something. There was something that I was doing. Oh, I was gonna turn off the arm animations. So, well, let me do that. They're just kind of annoying right now. They're kind of getting in the way. So I'm gonna turn off the walk arm animations. Just so... Oh, actually, we only need to do it on the right arm. I haven't set up the left arm to attack yet. Just the right arm. Just to keep it simple. Okay. So this is what we achieved today. Now the arm is not doing much. That's okay. So we can be like, chapow, chapow, chapow. So we got it to actually jump to the helicopter, the position that the helicopter is at, and then retreat. It's interesting. There's some interesting things happening. I don't know why it kind of has like that stop motion. It's actually less smooth without the animation. I wonder if toggling off the animation... The monster is punching now. Yeah, it's punching. It's punching. Why does it look so like stop animation? And then it kind of doesn't. I think there's still something a little funky going on with it. I wonder if that's because of the animation. We still got some things to figure out here. But tomorrow I'm going to keep working on it and we're going to do more with it. All I did was turn off... What if I turn on those animations? What if I just don't run the animation at all? Now I'm curious. The pages fly off and you have to grab it with the calendar. I'm going to start doing it, my god. Let's go! Calendar game! It sounds cool. It sounds cool. I can't wait to try it. I can't wait to try it. Truly. Alien. I don't know what... So let me show you. This is the way we had been working with it, right? So the arm walks, and so when you grab, it kind of like animates. So what I need is an animation of the arm like intending to be grabbing. But if we do it like this, it looks much more smooth this way. Chapow. Chapow. I commented out that it actually kills the helicopter. And that's kind of what I was going to do before I got distracted, but it's okay. I like being distracted. What I was going to do was set it up so the helicopter waits to be destroyed. App called Calendar, secretly leaving a game. That's hilarious. That's like such a funny prank app. People think they're getting a calendar app. And like all of a sudden, all the pages start flying off. Oh my gosh. That honestly sounds very funny. Oh, so now we have a problem because when it's getting destroyed, it doesn't exist anymore. So we have to make sure it gets destroyed after the fact. So we actually do need it. We do need it to wait before it destroys. So we've actually introduced some problems. The other thing we could say, well, is actually, we got some work cut out for us. We got some work cut out for us actually. Right. So what I wanted to set up, didn't I start typing the word messenger somewhere? I thought I did. Yeah, right there. Just messenger. Oh yeah, messenger. You know, messenger. And then what I was doing was I was coming to the messenger and I wanted to see what grabbed something where that was used. Because that could be where we have that signal, but I'm not sure where grabbed something is at. So over here in the messenger, there's, oh, something grabbed. Something grabbed is created here. Find in files, something grabbed. That's on the manager, the messenger. It's on the helicopter. Interesting. And it's on the player. Oh, there it is. Something grabbed. But wait, where does that first get emitted? Oh, so the helicopter itself reports that it's been grabbed. It says, hey, I've been grabbed. I see. And then the player receives it. Oh, interesting. So then we could say, we could set that, we could have that be, is that like a variable? No. Function is grabbed. It's just a function is grabbed. And then over here on the player, it just runs this. So I would say at the end of the grab, right, which happens, there's this await right here. Grab false. Oh, we are setting a grab true and false. Is that a global one? It is. Okay, cool. Not that I really need, I do need that. So let's say this. I'm going to say messenger. Well, the thing is that we're not giving it a true or false. So I'm going to say messenger, but I'd like it to know that it's the same thing. It's a little confusing. There's some, this leaves some things to be desired. Messenger, because otherwise it's going to happen too often. So let's just say this. Messenger, something ungrabbed. It's terrible. I know. I know that's so bad. I'm going to hate myself for it. Emit, and it just emits. Come to the messenger. It's just temporary. Signal, something ungrabbed. And then we want to come to the copter. We want to connect that in the ready function. Messenger, something ungrabbed. Connect to take damage or got hit, we'll say. So that will mean that it got hit. Function got hit. And when this runs, we then want it to get destroyed. I mean, I actually want it to have 2 HP. I actually want it to have 2 HP, technically. Technically, you know. But for now, let's just do this. Should it be a phone game or a PC game? I mean, I feel like why not both? I feel like why not both? But it does strike me as the calendar game could work nicely as a as a mobile game with the app idea. Because then you could lean more into the fact that it's like a fake app. Yeah, let's go both. Invalid type and function. So it's happening again. Previously freed. So we need to be more specific, and we need to say, we need to free the target. We do have to be specific about that. I guess I just need to say, you know, if empty. Can I do an if empty here? Is this a place for if empty? I'm not really sure. But it has to be if freed. I don't remember the best way to do this. I don't remember. I would need someone smarter than me in the chat at this. You know, or I could do some guesses. We could say, what does it even output as? Is it null? If target. Well, I guess we want it to be a little, well, it should kind of work. If target. But wait. Invalid type in function aim bone at target. The object derived class of argument 2 grabbed object. Right. So if grabbed object is not null. But I don't think that's going to work, because I don't think null is the same as it being freed. I feel like those are different. So I don't think this is going to work. I think we're still going to have an issue. Oh. But it got rid of all of them on the screen. It destroyed them all. So it's not doing just one, which is a problem, because the signal is being called on each one. So we have to make sure that it's the same one, right? The same one that initially got hit has to be the one that you know, gets ungrabbed. If grab target is set to self. Yeah. So we would want to add that in here. If grab target is set to self. That might actually fix it. Oh, forgot a colon. We got to get that colon in there. Can't keep things moving without a colon. Huh? No? All right. Grab target not declared. Oh, whoops. Ah, poopy. That's outside of this. So grab target. So we got to update grab target. Grab target equals target equals, yeah, target, sure. Target equals grab target. Let's say. Come up here. Variable target. And then we'll just say if target is set to self. I don't know if that'll work quite like I want it to, but we'll see. Perhaps now, maybe not. It will only get rid of the one. There we go. Jablow. Jablow. Beautiful, kind of. Oh, the arm is staying super long. Oh. So because of that if, because that if, it's not running the retraction. The retraction isn't happening. Oh, the complications do happening. If it's not set to null, so it's not going to run it. So we can't really reverse the tween because it doesn't have the target to call anymore. I mean, can't I just say call with a null? I might be able to say just call with null, and then I don't think I really even need to specify that. That might work. I was worried something like this might happen. Oh. Well, then it's not doing anything at all. Oh, because this happens every time. Okay, so we want to say if the... so we want to say if it is null... This is silly. But if the grabbed object is null, then it's not going to know what to pull it from. So we really need grabbed object to stay. We don't want it to update that it's been freed. Somehow it's finding out that it's been freed, but we don't want it to know that it's been freed. Gosh, I don't know what to do with this. Yeah, this might be a problem. This might be a problem for tomorrow, Liz. That's what this might be. So grabbed object gets updated every time a grab happens. I mean, it's weird because the grab isn't happening anymore. The grab should be like a one-time thing. But I guess as soon as it's gone, if you're still clicked, I don't know. It seems surprising. Let me go where we have this number printing down at the bottom. And I'd rather see grabbed object and kind of how this is updating, truth be told. So right here, let me just see like what it's changing it to. Copter. Yeah, I mean, it's staying. It's interesting that sometimes it reports an area and sometimes it reports the copter. Is that because of it being like a new instance or something? That has to be what it is. Something like that. So it doesn't, I guess because it's not running it at all, because we say if it's null, don't do it. That's why. So that, and but it's also, I'm surprised that it's not reporting it if it's not updating it. I guess it just like can't find it anymore. I wonder if that's related to it saying area 3D. I don't know. I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. I wonder if instead of... Yeah, I'm not really sure the best way to fix this. So I think I let it go for now. I think that's what I do. I mean, we could say if grabbed object is set to null. We could say else. Because this tween basically calls it to send it out. And then we reuse the same one to bring it in. But I'm starting to think maybe we shouldn't reuse the same one. I mean, I'm already kind of not here. But I don't think this is going to work either. Because it's not going to know from where to retract it. If it's a null, right? It almost works. It just zips back. It doesn't do the full gradual tween backward. It just jumps to the final position. So if I wanted to somehow save that, I need to basically save that position that it was at. So like maybe instead of null, we could say it's coming, we do have this distance point. I don't know, I think that's going to be tough. I think that's going to be tricky. So we do have this distance variable here. I could globalize it. And then say, I don't think this is going to work. Because this is supposed to be an object, and that's not an object. So I doubt that's going to work. But I'm kind of curious just to see it not work. Show me it not work. Thank you. Invalid type in function. Cannot convert argument 2 from float to object. Really? You can't make it a float. You can't make it an object for being a float. Yeah. I'm not really sure what the best way to handle that is, truth be told. So we're gonna leave that. We're gonna leave that for tomorrow. And with that, y'all, I'm outie. I guess I tried to get a little too fancy with it. But we can reach out and smack them out of the sky. It doesn't retract as neatly as we want, but luckily tomorrow we've got plans to fix all that. But at least we can reach out and smack them. Tomorrow I want to work on an animation for that, the actual throwing situation. I want that to look, throwing of the arm, I want it to look a little more throwy. Obviously try to fix some of these problems. I still kind of would like to be able to grab other things, like yank a tree out of the ground or something. But, you know, this is good progress. I'm happy with it. I like what we've done. This was a lot of work. This was a lot of work today. I see some problems. There's definitely some problems here. But that's okay, because this is all about learning. I'm not on some due date, right? I don't have a milestone I gotta reach. This is just a prototype learning project for me. I have a lot of fun doing it. I'm so thankful to the community for helping this game be possible. I gotta give a shout out to the patrons. Now these people are paid patrons, which I am so very thankful to them. Oh my gosh, thank you for helping this channel be what it is. I know what I'd do without you, and I don't like thinking about it. You can get a free live stream and newsletter every week in your email inbox if you sign up with Hyper Game Dev on Patreon for free. You can sign up for free on Patreon. You get a newsletter, and I type up things that happened through the past week. Just head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev and tap that join for free. Sign up with your email. I'll have your email, and you'll get a newsletter along with a live stream. It's a secret live stream that you only get if you sign up that way, and you'll get it in your inbox. So that's something. I also got to give shout out to the YouTube members. Thank you to the YouTube members for, and these are also some people at the bottom who donated. I appreciate that. I do another live stream every Monday. It's a full 8-hour-ish live stream where I work on game art and I do other game research type things. So if you're interested in that, yeah, check it out. If you have a YouTube Premium membership, you actually can get the first month free. That's 4 free full-length live streams that you'll get on Hyper Game Dev that you wouldn't get otherwise if you use your YouTube Premium membership. So anyway, that's a bunch of stuff. Those are a bunch of words. I said all those things. I'm gonna head out again Thursday. I'll be back. We'll do some more game development. Thursday is tomorrow. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello, thank you. If you haven't subscribed, you might as well. I mean, if you made it this far, you're probably subscribed. But just in case, don't forget to subscribe. And let's keep going, keep the party going. You can click or tap in the bottom left to watch the last devlog in this series, or you can tap or click in the bottom right to watch the next one. I'll see you there. Thank you guys so much. Again, that's only after the live stream. These aren't gonna appear otherwise. Goodbye.